it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Write you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Let me start here at the top. I think I got us all set up. We got our intro. Oh, y'all see my little Christmas wrapping? I had on my Santa ones yesterday. Now I got on my Christmas tree ones. Now, we'll see how long they last. They probably won't last long. Don't worry. I don't wear glasses. And it feels kind of funny because there's nothing right there. So if I poke in there, I'm going to poke my eye out. You'll shoot your eye out. Yeah, that one. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. Welcome, welcome in. Let's see here. Tanya was first in the building. She said, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Sweet Pea, all miles in the game. Coming next in the door was Allison. Said good morning to Tanya and Sweet Pea and everyone as you come in. Jason comes in and says, hello, everyone. I hope you all had a safe and wonderful weekend. And no, I'm not reading this verbatim. Y'all get the sentiment. Y'all know I always got to put my own lingo in some stuff, right? Yeah, I got to fix that. Okay, and then they good morning to each other. Then Beezy comes in and said, good morning, Allison, Tanya, and what the hell, judicialist? What, Jake? What? Y'all in these adjectives, I don't know. Okay, now y'all going deep into the books. Is it went from Juicy J? We getting deep in these books. Oh boy. Merelda then started this party of these adjectives. Oh, okay. Then they got their good mornings to everything. Y'all, thank you so much, Jason. Good morning. Good morning. And then we have good morning, Christine. Christine comes in the room, follow them and says, good morning, lovelies. And then we got Merelda that's up in the house. Merelda says, ladies in the chat, they all fall down for Jason. I think I got all our alerts out. I was trying to make sure while the music was playing. I don't really like be looking in the chat when the music playing for the most part. I was trying to make sure our notifications went out to let them know that step back, take it to trial is live, so we can stop all the other stuff we hear. We have done. No, no, and trust me, I would not be trying to get prescription jabs like this. Daisy said, "Look, I stay in the books." Oh boy, oh shoot. Oh, is it cold in Tennessee? I don't know. I guess it depends on what your code is, busy. Only because I know that when I would typically come to like the Smoky Mountains, like I know I've been up there during Christmas time. And I usually will go there during my birthday, which is in February. It always be, I guess, definitely warmer than where it was. Yes, it's definitely all Morel this far. What'd you say? You got spoiled with Saturday and Sunday? Yeah, I bet. So we back here Monday. I think that, because we got so many trials that people want to watch together that we were not all able to watch as one unit. We'll take it to trial. That I think that, maybe with some premieres and stuff, we can rewatch a lot of these trials, especially like during this time, right? So I'm game. Okay, so we do have a jury that's still out. I think the judge does welcome them in. We will keep our eye out on the Brian Walshe trial, but in the meantime, in between time, of course, we are going to go into our Melody case. But before we go into our Brian Walshe case, before we go into our Melody Ferris wheel case, I do want to go over some stuff that I found unique. I mean, it's the first time that I've ever really, really, me personally, I'm just speaking for me, this is the first time I have been able to have the opportunity to actually see a jury slip. So I wanted to share this with you guys just in case it may be your first time also. I want to remove him. I'm going to put me back up here, and then I'm going to share. I want to share this screen. So I did get a hold of the actual. So this is the slip. So we can see the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe. This is the verdict slip. So this is what the jury has back there. This is what they've been looking at for 4 hours. Why, I don't know, but whatever. It says count one on or about January 1st, 2023. Redrum in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. We, the jury, find the defendant. Hey, check off number 1. If you for Brian Walshe, not guilty. Then we have guilty as charged, redrum in the first degree. Then we have guilty of redrum in the second degree, date, and then the foreperson. But what I found kind of funny about this, just kind of breaking this down, just a little bit further, because I was like, well, what? I'm trying to think, like, why are they taking so long? So I guess when I'm looking at it, I guess because I heard other commentators saying that this verdict, they didn't like the way the slip was. But I guess from a legal standpoint, of course, this is something that they require in Massachusetts down there for it. And they do have this lesser included offense. So the second degree must be an option if the first degree is, not charged. So what we have here is that I think where the jurors may be struggling, and this is just my opinion, I'm not back there, so I don't know, but all I can tell you is what Sweet Pea thinks. I think the premeditation is like the pressure point, right? Jurors may agree that Anna Walshe is unalive, right? They may also agree that Brian Walshe was responsible, but they may disagree. And did the state prove deliberate you see what it says? Deliberate premeditation. Like, it doesn't just say premeditation. So, I mean, once they get through that part, you got that first and the second degree. It's not a compromise, but it kind of feel like one, right? So jurors are told not to compromise and it's decide based on the proof. But I can see them being back there wrestling. Is first degree too heavy if we're not planning 100%? So it's kind of like an internal tug of war. And then you got to remember, we got a lot of circumstantial cases. We don't even have a body. So I guess the verdict slip actually requires them to make a choice. Once the jurors lean towards guilty, you know, the slip demands, okay, now that you decided he's guilty, what level of guilty? And this deliberate premeditation, like usually I hear them just say murder, read them in the first degree with premeditation. Like, I don't know about this deliberate. That means that it was purposeful. But if we in a theory of believing that, hey, Brian Walshe, this happened because they got into a heated argument and he decided he didn't know what to do and, you know, dissected her, then that's something totally different, I think. But that's just my opinion. I don't know what's going back there. Just to clarify, this doesn't mean that the jurors are lost. It doesn't mean, you know, the judge expects to compromise or anything. These are just things that I was thinking of when I was looking at the slip, because I'm like, okay, well, I don't know. I've never seen one, first of all. So that's the first thing that I need to let y'all know. I've never seen a jury slip before. Now, I have seen one afterwards when they exit off and things. But I guess that's going to be, I guess that's what they're struggling with, because I guess if it was not guilty, shoot, they could have checked that off Friday. But that's just my little tidbit in regards to that. I am going to take us and see what they had done in the courtroom this morning. I'm sure it wasn't nothing but her asking a whole bunch of questions and blah, blah, blah. Maybe they wanted to just go home over the weekend and kind of like rest on it, make sure everybody and come back to a table. I'm pretty sure when they first get back there, because I've never been on jury duty, but I'm assuming when they first get back here, the first thing that they doing is say, did you get your coffee? And they like, everybody like, yeah. They vote on their coffee. Did everybody have a good Wheaties breakfast? Yeah. Okay. First degree or second degree? Come on, y'all. Put your names in your hat. Let's do it anonymously. You ain't got to tell nobody. And I think they're going to start off there. I think the first thing that they're going to do is check and make sure everybody had their coffee, their Wheaties, and let's get busy. Let's get busy. In my nutty professor voice. Yeah, so I think that's what they're going to do this morning, but I'm not back there, but that's what I think. That's what I want them to be doing. I want them to come in with a vote immediately. Yeah, and you see how the verdict form is like, I think so too. I think that we could be looking at second degree. Good morning to anybody that has came into the room that I have not spoke. Make sure you spoke to. Make sure that you have hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed, you may want to go ahead and subscribe to this good old tea that we sometimes bring over here. I say sometimes because sometimes this TV boring tea. I'll be trying to live it up. We shall see. Let's see what we have going on in the courtroom this morning, because I don't want to get too behind and I want to get us back on our clock watch, and then we'll kind of go from there, guys. Ooh.
For the Honorable Diane Fernier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. You may be seated. Court is in session.
Oh, I forgot to do my thing. Hear ye, Sweet Pea and Take It to Trial chat has entered the courtroom.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, I'll start today. I hope you all had a nice weekend. We'll start today, as we have every morning of this trial, with the 4 questions. Jurors were able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case. Yes. Be able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case.
Yes.
Be able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or any news media.
Yes.
And do you all still have open minds?
Yes.
He looked, he
You
made
may
sure
have
everybody
noticed
saying
that
yes.
We were delayed in starting today, and juror number 15, who is an alternate juror, is not here today for purely personal reasons. And it has nothing to do with this case and shouldn't impact your day in any way. But I didn't want to not make mention of the fact that juror number 15 isn't here, because then you might be wondering. It's purely personal, nothing related to this case. All right. So with that, jurors, I'll send you back to your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Please bring your notebooks with you. Watch your step. Follow me, please.
Just remind you of the 10-minute rule. Always be within 10 minutes of the courthouse. Thank you.
All rise.
No, we got a 10-minute rule. Always, and I do mean always, be within 10 minutes of this courtroom. Like, I'm only giving you 10 minutes to get back, or I'm gonna read this verdict without you. I'm probably gonna have to mute them because it look like they want to talk in the background. So I'm gonna mute this. I am gonna mute this. They at
304 Dale Avenue.
They are at 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 10 seconds. I guess that's not bad. Like, you know, they don't count the weekend. So, I mean, they haven't been deliberating that long. Look at SD. SD said, look, we can start later. It's just a verdict watch. We're not even sitting here watching a verdict watch, SD. We about to go and watch Melody. So we are on Melody Ferris trial day 7. Yeah, get your coffee, boo. Coming in here. All hot. No, just kidding. Yeah, you think about it. Yeah, I mean, I just tried to keep us like partially on our same little day, but as far as our timing. And I knew I wasn't gonna open up a room for it, but I will be continue to watch it on the verdict part. But if anybody gets that in or sees an alert and I missed it, only because I got it muted in the background and I have to keep clicking back to the screen, don't hesitate to let me know. Just don't spoil it for us if I don't see it at the right time. Just let me know that the verdict is in. Please. You good, SD? Ain't nobody paying you. Well, they may be paying you some dinner. I ain't thinking about what you talk about. I don't think I am. If I am, I'll think about it at another time. But right now, I ain't thinking about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the courtroom. We are on day 7 with our Melody trial. Let's see what we have here. Remember, she is the one that our dear old Dr. Rachel was saying is not guilty. Like, Jigga, really not guilty? Wasn't that a song? Or am I making up the words, Jason? Because I could be making up words. Was it Jigga Kelly not guilty. Or maybe I made that up. Maybe because I wanted R. Kelly not to be not guilty at that point in time. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know where I get that from, but I got Jigga Kelly not guilty. I don't even know what song that. I probably made that song up. I do that at times. Okay, here we go, guys. I am going to put us on 1.25 for the playback speed. If anybody needs the speed to be slowed down, please let me know.
That's the current plan. I'll finalize that and let y'all know.
Mr. Wiley, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear from the evidence you about to present this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and lower your hand. Good morning.
Morning.
You do not want to be here today, do you?
No, sir.
That's fair. We subpoenaed you to come in from Alabama, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If you would, state your full name for the record and spell it for us.
Ted Wiley, TED.
He said he don't want to be here to talk about this affair that he didn't have with his
Yes, sir.
sister-in-law.
Mr. Wiley, I'm not trying to embarrass you or do anything, but you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
And you understand it's a murder case, and that's why we've asked you to be here.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Melanie Walker-Ferris in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point out, please? Is she sitting over here in the
Yes,
black?
sir.
That's black. How old are you today, sir?
60.
And when did you first meet the defendant?
It's probably been maybe 85,
And
86, something like that.
when did you meet Gary's sister, Sherry Ferris?
Around that same time,
And how long were you and Sherry Ferris in a relationship?
probably 20 years.
During that time, did you meet the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses?
Move the. No, I'm not talking about.
Okay.
Let's move the easel so the juror can see. Just back it up. You'll need to pull it out.
All right, Mr. Wiley, you got a soft voice. If you speak in that microphone so we can hear you. So you met the defendant through Sherry Ferris, is that how?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses together or things like that?
We have.
And where did y'all first meet? Was it in Georgia or was it somewhere else?
No, we would see each other at Christmas and birthdays and Thanksgiving and things at Sherry's mother's.
Now, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but at some point, did you have a romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
I can't tell you the exact dates, but it was probably in 2008 or 10, somewhere in that range.
And when y'all would meet and come together, where would y'all meet?
But she's usually coming through town, either going to her friend Sheila's Hutchinson's home, or she would be going to visit her mom at the hospital.
And how long did this romantic affair go on?
Probably 3 or 4 years.
And during that time, do you know whether or not Gary knew about the relationship?
I don't think anyone actually knew about it ever until this happened.
And it was after this that it came out.
I think it did. Then they had were suspicious and things, but I don't think that they actually knew. They had no knowledge of it.
And to be clear, it was an intimate relationship more than just friends. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think, how often would you see each other when y'all were together, you and the defendant?
We would see each other at that particular time. Before that time, we'd only see each other Christmas and Thanksgiving, but at that time, we might see each other twice a month.
Would y'all meet in motels, hotels, or somewhere else?
We did a time or two.
Would she come to your house and stay at all?
She did.
Was there a time when you remember that she separated from Gary and spent more time with you?
She did. She never stayed more than like a week or something like that. But we were snowed in one time, and her friend Sheila stayed with me. And so, anyway,
Was that Sheila or Sherry?
Sheila Hutchinson was her friend.
Were you ever confronted by anybody about the affair?
No, sir.
Gary never said anything to you?
He did not know it. He had suspicion maybe at the end.
Now, you've heard us talk about the $50,000 loan or whatever you want to call it. Are you familiar with that idea?
I wasn't involved in that. I don't know about that.
What I want to ask you, though, is during the time, did the defendant write you checks for things?
She did help me with payroll once or twice.
And how much money during that time did she give you?
It was a few $1,000s to make payroll.
Would it be closer to $10,000 or closer to a few $1,000s?
It could have been 6 or 8,000, somewhere like that, to make payroll.
And that was in 2000, I believe 2009. Would that be right?
I'm thinking so.
Is it true though that she did write you several checks that were worth several $1,000s?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was for payroll.
I had
Tell us about that. Were
I
you
have a
needing to cover-
building company. I had a building company at that time.
Did you ever use that money for anything with Kay Walker, her mother?
I'm sure I probably did.
Did you ever say it was for that, but it was for something else?
I don't think that I did.
So is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 15,000? What do you remember?
I'm sure it's closer to 10 than 15. I don't know that.
And she would write you personal checks for this?
She has.
How many checks do you think she's given you in any shape or form? How many checks has she
Probably
given you?
not more than 2 or 3.
Do you know if she ever had more money than that?
She told me that she did. I think it was maybe when she was handling her mother's affairs or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Did she tell you whether or not she took that out of the account that she and Gary had over the house or something?
I don't remember all that now. I don't remember that.
How much money do you remember her having independently from Gary when they separated?
I don't know about her finances and things.
How long was she separated that you know of where she was not with Gary during this time?
I think it might have been maybe a month. I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know exactly how long it was?
No, sir. Like I said, she would come into town and then she would go on to her friend Sheila's house or something along those lines, or go somewhere else.
And was she coming up, was it under the guise that she was there to visit her mother, help her mother, but she was seeing you?
Oh, she was helping her mother. Her and Sheila helped her mother get healed up. She had heart surgery and got her back, on the mend.
But she would come up and see you too?
Yes, sir.
And are you saying that the affair itself lasted for 3 years or more than 3 years?
I would say somewhere around the 3 to 4 year mark.
Closer to the 4 maybe?
Maybe so. I didn't keep up with that.
Did she ever tell you that Gary was, because of this, started to control the finances or do anything from the finances?
I think he did that all along.
And did she talk about how she did not have money except for what Gary would give her?
We didn't talk about money much.
She talked about leaving Gary at any time?
She did say he served her with divorce papers, or was serving her with divorce papers.
And you knew that was because of y'all's relationship?
I don't know that it was because of our relationship.
Did you ask?
I did not.
You kind of just let it be?
Mhm.
Do you know whether or not that was followed through or anything?
I don't know.
Now, when did it end?
Probably 4 years. I think it was 4 years before this happened.
This was in July of 2018, so y'all's relationship was over about 4 years before?
Yes, sir.
So 2018.
I just didn't hear from her. I don't know that it was over. I just didn't hear from her anymore.
It just kind of dissipated?
Yes, sir.
So about 4 years before 2018, so sometime around 2014 is when your relationship with the defendant stopped?
I hadn't seen her or talked to her before that.
So since 2014, give or take, have you had any communication with the defendant?
I talked with her. She came into town one time after Gary passed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
So you understand one of the reasons I have you here is that your name was brought up in the investigation as a former, if you would, boyfriend of the defendant.
Yes.
So I want to make sure I'm shrinking the world. I want to make sure the jury hears this from you and they see. In July, this is Riley 1. This is calendar July 2018. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Can you positively look at this jury and tell them that in July of 2018, you didn't step a foot into the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything whatsoever to do with and I'm not saying you are, I just want to hear from you. You didn't have anything to do with what happened to Gary? You know anything about what happened to Gary?
No, sir.
You weren't even in the state?
No, sir. I was not.
Did you have any communication with the defendant or anybody in her family about what happened?
No, sir.
It's not till we contacted you, someone from the district attorney's office years ago, I think, reached out to you?
Well, I think I talked with Sherry about that. That was about it.
So if this occurred, it did occur in July 2018. Gary was killed in July 2018. When was the last time you were physically, in any shape or form, in the state of Georgia?
It'd have to be 4 years before that.
Nothing else, young.
Mr. Wiley,
Yes, sir.
my name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody.
Just, I apologize, the juror indicated to me that she couldn't hear. Please speak up. Speak up, speak up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Got a few questions for you on timeline. So you guys were together, you think, between 2007 and maybe 2010?
Something like that.
Something like that. Because you said 14, but it'd be more like 2007 to 2010. Right?
Probably so.
Okay. All right. And the state mentioned something about some money that Melody loaned you, $6,000 to $8,000, and you paid it back to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you. I mean, y'all didn't really talk about Gary at all, did you?
No, sir.
And Gary never had any crosswords with you at all
Never.
about any of this.
Never.
And y'all didn't talk about it at all.
Never.
Any of her kids have any crosswords with you ever? Scott or Chris?
No, sir.
And so really you hadn't seen Melody since 2010. It's been about, 14 years?
Yes, sir. I'm guessing that's correct.
Somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
And it just fizzled out?
We just went different ways, I guess.
Nothing, y'all didn't talk about Gary or anything to do with Gary?
No, sir.
If I may have a few moments. That's all.
Are you right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can sit down. Thanks, sir.
Judge, may he be released.
Go ahead. That's fine. Card next witness.
Judge, we call Christine Lavoie. Stand up here, swear to you, you see. You solemnly swear from the evidence you got presented in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so that we go.
I did.
Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Go ahead and tell us your full name, where do you work, and what do you do?
My name is Christine Lavoie, Christine Lavoie. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, and I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
Judge, you have the remote control for the TVs? You can turn this on, please, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lavoie, what is your expertise at the GBI?
So I perform DNA analysis on evidence.
And if you would, we've heard yesterday from Ms. Norris, but if you would, just when it comes to DNA analysis, how long have you been doing it?
About 9.5 years.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Mississippi University for Women, and I also have a Master of Science with a concentration in Biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
Do you have to have a master's degree to work at the GBI to be a scientist as you are?
No.
But you have to have some type of bachelor's degree to work at the crime lab?
Correct, a Bachelor's in Life Science.
And when you came on to the GBI, did you go through the hiring process to take an exam to get on and make sure you're qualified to do the job?
Yes.
Do you have to take continuing education through the year to make sure you can keep up with the current trends in science in your expertise?
Yes.
Are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a member of the Southwestern Association of Forensic Scientists and the Society of Molecular Biology and Evolution.
Among the people at the crime lab, where are you when it comes to how long you've been there and experience? You have more experience than other people, less experience? Where do you fall in that?
I'm considered a senior analyst.
And is that supervision or what makes you a senior analyst?
I hold the title of a crime lab scientist 3 senior.
Do you teach and train other people how to do their jobs?
Yes.
And do you do any outside teaching or education as part of your job?
Not outside, no.
Are you part of any kind of scientific groups or anything that works on the cutting edge or new technology or new science that comes out?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the courts in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
How many times have you been labeled an expert in DNA?
About 90 times.
And just this time I tend to witness an expert in the science related to DNA.
Okay. All right. If you need to be an expert, as I told you before, you can give an opinion testimony based upon our experience, all right?
All right, so we've gotten through the foundation. You did actually just a couple things, and we're going to have you look at some of the reports. I think you're covering some of others, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Have you had an opportunity to go back and look at some of the reports in the case?
I've looked at my reports.
And I think you did. So we have two reports, GBI DOFS 7 and GBI DOFS 13. Are those your two, the ones which is a DNA typing? Excuse me, GBI DOFS 14, and then the DNA typing, the true allele. Those your reports?
Yes.
Because this time I tender GBI DOFS 7 and 14 as evidence.
All right, injections? Have they moved?
You have a copy of your reports with you?
I do.
All right, let's go through those quickly. We've stipulated the reports. That's why we don't have to go through all the regular procedures we do at trial. If you don't mind, let's just walk through these. Let's begin with 7. What type of services was requested in this?
It was a DNA typing,
And what was the date of the report?
March 6, 2019.
We'll be looking at GBI. We discussed yesterday as GBI item 6 and GBI item 31. I think we'll begin with those. So if you could, tell us the results and conclusion. Begin here with the sentence that says the DNA obtained from the cutting. Read that, if you would, for us.
The DNA obtained from the cutting contained the DNA profiles of at least 2 individuals.
All right, 6 was the T-shirt that we have in the case, and then 31, that would just be a cutting from that T-shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you begin DNA testing, how do you know how many individuals or profiles you find? How does that work? Just kind of briefly tell us how you can determine that.
So when you look at a DNA profile, you see what looks like peaks along the line. And if there's only one person present, you'll see no more than 2 peaks at each location that you test. When there's 2 individuals, you'll see no more than 4 peaks at each location.
Here we have 2 profiles. Is that right?
At least 2, yes.
All right, now, when you looked at the shirt, the garnet shirt or the red shirt that the jury has seen, it came back to a matching somebody. Who did it match?
The major profile matched Melody Ferris.
And what was that frequency, the statistical numbers?
It was 1 in 4 octillion.
And do you know how many zeros that is?
It would be a 4 with 27 zeros.
Now, at this point, when you were looking at it, down at the bottom of your report, it says it may be possible to draw conclusions on all contributors from the cutting recovered from item 6. So 6 is the T-shirt, item 31 is the cutting, utilizing True Allele casework software. What is True Allele?
So True Allele is a software program that we use to help us interpret mixtures.
And how is it, what is the basic, if I said in the beginning 10 years ago and we're doing DNA testing, what type of testing did we do 10 years ago? I said the regular DNA testing, what is that, STR or?
STR, yes.
So that's just what everybody's been doing for years and years, so that would be the regular type of testing?
We still do STR. It was still done in this case.
Right. So your first test is kind of the regular DNA test. What I need you to get across to the jury is how is True Allele different? How is it more advanced or a different stage? How does it distinguish between just a DNA test?
So, like I said, True Allele is used for mixtures. In this case, the minor profile, I wasn't able to perform any comparisons because it was just so limited. True Allele has the capability of, I'm going to use an analogy. If you think about an iceberg, you can see, a human can see the portion of the ice above the surface of the ocean, but we can't see what's below the ocean, below the surface of the ocean. True Allele can look below the surface as well as above the surface. So it can see the whole mixture, if you will.
Is it a mathematical probability that uses a formula and software to compute things?
Yes.
Is it, I don't know if the term is more accurate or more detailed. How is True Allele actually, how is it more capable of getting things that you cannot just find under regular DNA testing?
That's how the software is designed.
And what does it do when it comes to known and unknown? How is it objectively doing an analysis of the DNA?
So True Allele will interpret the mixture first, and then it will perform comparisons to a reference sample.
Let's look at your report 14 here, GBI DOFS 14. What is the requested service here?
It's True Allele.
And what's the report date?
November 15th, 2023.
Now, for your second test that you did, you are still testing item 6, the T-shirt, and 31, the cutting from the T-shirt. Is that right?
Yes, specifically it's the electronic data that's previously been generated.
And what we asked, our office asked you to, once you notified us in your first report that maybe True Allele could actually help us identify that other contributor, we asked you to test it further using True Allele. Is that right?
Correct.
And we're trying to see who the other contributor is. When you tested under True Allele, tell us what the results were as seen in your report here?
So the cutting, once again, contained a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and there was a match identified between the data from the cutting and Melody Ferris, and a match between the data obtained and Melody Ferris is approximately 500 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. But due to limited data, True Lil could not make a determination as to who the minor contributor was.
So for the true allele testing, it came back even stronger that it was the defendant's DNA.
So this is a likelihood ratio, whereas the other statistic was a frequency, but 500 septillion is less than 4 octillion.
So it produced a less numbers, but it still showed that it was those many zeros would be.
Yeah, the no sound is not coming from me. It's the courtroom.
Rules of evidence come up.
Oh, here we go.
So the second test still confirmed, based on how many zeros you have, septillion, that the major contributor was Melody Ferris. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you could not determine, even with true allele, who the second or minor contributor of DNA is on the shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you say that there was DNA of someone else?
Yes.
So is it accurate, scientifically speaking, that there are 2 DNAs that we found on the shirt, and one is not the defendant's?
Correct.
But you just can't determine who it is?
Correct.
Can you determine if it's a male or female?
No, it was so limited, I couldn't even determine the sex.
Only that it was not hers.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, be right. Or across. Sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Lloyd. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Ferris. Just a few quick things for you. So just so I understand, you had a shirt, and that was item number 6, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then somebody at your office at the GBI, they cut a hole into that shirt and took a piece out, right? And that is item number 31.
Correct.
Right. And then there was originally a test done on that, and it found 2 DNA samples, correct?
Correct.
And then they sent it to you to see if you could separate them out to see who both the samples are.
Correct.
You found one to be Ms. Ferris.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that that is Ms. Ferris's T-shirt? And you might
I don't recall.
Okay. If it was her T-shirt, would you be surprised to find somebody's DNA on their own clothing?
No.
Okay. Now, with the True Allele program, it's a computer program, correct?
Yes.
And it runs on, I believe it's called probabilistic genotyping.
Correct.
All right. And somehow, we don't got to get into how, because I don't care. But somehow that separates out, and you can determine 2 mixed together types of DNA.
Yes.
Somewhat. Okay. Now, the other DNA that you found, according to your report at the bottom, was due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made. So does that mean that it's such a small amount of DNA you can't separate it out?
It's such a small amount, True Allele couldn't perform any comparisons.
Okay, so it couldn't do anything with it.
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, it can't determine what type of DNA it is, whether it's skin, sweat, blood, semen, anything like that.
So True Allele can't, but I do have an opinion, if I can express that.
No, I'm just asking about True Allele.
Okay.
True Allele.
True
can't
Allele
do that.
cannot.
Okay. Okay. And that's all I have, guys.
I have a question. All right. If a child gets their DNA from their parents, yes?
Yes.
All right. And so you have the chromosomes from one parent, chromosomes from the other parent. What if there's a mixture from the 2 parents and the child, and there are 3 combined DNAs? How how can it parse that out and tell the difference between the child and the parents?
So there would still be differences in the DNA,
All right, how is that?
because the child only inherits 50% from each parent.
So the two other grandparents don't get passed down, or it gets combined and then doesn't get passed down.
There could be some similarities.
Okay, I know enough just to be dangerous. That was really more for my information than anything else. All right,
Well, just one thing, just to follow.
go ahead.
With DNA typing, you can, well, to make it two ways, you can distinguish between parents and children.
Yes,
And the only way that you couldn't distinguish it if you had identical siblings.
correct.
None.
That's what I've been told. I don't understand. That's why I'm up here and not over there. All right, you can be excused.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, next witness.
Emily Bagwell.
I'll stand up and stretch. In the speed dating phase.
Hey, just got to stand up if you want now. I swear to you, anything you have seen. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, have a seat. State your full name for the record.
Emily Bagwell, Bagwell.
Ms. Bagwell, where do you work and what do you do?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and I'm the technical leader of the Firearm and Toolmark section.
So you deal with guns day in, day out, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, if you would, your educational background that qualifies you to do what you do.
I have an Associates of Science degree from Young Harris College, a Bachelor's of Biology degree from Kennesaw State University, and a Master's degree of Forensic Sciences from Stevenson University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
So how did you get interested in doing being a firearm scientist?
While I was a graduate student in Baltimore, I reached out to the local crime lab, the Maryland State Police Forensics Laboratory, and they had an opening for an intern in their Fireman Toolmark section.
Did you grow up shooting firearms and things like that, or was it just kind of something else you got interested in?
No, sir, just a career path.
Are you someone that is a collector of guns or anything like that?
Maybe now I am.
Do you enjoy the science aspect of what you do?
Yes, sir, very much.
At the GBI, when guns come in, how many guns do you think y'all are testing a year?
Well, we pick up evidence from our evidence receiving section every day. If there's one gun or 15 guns, it would be difficult to quantify, but we do typically pick up evidence every day. There's always something for us that's firearms related to pick up. It's hard to quantify how many cases we're releasing every year, but we see quite a few.
Now, how long have you been doing this with the GBI?
Since December of 2015.
And how many firearm scientists does the GBI have?
We currently have 22 reporting analysts across the state.
Where are all they stationed at? Where are their offices?
We have we have 7 regional laboratories. 3 of those, well, in addition to headquarters, 3 of those perform firearms and toolmark services. So that's going to be our headquarters lab in Decatur, our Western lab in Midland, which is close to Columbus, and our coastal lab in Pooler, which is close to Savannah.
Which office do you work out of?
I work at headquarters.
Does the GBI headquarters have a warehouse or somewhere where they hold the firearms? How many firearms do y'all have in y'all's property now?
Well, there's a combination because we have evidence where firearms are evidence, and we also have an in-house reference collection. Both of those other laboratories in Columbus and Savannah also have their own reference collection. I don't know how many firearms we have in our reference collection, but where we store our reference collection of firearms is also one of our storage locations for evidence inside of our section. But additionally, we have evidence storage in our evidence receiving section, as well as a long-term storage facility in our vault, basically downstairs in what we call the crypt at headquarters.
Is it a bunch?
It's a bunch.
How much do you think y'all got?
Just in the reference collection, we should have probably over 650 in the state, but that doesn't include any of the evidence that are all packaged in boxes that we'll eventually analyze.
If the jury could go to your office and see what you do, what's your office like?
Just my personal office.
Like where you test firearms and things like that.
So our laboratory, it's not like your conventional forensic testing laboratory, but it's still a forensic testing laboratory. The firearm section is on the 2nd floor at the headquarters building. And we have about, I would say, 3 wings where we have some offices where you don't share with someone. I do not share an office as a technical leader. Both of our managers have their own offices. Some of the senior examiners have their own offices, but a lot of people bunk up, and there are 2 people in an office just because we have a lot of people. We have 2 areas where we conduct our test firing. So we have a shooting range where we'll shoot shotguns for just kind of shooting shotguns. We do not collect projectiles from shotguns. So we kind of just shoot those into the air in the range and collect fired cartridge cases. Also in our range is a test firing capture system called the Cotton Box. That's for shooting high-powered firearms such as rifles. So they're shot in the range. Across the hall from the range is our tank room. It houses all of our reference ammunition, which is all across the walls. And then on the back wall of the tank room is a 600-gallon water tank. It's a large rectangular metal box with 600 gallons of water, and that's how we capture our handgun test-fired bullets.
Have you testified in the courts of the state of Georgia as an expert before?
I have.
How many times have you been labeled an expert in firearm science?
87.
Does this time I tender the witness as an expert related to firearm science? Okay.
All right. Again, she's been tendered as an expert witness.
All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's talk about the case. In this case, we've asked you to you're going to be looking at, I believe, 2 reports. And I believe you did one of them, then Vanna Kelly did the other one. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And by stipulation, we've agreed to these reports and the contents, and we've agreed that you can handle the questions relating to both of those. When you test guns, as in the testing that's done in this case, can you just kind of tell the jury what type of tests were done on a firearms and also the ammunition that is related to your report?
So more specifically, on the first report that was authored by Vanna Kelly, there weren't any firearms that were provided, but she received fired bullets. So when you submit evidence to the crime lab for firearms analysis, what that would include is a microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components. The purpose of it, the whole purpose of firearms identification, is to determine if fired ammunition components came from the same firearm, different firearms, if a firearm is submitted, if it came from that firearm or if it didn't. So in this case, those ammunition components were compared to each other to make that determination. Were they fired from the same firearm? Did they possess characteristics that could allow us to inform our customer if there was a list of possible firearms they could be looking for in terms of investigation? And then later we received additional evidence, a lot of additional evidence that I examined, a lot of fired bullets. At that point, we had reached an agreement with the customer. We wouldn't do any microscopic comparison because there were so many and they had sustained a lot of damage. We wanted to turn some results around quickly, so what we did was we looked at those characteristics that were shared between these fired bullets to determine if there was a list of possible firearms they could have fired them, and to answer a question if any of them were a specific caliber. There was also a firearm that was submitted at the time that I did do a visual examination of, but it didn't have any characteristics in agreement with anything prior submitted for Ms. Vanna Kelly's report or the evidence that I was going to examine during my analysis. We weren't doing any comparison on my part, so we did what we had agreed with the customer.
And what was the caliber that we were interested in this case?
38.
So 38 special, 38 caliber is what we were looking for. Is that right?
38 special is a specific 38 caliber. There's also a 38 caliber called 357 Magnum. And then there are some other specific calibers within that caliber family as well, such as 38 Smith & Wesson and 9mm. But typically when something looks like it's just 38, it's probably going to be 38 special or 38 or 357 Magnum.
Now, when we're talking about revolvers, let's go from smaller to larger. 22 revolver, 32 revolver, 38 special revolver, 357, 44. Is that kind of how it goes?
Yes, sir. That's pretty accurate. The 38 special and the 357 Magnum are closely related. They're a lot of anytime a firearm says it is 357 Magnum, it can also shoot 38 special. So the difference is going to be the length of the chamber. 357 Magnum chamber is going to be a little bit longer, so it can accommodate a 38 special cartridge, which is a little shorter than a 357 Magnum. But in terms of like their barrel diameters, they're the same.
So the bigger caliber gun can shoot the smaller caliber bullet, but not vice versa.
In this case, because they have the same diameter, but like you mentioned with the 44, it's going to be much larger. It's not supposed to shoot something like 38 class that's a lot smaller. But the 357 Magnum is a specific caliber of a 38. So it's just a little bit larger than a 38, but the diameter is the same. So the 38 special will fit in a 357 Magnum chamber, but the opposite is not true because the 357 is too long, too large for the 38.
And then when I say semi-automatic handguns, we talk about 380, 9mm, 40, 45. I guess there's a 10mm some people shoot, but those are usually the type of gun that you put a magazine in and rack. Is that right?
That's correct.
So first of all, I don't know how you do it, but if someone would ask you a pistol or firearms, to me, is it a long weapon, a long gun, or a handgun? Do you kind of do that? Do you break them up?
Yes, sir. Those are the two base categories of firearms, are those that are short and intended to be fired with one hand, and those that are longer and are intended to be fired from the shoulder.
And when you get into the handguns or the pistols, do you break those down into two major, so the genus and species? Genus is the handguns and species, the different types. Do you break those down to revolvers versus semi-automatic?
Yeah, revolvers versus pistols.
And so when you say pistol, you're talking about semi-automatic usually?
Usually they're supposed to be semi-automatic, but with the world that we're in, they can be converted to fire fully auto.
All right, now, this time, Judge, I'm taking evidence GVI DOFS report 12 and 13.
Okay.
Let's talk about one that's not in your report, GBI DOFS 12, and this is going to be Vanna Kelly report. What was the service requested in this?
This was a firearms analysis service.
And what was the date of the report?
This report was issued on October 31st of 2019.
And we see Melody Scott and Gary Ferris's names here, and then, so it's from them involved in this Cherokee County case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Evidence. GBI item. Don't worry about all those other numbers. 2 and 5. Tell the jury what item 2 is and item 5.
Item 2 is a .38 caliber bullet that Vanna remarked as being removed from the basement floor. The package would have indicated that. And then item 5 is a .38 bullet jacket.
And when it comes to item 5, obviously here we're talking about the jacket that came from the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the bullet from the floor, then the jacket, and the jury's heard about the bullet in the ribs and things like that. Do you know much about this case?
As the peer reviewer, all I know is how Ms. Kelly would have documented it, and she only documented the item 5 as being removed from the medical examiner's box.
All right. Can you give us the opinion for this report? Just read that to us.
Yes, sir. So under the results and conclusions, it states that microscopic examination and comparison of the bullet and bullet jacket, our items 2 and 5, reveal that they were fired from the same firearm based on agreement of class and individual characteristics. And they are consistent with being fired from FIE, Arminius, and Titan .38 special revolvers, and RG .38 special Derringers. The list provided of those manufacturers is only an investigative lead. It is not intended to be an all-inclusive list.
All right, in plain English, what does that mean?
So these two ammunition components were projectile components. One was an intact bullet. The other one was a bullet jacket, which just means that the inside core of the bullet was not with the jacket. Those two items were fired from the same firearm, so one firearm. That firearm that they could have been fired from based on the characteristics the bullets possessed could be that list that she provided in her report, but it's not an all-inclusive list, meaning those characteristics between those two projectile items could have also been fired from different firearms not included in this list. We narrow our list based on what we most commonly see at the laboratory.
Right, so fired from the same firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then trying to figure out, based on science, it could be the same firearm, but it could be one of those brands.
Yes, one of those manufacturers may have manufactured the firearm that fired both of these items.
We don't see a 357 on that list. Is there a reason why?
I'm not sure. It could be that they did not populate in the database that she put her measurable bullet data in, but I don't know.
Could also be that it's just not one of the guns that it came back to.
Yes.
But we know from the science that the opinion is that it was fired as a .38 special, same gun. It could be one of those brands. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Anything about the type of bullet, the brand of bullet, or anything like that?
Ms. Kelly documented that they were consistent with being manufactured by Hornady, which is an ammunition manufacturer.
And Hornady, now again, I really want to ask you if you hunt and things like that, but I'll try to forego that. Do you ever go to Walmart and just go over like I do and just look at all the bullets?
Yes, I do, because I want to stay on top of what new ammunition might be out on the market so I can share it with my team.
Do you ever go to other gun stores and just see all the expensive bullets they have?
Yes,
Now, are you familiar with brands of bullets that come out of Russia?
I am.
Well, what if I say give some common names of bullets, cheap bullets that come out of Russia or something like that? What comes to mind?
The first primary company is JSC Barnoul, which is manufactured in Russia and comes into the U.S. under the umbrella company Monarch.
Okay. How about some other brands that are not familiar with Remington?
Yes, sir.
How about there's some blue boxes out there. I'm trying to remember the name of the blue boxes. What are all the type of firearm or ammunition that you're familiar with that's not Hornady? Hornady's expensive ammunition, is it not?
It can be expensive, and half of their ammunition is geared towards law enforcement officers as well.
Okay. And so those are actually, let's put that on the far end, expensive, nice rounds that don't have a lot of powder and things like that. Good bullets. Coming back this way, what are some other brands that you're familiar with?
Specifically in blue boxes, we have PPU, Spear, CCI. As some other bullet manufacturers, we also have Federal, American Eagle, and Winchester, which are more affordable lines of ammunition. American
Eagle, that's a Federal brand?
Yes, sir.
What kind of box is that?
It should be white and red.
Do you mind standing up? Can you see that box right there in front of you on the table? You can, I'll go pick it up. Let me go pick it up. Let me do that. It's kind of hard to. I don't have glasses. So Scott, 201, familiar with that?
Yes, I am. It's okay.
I apologize. And Scott, 202, familiar with American Eagle?
Yes, I am.
That's not Hornady, is it?
No, it is not.
Totally different company?
Yes.
Totally different types of, separate, not connected at all, competition, in fact. Is that right?
As far as I know, yes, they're not related at all.
And Hornady, would you consider it a higher, I won't say quality, I'm not trying to diminish theirs, but a more expensive bullet that's commonly used for not just target shooting?
I would consider Hornady as a premium line of ammunition.
And Hornady has, in those bullets, sometimes they have that, looks like, I call it wax, I'm sure it's not wax, but they put something in the hollow point so when on impact, it won't cave, it'll still expand. What's that called?
That is a red polymer flex tip expanding red tip. And sometimes the color changes as well. They do have a pink tip for breast cancer awareness as well.
And that is put in the, if it's a jacket, if it's a hollow point, it's put in there to make it do what?
So the way that it's advertised by Hornady is, and specifically for a hollow point bullet, is different than a bullet that doesn't have, if a bullet just has a nice round nose and it's encased, that's going to be a full metal jacket. Unless the base of the bullet's also encased, then it's a total metal jacket. So the difference with the hollow point is at the center, the nose isn't complete. It has a cavity in the middle to help facilitate expansion. Hornady will put a polymer tip inside of this hollow point to help control that facilitated expansion as they advertise.
So if it's a Hornady brand, you can actually open the box up and see if it has that pink tip or red tip. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember when they started doing that? How long ago?
I do not.
Well, let's get to your report. This is 13. What was requested here?
So the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office and someone from the district attorney's office requested a firearms analysis, and they provided all of the firearm ammunition that you're going to see in this exhibit. And we had agreed with the customer there was a good bit of ammunition, and they had wanted results a little bit quickly. And then the state of the ammunition was there were different degrees of damage. I believe they were recovered possibly from a tree. And so they had just, when bullets hit something, they can acquire damage. It makes comparison of them difficult. We agreed with the customer that instead of doing a comparison of these items, we would group like items together. We would document their manufactured characteristics. Those are the characteristics that help us determine a list of possible firearms that may have fired bullets. And then we would provide that list. And so basically what the report that was received said what caliber they were, if it could be determined, and then a possible list of firearms that may have fired them, but no comparisons were performed.
Now, ma'am, do you ever have to deal with ADAs that ask you to test lots of stuff?
Yes.
How about law enforcement says, I need you to test all this stuff?
Yes.
Why does the GBI tell us no all the time?
It depends on the circumstances.
Y'all not going to test everything we want, right?
It depends on what questions you're trying to answer. In this specific case, I believe the conversation was, we just really want to know if these items are 38 caliber. And in doing that, with the level of damage these items had sustained that we could see from the packaging, it was, well, once we had, taken a look at them, we're like, well, we can tell you what caliber they are, but they are really damaged. This could take a long time, and time was a factor. We needed results a little bit quicker.
Compromised.
We reached an agreement with the customer that we would provide them with a determined type weapon statement rather than a comparative analysis.
It's a very good answer under oath. I like that. Did you get hit with a lot of stuff? How much was it? Let me do this.
So,
this is your report, and
yes.
There's all this stuff. Did you actually get more than this, but you only tested this?
This was, well, it's possible, but all I have listed under this service are what you see in your list that I would have actually looked at.
So these are the things that no matter how much you got, this is what you end up looking at. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us what this is.
So this is an evidence list. It looks like there's a lot more, and there definitely is. I received 3 packages, and one of those is my item 33 and 34, and then 35. The first package was 6 357 Magnum cartridges. So a cartridge is a unit of unfired ammunition. So it hasn't been fired. I'm not going to do anything with it except inventory it. And then just skipping down to item 35, that's going to be a Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum revolver that I received, basically to see if the manufactured characteristics inside that revolver were consistent with the ammunition that Ms. Kelly looked at the year prior. And then that item 34 package contained several items inside of it that received their own little itemization. So that's why you see the 34A and the 34B. Those are going to be 223 caliber bullets, some 9mm bullets, some bullets and a bullet fragment for which I couldn't determine the caliber, and then some lead fragments as well.
Ma'am, you don't know who Rusty is, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't think you did. So you don't know where that item 35 came from?
The revolver, I do not know where that came from.
Do you know where the other items came from? Besides coming from the sheriff's office?
I have an item source indicated as what was written on their packages, but no, I do not know exactly where they came from.
But you didn't mention a tree or something like that.
It's possible.
You have a cartridge. Let me see if I can get the monikers correct. Cartridge casing is when you take a bullet out of a box, if you would, has not been fired. Is that what you're talking about?
The cartridge is what you're taking out of the ammunition box.
The cartridge is what you take out, so it's got everything: the primer, the gunpowder, the projectile, everything on it.
That's correct.
So if it's been fired and there's a casing's laying on the ground, what would you call that?
That's a cartridge case.
Okay. So, and then what I call a bullet, you call the tip that goes out, that leaves the casing itself and is projected down. That is the projectile.
I also call it a bullet,
All right.
yes.
So 34A through H, those are 223 bullets.
Yes, sir.
Did you, when it first came in, did you look and go, oh, this is a 223 bullet? You have to actually look under a microscope.
Both.
So you could recognize it?
I can recognize a 223 bullet, but yes, we do take measurements, we weigh it, and then we also look at its just other characteristics, it's just its design characteristics for a manufacturer as well.
How different is a 223 and a 5.56?
So they're the same bullet, they're slightly different cartridges. The cartridge itself for a 5.56 by 45 millimeter has an extra grain of powder in it that makes it slightly more, I want to say stronger, faster. Basically, there's an interchangeability issue here. So if you have a firearm that would be chambered for a 5.56, you should only shoot 5.56 because of that extra grain of black powder, increasing that velocity a little bit and making the chamber a little unsuitable for something that has a lower charge. And a 223 firearm, well, I apologize, I misspoke. The 5.56 could shoot that and the 223, but the 223 doesn't have that extra grain of black powder. Its chamber is not outfitted for all of that power, so it should only shoot 223 caliber, but the bullets are the same.
But that would be what we call an AR rifle.
Yes, they can be 223 and or 5.56 or both.
But for those that don't know guns, 223 bullet is not a handgun round per se.
No, so a 223 cartridge is intended to be fired from a rifle type firearm.
9mm bullet. So it looks like 34I through 34M. That is a handgun bullet.
It is intended to be fired from like a pistol style firearm, yes.
All right. In case people don't know firearms like you do, cowboy gun, revolver, semi-automatic gun is kind of like a Glock or what police carry or something like that. So 9mm, revolver gun, cowboy gun, or semi-automatic.
Traditionally, most commonly it's fired from a semi-automatic firearm.
And that's the most common is a semi-automatic 9mm.
Yes, sir.
All right. 34N and O, it just says bullet. Tell us what's going on there.
So for 34N and O, they were, well, for two reasons. They were consistent with a 22 class projectile for which 223 is a family member of, but they were heavily damaged. And I couldn't determine their exact caliber just on their own. So I take each item regardless of what else has been submitted and ask that item, what are you telling me about yourself independent of all other items? So I didn't determine that it was exactly a 223, but it is consistent with the family for which 223 belongs.
Not a handgun.
Not in this case, no.
And then 34P, bullet fragment. What's that?
That is so it's a copper jacketed bullet fragment, which means there was some lead there as well as the outer jacketing material, but it was only a very, very small piece. And it was unsuitable. I know we're going to get there, but it was also unsuitable. So not much I could tell you about it other than it was just a piece of a bullet.
And Q and R and S.
Those were just lead fragments. I have noted for all of them that they are possibly the core of a bullet.
Just go ahead and read your resulting conclusion, then I'm going to ask you to put it in plain English.
Okay, so for the first one, the bullet fragment and lead fragments, items 34F, 34N through 34S, were not suitable for comparison purposes, meaning they possess nothing that I could use for microscopic comparison, had I even been doing that. The next conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34A through 34H, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from AR-15 style 223/5.56 by 45 millimeter firearms. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. It's only meant to be an investigative lead. The third conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34I and 34K through 34M, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from Astra, Beretta, SIG Arms, Smith & Wesson, and Walther 9mm pistols. Again, not intended to be an all-inclusive list, just an investigative lead. And then finally, the fourth conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullet, item 34J, reveals it is consistent with bebeing fired from Glock, H&K, IMI, Bersa, and Car Arms 9mm pistols. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. And then I do have one more conclusion at the end on the next page.
All right.
And that one states the microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34N and 34O, did not reveal characteristics that could be used to develop a list of possible firearms from which they were fired.
In plain English, can you tell us how that relates to any 38 special bullets or anything like that?
There was no evidence that was suitable, at least, to determine caliber that was consistent with 38 special caliber.
Just all the questions I have.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Bagwell. My name is Michael Ray.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just have a few questions for you. let's see where to start. Do you have up there, and you may not, and tell me if you don't, the bullet comparison that Ms. Kelly did?
I do.
And I just want to ask you a couple questions about that. With the bullet that was found in the rib, it doesn't have any grain, or it only has, I believe, I'm sorry, I actually don't have a printout of it. It was on the photograph. Under where it says caliber and weights, it doesn't have any weight, correct?
It did have recorded weight, down lower on that page. She has an actual weight that she took of 28.8 grains. The top part of her documentation where it says caliber and weight would be where an examiner records the weight that it's consistent with being for a specific caliber if that determination is being made. There are a couple of weights available in 38 class, so unless it was close to one of those that was manufactured, it would not be provided. It would be like she documented, and it would be a dash.
Okay, so the actual weight of the bullet found in the rib, which is item number 5, is 28.8.
The actual weight is 28.8 grains, yes, sir.
And item number 2, the bullet found in the basement, was 110.
It was 110 grains, yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Kelly, when she's doing her analysis, she's not able to tell that that is actually a 38. She's having to compare it to the other bullet found in the basement.
That's correct. She had determined it was 38 based on the manufacturer characteristics that were present, which she did document as being consistent with Hornady. In this particular case, she was asked to compare another caliber or another bullet item that was also consistent with Hornady. It was more intact, so it had a weight that was more consistent with the 38 class. So the reason why she would have intercompared them is because they didn't have any disagreement of the available characteristics that were there. So it was saying, basically, I'm consistent with the 38. I just don't have a weight to help support that, but it needed to be compared to the other 38 caliber projectile.
Okay, so basically she's just making the best guess that she can as to what it is, and the manufacturer based on everything that she knows.
So the manufacturer, she would have resources available. We have our reference ammunition collection as well as a standard ammunition file at the lab. So if something does look like, and we are trained in ammunition as well, so if something looks like it's Hornady, she can double check that with all of our resources. So that would be documented. The weight would be recorded, and if it looks like it's a 38 class, then she could document that it appears to be a 38 class, but it wouldn't preclude her from comparing to another 38 class that she had more available to determine its caliber.
Okay, and with the going to the Hornady bullets, I'm going to show you a photograph. You've probably not seen it, but it's already been admitted into evidence. Okay, and you just tell me if this is that's large. This is how, when y'all see. When you look at a, well, let me ask you this first. When you look at a bullet, when you're doing your job, you're like, that's a Hornady bullet.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But this ain't my first Hornady rodeo murder trial. And what you look at is you're like, oh, it has that red polymer tip on it, right?
That's one of the features. They also have about 2/3 of the way up that flat surface called the bearing surface. They have what's called a knurled cannular. Other ammunition manufacturers also have it, but the knurled cannular, in addition to hopefully the red polymer tip, but also the structure of those petals in the hollow point, is something that we recognize as being Hornady manufactured.
Okay. And that kernel that you were talking about, is that right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the pet, let me approach. I don't know if you can. No. This is dates. GBI ME28. You can. You can look in there. Is that? Do you see it flared out? Is that the pedal you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
You can just switch over to the Elmo. No, it's fine. I can see it. No, I gotta get gloves on. Whole big thing. I didn't do my part, Judge. I'm sorry. It's coming up. Yeah, it's on. While that's loading up, I'll ask you another question. There we go. All right, so like you can
You set it down and then.
sit down, zoom in. Wrong one. So basically, those little things that are poking out, that's the petals that you had just talked about.
Yes, and they have been peeled up. So the previous photo that you showed is a hollow point, kind of what it looks like when it's hit a target. So the petals that are arranged around the nose have little cuts in them, we just call them slits. And so that's what helps those open up kind of like a flower or a mushroom. So those had been kind of peeled back and were obscuring the bearing surface. So Ms. Kelly would have peeled them up so she would have more bearing surface available for comparison.
Okay.
So what you're seeing are they're peeled back up.
Okay, so Ms. Kelly would have done that.
Yes.
Okay, so she would have filled it back up. And actually, is it with Hornady? And Judge, you can switch back to the TV, please. With Hornady is because when you look at it closely, you can see that those petals are kind of jagged.
They kind of have like where they're cut, they have a small interior cut as well before the slit. So, and it's not just Hornady. Other manufacturers have the same kind of petal design, but we've just come to recognize Hornady as having a basic, like a triangle with a flat top and then smaller pieces on the sides.
Okay. How long have you been doing firearm stuff?
Since 2015.
Okay. Do you ever have any bullets that you send off to have textile examination done from a bullet?
No, sir. As far as I know, some of our bullets are swabbed for blood analysis, but not for textile chemistry.
Because there is a report that the GBI had done that's already been admitted into evidence, and I believe that is the GBI number 3, that they did an analysis of the bullet from the basement, stating that there weren't any textiles or any characteristics like that on the bullet.
Then I have learned something new today about some of our services. Yes, that would be a section that's not firearms. So if other sections can look at something for a materials type of service, I don't know who would have done this report, but I guess that's something that they are capable of doing.
This person.
Yes. So I was going to state too that our materials analysts are some of our trace evidence analysts that work on the teeny tiny particles of evidence called trace materials, and Tatiana was one of our trace examiners. So.
And it would make sense if somebody was shot and went through clothing and potentially even exited through clothing, that you could pick up textiles on it. Okay?
Yes, and now that you mention it, I believe I just misunderstood the question initially, because we did have something recently where Trace asked us to come over and look and see if they could do a general materials on it. So I just seem to have forgotten that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I brought it back to you.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, now you got something else that you have to do at work. Okay. Now you had mentioned that these Hornady bullets that with Mr. Focus, that these are premium brand bullets.
I would consider it a premium line of ammunition.
And a lot of times you can tell like what's premium and what's not premium by the casing of whether or not it's like the brass or it's nickel and things like that.
It's more commonly for us going to be the design of the bullet itself and independent of the cartridge case and what material it's made of.
And in states number GBI number 13, all of those different bullets that you would look at, were you aware that those came from like a target area at a piece of property?
No, I wasn't really aware of exactly where they came from.
Were you more curious as to why you were getting a whole bag of bullets?
It was a question that I had asked, yes.
And anything that Mr. Focus had asked you about, this 357 here, you don't know anything about it. There was no testing done on it to your knowledge?
All I did was a visual examination of it. I didn't do any comparison on my report. And then I did inform the customer that it did have a different rifling structure, so a different manufacturing characteristics than the bullets that Ms. Kelly had previously examined.
Yeah, and I'll come back to that. But so that's a Smith & Wesson 357,
It
right?
is.
Okay. And well, hold on. Before we do that. So with all the bullets and everything and the fragments that you looked up here, you didn't see any Hornady bullets at the target range? At least that you noted in your report.
In my report, we don't note ammunition manufacturer, so that information would be in my bench notes. And I believe just purely based on the level of damage everything sustained, I was not able to determine probable manufacturers for any of the items that I received.
Okay, that's fine. And in your training and experience with Hornady being a premium brand, that's not a target shooting brand, right?
Not traditionally, no.
Okay. And in fact, I believe you stated that that brand is geared toward law enforcement.
Some lines, but some lines are specific for civilians as well.
Okay. So, okay. So in this report, you notice there was a Smith & Wesson that somebody had sent you. We don't know whose it is yet.
Right.
All right. And then in your other report, or not your report, Ms. Kelly's report, that she had believed that it was a FIE, Arminus, Titan, those types of guns.
That's correct.
And that's because of the twist. I believe those type of guns have an 8-right twist.
The guns in the list that Ms. Kelly provided, those specifically came up in the database because they have 8 lays and grooves that turn to the right. And she also measured them as well because they have specified widths at manufacturer. So if we know those widths, we can see those measurements come back in the list of manufacturers that are provided. And then the Smith & Wesson that was submitted, that revolver had 5 lays and grooves.
Okay. And with, because Mr. Focus asked you about that 357 Magnum is not listed in this group. And you don't have a reason as to why that is not, right?
I do not.
Okay. Because a 357 can shoot a 38.
It can.
Right. Now, but a 38 can't shoot a 357.
It should not.
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. And this listing of firearms is not all inclusive.
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, does FIE, Arminus, and Titan, we'll just use those because they're on the report, do they make a 357?
I really can't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. And with the, what is RG 38 Special Derringer? Can you explain what that is?
Yes. So RG is just another firearm manufacturer, and the 38 Special Derringer is the same caliber, 38 Special, except the firearm type is a little bit different. People tend to classify a Derringer as a type of revolver. Others tend to classify as a type of pistol. Really, the definition for it is just a very small gun designed to shoot 2 cartridges. It's like a pocket gun. It's very small, should fit in the palm of your hand, and typically it has 1 to 2 chambers. Sometimes it can have up to 4.
Okay, and that's a Derringer,
Yes.
but it's not a revolver.
It's not a revolver because it doesn't have a cylinder that rotates. A revolver has a cylinder that rotates, and a Derringer does not have a cylinder that rotates.
Okay, and no further questions. Thank you.
I'm just gonna make it 12.1. Just only tender now by agreement, GBI DOFS 12.1. It goes with the report 12. So we'll tender that into evidence.
All right.
Nope. Thank you. Ma'am, I probably caused this computer to crash. Let's see if I can. No objection. Publish it. All right, we were talking about the bullet worksheet. Oh my goodness, I can't see that. Let me just break it down a little bit. And this is Miss Kelly's. What is this? Do y'all have these when y'all you take notes and type some stuff up? Is that what you do?
Yes, this is a part of our bench notes. So anytime we have projectile evidence, we put it on our bullet worksheet.
And then when we were going through this, I think, so what we're looking at here is GBI item 2 and GBI item 5. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And 2 is the projectile from the basement floor, and 5 is from the autopsy. So 2 is from the floor, and then it says right there, ME box labeled UID.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us this caliber and weights and grains. What are we talking about here?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The caliber and weights. We have. What does this line mean?
That line is actually, it's pretty high up on the list because that's one of the first things you want your peer reviewer to see, but you don't fill that one in right from the get-go. You've done some analysis further down on the worksheet first. So that whole line that says caliber and weight and grains is what you have determined the caliber to be based on the available characteristics. And then the weight that it's most consistent with being within that caliber family.
And I think maybe early on there's a question whether or not this was a 380 bullet. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that.
But ultimately, the final opinion was this is a 38 special. There's 2 bullets, obviously, but one is they both come back to 38 Hornady type bullets. Is that right?
Yes, 38 class Hornady type bullets.
And did you know that the GBI item 5 that was involved in a burning or a fire?
I did not.
Okay, so you don't know the source of that or where it's from or anything?
As Miss Kelly's peer reviewer, all I saw was the documentation that said UID. So we didn't even have at that time during her analysis an identity for that individual.
But as you said earlier, sometimes you get bullets and they're deformed or messed up, and that could be from the conditions of where it was.
Yes.
All right, then what else do we have on here? Problem manufacturer. So you got item 2 and 5. What are we talking about here?
That would be who it's consistent with based on its design characteristics. So for the first column where it says Hornady with a red polymer tip and a knurled cannula is kind of what I described in the photographs that were shown. It's consistent with Hornady based on those features. And then the other column, it says it's consistent with Hornady, but she only remarked 1 knurled cannula. It had to be similar to the other items, knurled cannula in appearance, because it wasn't basically saying I'm different. It's saying I'm similar. I could be Hornady as well.
And I always want to say lanes, like a bowling lane and grooves, but it's lands and grooves and twists. What is that?
So when a barrel is manufactured by a fire manufacturer, what is cut into the barrel are actually grooves, and they are cut into a spiral pattern. So as the bullet passes down the barrel, it imparts spin on the bullet to help improve the bullet's accuracy upon leaving the barrel. When the grooves are cut into the barrel, they leave the grooves, but those spaces between the grooves are the lands. And when the bullet passes down the barrel, it picks up impressions from the grooves and impressions from the lands.
And then damage for item 2, which is from the basement, item 5, which is from the MD. It is noted some damage to item 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's see. And then again, the match goes up to the 38 special Hornady bullet. And that's item 2, item 5. Both of those are Hornady brand. Is that right?
Well, item 2, she determined is Hornady brand. And then item 5, she said it's consistent with Hornady, not to exclude other manufacturers, but it's more consistent with Hornady, or else she would not have documented it that way.
Right. And Mr. Ray said that it was a guess. And I think I know what he's saying about that, but y'all don't guess at your job, do you?
No, we use what's available to make us, what we have available in data to provide us with conclusions. So instead of just saying Hornady, she put consistent with Hornady, meaning it's not inconsistent with other manufacturers. It's more consistent with Hornady, but I wouldn't quote unquote die on this hill that it is Hornady. She also included a note stating at the bottom of that worksheet, it's more consistent with Hornady than other calibers within the 38 class family.
That's because you're a scientist, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because us lawyers ask you questions and you just can say what the science holds. Is that true?
That's all I can say. Yes, sir.
I mean, you're not in this business to say something for this side or something for this side, right?
No.
I mean, if I told you to say something, you're going to tell me to jump in the lake, right? If it was not consistent with the science,
I
probably
would
kindly
say it
you're going
a little bit nicer. Yeah.
right, but you're not going to disagree with me because I work for the state. Is that true?
No, sir. We can be called as witnesses for either side.
And you can and have disagreed with the prosecutor before?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever disagreed with the prosecutor?
Perhaps just last week. Yes, sir.
Now, these brands that we have here, FIE, Arminus, Titan, some of these brands, it's not a Springfield. Is that right?
That's right.
It's not Smith & Wesson. Is that right?
Not in this particular list. That's correct. Yes.
It's not a Glock.
No.
It's not some type of well-known or other type of brand. These are a particular brand. Are these less common known than others?
Yes, I would say out of that list, the ones that I've personally seen in casework the most are the Arminius brand revolvers.
And are those top shelf guns, middle shelf guns, low shelf? By low shelf, you know what a high point is, right?
Yes, sir.
Is high point a very cheap gun?
It is.
All right, then you got what's the most expensive type of gun you think is out there right now, pistol-wise?
Well, typically the most expensive guns that we receive in casework are going to be those that are owned by our officers.
So a nice Glock or something like that.
Or like
Kimber
a nice Delton rifle, for example.
So
not an Arminius revolver.
Where do these brands fall in? Top shelf, middle shelf, bottom shelf?
I can only speak for Arminius because I've seen that the most in my personal experience. It's a very cheaply made revolver.
Are you familiar with the other ones, where they all fall?
I've seen them, but those are mostly from our reference collection, which have been handled by a lot of trainees. So they're not in the best shape either, but I don't know if that's a result of their poor manufacturing or all of our handling of them.
Now, to be clear, this GBI item 35, this Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum, that is not consistent with the item GBI item 2 and 5. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Nothing further on.
Just with the well, basically, here's what it really boils down to. You can tell me if you agree. Is y'all don't know what kind of gun was used to fire these bullets, right?
That's correct.
Okay, there we go. The easy way to solve that problem. So we don't know that, and go into the no, not photograph. Where's the comparison at?
If you go to the file.
No, I got it. All right, going into the comparison with the section of damage, some expansion of HP. What do you mean by HP?
HP is our acronym for hollow point.
You got to say that. You said it so fast.
I'm sorry. HP is our acronym for hollow point.
Okay, so some damage to a hollow point.
Some expansion to the hollow point, which is what we would expect when the hollow point is fired. However, we have seen hollow points that experienced no expansion, in which case, if there was no other damage to that projectile, we wouldn't have anything documented there.
In your opinion, looking at this photo, which is Thrasher 287, is that limited damage, limited expansion?
Yes.
Okay. And also, there's this part in your report. See, the weight is 110 grains, 38 special Hornady bullet, even though we've already established that item 2 is believed to be a Hornady. Item 5, possibly a Hornady because of item 2. Fair?
It's
and other characteristics.
Yes, it's other manufacturing characteristics. And she did have two that she could put side by side, which helped her, along with our resources where we would see how much or what a 110 grain Hornady 38 special looked like. She would have been able to do that side by side comparison and see that it is more consistent with that than any others. But it's just consistent with that because she was not certain that that is what it was.
Okay. And then last thing is the report also, or the bench notes. Also BS longer than 380. Is that trying to say that, trying to exclude 380?
Yes.
What's BS?
Is the bearing surface, and that length varies depending on the caliber. So 380 bearing surfaces are a lot shorter when compared to the bearing surface of a 38 class, like a 38 special bullet.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm done, Judge.
All right, I got a couple. All right, that last report. So when the other experts have testified, we have heard a lot of consistent with X or consistent with Y. Okay, for example, this is consistent with blood, but hasn't been identified as blood yet. Okay, another testimony. All right, now the report comparing the two 38 bullets, the one that was indicated that was found in the ribs in the fire, and the bullet that was indicated that it was found on the floor. The report says they are identical.
Yes, Your Honor.
They were fired from the same gun.
Yes, that's going to be based on their characteristics that they picked up from the firing process from the same firearm. So those two items, whether one is Hornady and the other is not Hornady, they were fired from the same firearm, but the ammunition itself might be two different manufacturers.
All right, so that's not a consistent with, that is it's from the same thing, that's a certainty.
Yes, that's an identification
All
statement.
right. Now, I was going to go back, so you kind of covered the Hornady thing. Was there additional analysis that could have been done to determine whether those were the same? The composition of the bullets was the same and therefore the same manufacturer?
In terms of firearms analysis at the lab, what we're going to do is document those design characteristics and their probable manufacturer, but that's where it stops for us.
So y'all don't, that would require additional testing from someone who would do it on a molecular level, or could you not compare it with the microscope?
Well, we do put ammunition side by side on the scope, or we can, to see if those ammunition manufacturing characteristics are the same, but with damage as well, it kind of makes just seeing those manufactured characteristics hard to compare as
So
well.
that was my next question. So the issue with the determination whether the bullets are the same manufacturer is based upon the condition of the second bullet.
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think everyone knows, but I don't think you said specifically, but what's the point of what's the purpose of a hollow point?
So the hollow point, as it's advertised by ammunition manufacturers that make hollow point ammunition, is for that facilitated expansion. It is advertised by the manufacturer that it's a greater stopping power for that type of projectile.
All right. So you don't necessarily, the GBI doesn't take a position on whether that's accurate or not?
That's correct.
All right. Now, my understanding is that the bullet then expands, right?
Yes, sir.
Upon impact.
Yes.
And then creates more damage. Is that fair? Or maybe not. Depends on what it hits, would depend on the amount of damage, but can cause a larger pathway through the object that it strikes.
Yes, I have seen, and we have had Hornady come to the lab to do some test fires in ballistic gelatin. So when you consider ballistic gelatin, that I have seen personally in my experience, a full metal jacketed bullet that doesn't have a center cavity in the nose travels a little bit farther and the path is a little bit more narrow. And the hollow point bullet travels not nearly as far, stops a lot sooner because it's been expanded to stop, and then the area around that path is a bit larger.
All right. And along with those lines, have you done other comparisons with projectiles for the amount of damage or path or something similar to that, where you can see the difference between other rounds?
No, sir. The only reason I said what I just said was based on them coming and providing us with a lecture on their new lines of ammunition. So at the GBI, we don't worry about anything with ballistic gelatin. Just when they have the opportunity to see it, would I be able to make a statement on it?
If a hollow tip project, and then the purpose of the polymer tip is to keep it spiraling longer and then cause the spread more, or it's just
it's difficult to say. The ammunition,
it may have some purpose, but it also may be a marketing gimmick.
Right. So that's why I state that that's how the manufacturer advertises. What the purpose of that flex tip is more controlled expansion of that hollow point.
All right. If a hollow point bullet were to enter into a body and exit that body, what would the resulting exit wound probably look like?
I'm afraid I can't testify to that.
All right. That would be somebody else's department.
Yes, sir.
Now, your original premise, getting the big packet of stuff from either the investigators, detectives, DA's office, whoever. I anticipate you got sent a big bag of bullets and said, hey, do any of these match the 38s?
That was the initial premise
All
for
right.
receiving that from the
And
defense.
you said, if y'all want me to do that, you meaning the GBI,
Right.
y'all said, okay, then we have to pull out each bullet, put it under the microscope, compare it with all the other two known bullets to see if they match. We can probably do that with an eyeball test saying, hey, that's a 223 by sight, and then I don't have to go into the microscope and examine the bullet.
Well, so actually, I did put every item under the microscope. I just didn't do a side-by-side
Right,
comparison between
right,
any item.
right.
So
You
the
still did your
initial-
analysis on each bullet to say what it was, but
Correct.
you didn't then compare it to the other two bullets.
Right. So the question, like you asked earlier, was, are any of these 38 caliber? So at the time, the agreement with the assistant manager of the firearms section and the customer, Mr. Clifford Broughton at the district attorney's office,
Let's make sure they're
was-
not 38s first before I do any under the microscope
Right.
side-by-side analysis.
was that we agreed that we would determine the caliber and provide a DTW, which is a determined type weapon, for the bullets, but that we would not do a comparison at this time.
And then if any of those came back as 38s, then you would go to the next stage potentially of looking at them.
I'm uncertain because that didn't
Didn't
happen.
happen.
Right.
All right. All right. Based upon my questions, anyone else have any follow-ups? All right. You can sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I always enjoy learning something here. All right. Let's take a break and we'll start back at 11-ish.
Okay, so our jury has been out. Let me just check on that for 5 hours. Wait a minute. Let me put y'all in the courtroom. Maybe something going on. I don't know. What's this about? I hate when I go to this screen and there's something on here. Let me see.
Yeah, there's no question that could be what this jury is doing. I mean, jurors have a responsibility, and they take that.
That's just them talking. Sorry. I thought they would, because they hadn't been showing him on the screen. They have been showing some other stuff beyond it. So I don't know. Yeah, that looks just like some stuff that they doing. Okay, my bad. I just don't want us to miss nothing. Yeah, I've never seen the judge ask so many, like the judge is asking a lot of questions. Let me put on my glasses. Yeah. You'll see what it is. It's 5 hours, 14 minutes, and 2, 3, 4, 5. Jigga Kelly not guilty. Oh, if he came back not guilty, would y'all be mad? Brooklyn in the house. So they say the jury makeup is 6 women, 6 men, 1 late 30s, rest are in their 40s or 50s and above. All are white collar professionals. No emotion during the trial, but a lot of note taking. Type of jury that will take their time methodically going through all the evidence. And that is from Boston 10, and it was posted by Lisbeth on Twitter. So that gives y'all some kind of idea of what the jury makeup is. 6 women, 6 men, 1 late 30s. We seen the actual form earlier today. OnlyFans, you said something about Treehouse, a redrum trial. What's the name on it? You have to type the name. I probably forgot. If you didn't email me, I probably forgot it. SD got tons of them on this list. Okay, y'all. She got about 10 on this list. That's what I would like to tell y'all that she sent me. And this is from the people that was in the chat that day when we were doing it. Dang, where is it at? I gotta find the list. SD. Okay. So on the list, she got Gypsy Rose. Shabusiness, I can't do her in the whole trial, I don't think. Me personally, I don't think I can do all that craziness in one trial. We have to take her in small doses. So whenever SD need her fix, I want to play a real the Shabusiness girl. We got Ethan Crumbly. Nick Casotis. I can't do Nick so soon either. Oh boy, can't do him that soon. Like, I don't feel like hearing about him talk about no doggone Jim. We just watched him, so that's why I didn't put him on the list. We got Letitia Stauch, Alex Erkley. I don't know. Michelle Anderson, Y'all seen the Nikolai. We seen the Jesse one. And the Murdoch one is up there. Oh, it would destroy my soul? What the heck? What'd she do? No Gypsy Rose. No Jesse. And so who I put on our little list of things? Because I just tried to grab. Okay, I got Jesse on there. Shoot, Jesse got 30%. Natalie got 27. Oh, some people vote. And Nikolai. I don't know which one we should do. I don't know. Y'all want me to put more on the list? What's the one for the treehouse one? Is the treehouse one of those ones? OnlyFans. Yeah, see, like I was trying to make sure I put one on there that I haven't seen. I don't know if I even seen Ethan Crumbly. I know I seen the mom's trial. I don't know if I seen it. Oh no. I told you I will give you your fix every once in a while. SD, I am not sitting through no host your business trial. Y'all have to go somewhere else for that one. But I definitely will run it back. Look, I'll definitely run your replay of all your drama for 20 minutes for you whenever you need your fix and you want to get a good laugh. But I don't know. She was disgusting. Is this Nikolai? Is that the River trial? I really like that River trial because I really thought he could be not guilty. Is that one? Oh yeah, I like that trial. Ooh. Did I put that one on the list? I think I did. Yeah, I put that one on the list too. I like that one. The Apple River. Because I thought he could be not guilty. Me personally, when I watched that by myself, it was plenty of times I wanted to throw my phone. Because I'm like, well, I think the only thing that made him guilty was his actions behind it. But I don't know. Dang. Yeah, okay. I thought that was that trial. Okay, and what else we got on the list? We had Holly Bobo on the list, but we already did Holly Bobo. And we also had Melody on the list. And we're doing Melody now. So you guys let me know and we'll kind of go from there. Just so y'all aware, like, I mean, our streams will end pretty early. For the most part, if we start at 7:30. So that's why I'm trying to see, do we need to get another trial piggybacking off of this? I do know that we're going to have some sentencing. The side chick, she will be sentenced. That will probably be good for us to watch since we did watch that entire trial. So she'll be sentenced later on this week, I believe the 17th. Also, we will have some more post-conviction hearings for our guy, Zach Adams, and that will come towards the end of the month. I plan on playing all of the post-conviction hearings that BZ has sent to me with some additional commentary that we have from Trial and Error podcasts that are really spreading the word, getting this out there in regards to this, what they claim is an unjust verdict or unjust guilty. Well, when you say up to date on the Holly Bobo, are you talking about beyond her first trial? BZ, because what I plan to do is because I know that they still have post-conviction hearings to determine if he's going to get a new trial. I didn't want to play him too soon. I want to kind of like run it together. So as soon as I find out when those post-conviction hearings are going to be scheduled, then I'll play all of the stuff that you sent me from May, the hearings in June, the ones that we seen in November, anything that I could find from Trial and Error podcast, because they said we can use anything that they have just to get it out. And we're going to play it all, like run it together. The separation of stuff drives me cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So that's like the trial that they have in Arizona, the cold case trial. Would love to watch it. Would love to watch it. We will have to stream that once they are closer to verdict, because I cannot personally. They like having court once a week. So I cannot do court once a week. And we gonna be doing, like, they talking about that case, that trial gonna take about 7 months. So what we will do is when they get closer to a verdict, I will record, we will watch it all together. Because, like, I can't remember what y'all did 6 months ago. And I feel that is unreasonable. I think it's just unreasonable. Well, even if it's courthouse, okay, she said courthouse construction. Like, even with courthouse construction, they should have just waited. They didn't waited 20 years. Shit. Like, excuse me. I mean, I'm not part of the family, so I don't know. But excuse me, shit, y'all have waited all this damn time. Got me cussing and fussing this morning. You done waited all this time. What's 8 more months? What the fuck? Like, that's hard on a jury. Like, don't nobody want to be bothered with that for no 8 months. That's a lot of things on a person's soul, their mental mind, of not running into anything with the case. I think that is a disservice to justice. Me personally, I think that's a disservice to justice, a trial that long. But that's just me. Okay. These things hurt. I don't wear glasses, so these things hurt my face after a while. I have to take them off because it does hurt my face. What about the chlorine trial? So what I did is, just so y'all know, I figure because I have such a large list of retrials, guys, I figure I would put these out, see which one. So like the Nikolai, the Apple River redrum currently has the lead. I would take that one, and then I'm going to put 3 more up there for y'all to vote on. And I'm going to take the one that's the highest ranking off of that one. And then after we get through the list, I figure I would just send out the top 3 to everybody in a poll, and we go from there. Does that make sense? Because I got a lot of them. And I want to make sure everybody's trial kind of hits up there. So definitely, if you have one now, between now and tomorrow is going to be good days to actually do it. I do know that we need to schedule. I got some. They want to come on. I gotta get it. I have to talk about that in a minute. Yes, I'll put the other 3, the next 3 in our loop on there. And we'll take the top 3. So right now it shows that we have a total of 12 votes. It looks like the Apple River one is in the winning. I'll let this sit out here for another 5 to 10 minutes maybe. So please cast your votes between those 3 trials. If you are lurking and just listening, please go ahead and cast your vote. I would truly appreciate it. We will take those votes, and like I said, I'll close it in about 5 minutes. We'll take the top 1. I'll put up the next 3 for us to vote. Okay. All right. I am going to put us back in the courtroom for our Melody trial. We are at 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 18 seconds in regards to our verdict watch. All right.
you. State calls Angela Phillips. Ma'am, if you could please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat and scoot your chair on up to that microphone. You have a pretty soft voice. I need this man back here to be able to hear you, okay? If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Angela Phillips. I work at Burn Foreman. I was Mr. Ferris's assistant for almost 28 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about where you started at Burn Foreman and your move to Georgia?
I started as a temp right after my husband got a job in Birmingham after we got out of the Navy. They hired me the first week. I started working for Mr. Ferris and another attorney at that time. We were there for 5 years. I always wanted to live in Atlanta. My brother and sister-in-law were here, but my ex-husband took the job in Birmingham basically without even asking where I wanted to be. So when the job came open in Atlanta, we discussed moving. He wasn't interested. We were in marriage counseling at the time, and later we went through a divorce, and then I asked to be transferred to Atlanta when we were going through not custody, but visitation. I was going to stay in the house. He was supposed to see our daughter, every other weekend on Wednesdays. And then he started, I can't get her tonight, maybe, so he wasn't going to keep any kind of schedule. So I then asked for the transfer to Atlanta where he would have to adhere to a schedule.
Okay, so what year was that when you asked for the transfer to Atlanta?
95.
Okay. And did you end up transferring to the Atlanta office?
I did.
And you were still with Burn Foreman?
Yes.
Okay, and who were your attorneys? Was it attorney or attorneys that you were assigned to?
I was, so originally it was Gary and Ginger Busby. Then I transferred from Ginger to Darren Collier. And so I was working for Darren and Gary even once he transferred to Atlanta. And then I had a new associate also, whose name I don't recall.
And so you tend to work for multiple attorneys at one time?
Yes, I currently have 5.
Currently you have 5? So when you transferred here from Atlanta, how long had you known Gary?
5 years.
5 years. Did you work with him the whole 5 years prior to coming to Atlanta?
I did.
When you came to Georgia, apart from your brother-in-law, let me ask you this, where did you move to in Georgia when you came to Atlanta?
So Darren Collier, who I worked for in Atlanta, his mother lived in Marietta. She actually showed me around, helped me find an apartment, and eventually we found one in Alpharetta.
Tell me about your early professional relationship with Gary. How well did you know each other?
I mean, we talked about the kids and what we did on the weekend. He'd tell me about his honey-do list, ball, whatever the kids were doing, family stuff.
And at that time, did you know much about Melody Ferris, Gary's wife?
Not really, not a lot. I think I met her once or saw her in the office when she brought the baby and the toddler.
So that would have been Chris and Scott or the girls?
The little girls.
The girls. And I want to get into a little bit about how your relationship with Gary evolved over time. Can you tell the jury, when you moved to Georgia, did your relationship with Gary ever cross from professional to personal?
Unfortunately, it did.
Okay, can you tell the jury briefly about when that was?
It was probably in 95. It wasn't ongoing. I wouldn't classify it as an affair. We just became very close, especially once I moved here. I didn't know anybody else other than my brother and his wife, and they lived in Hiram at the time. And I was in Alpharetta, so that was over an hour drive.
You lived in Alpharetta?
I lived in Alpharetta. And I did make one friend that was actually the assistant of one of our clients in the same building where we worked in Midtown. And then she lived in Alpharetta nearby. So, and she had 2 little girls, just a little older than my daughter.
And when you say that your relationship with Gary went from professional to personal, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, he became more of a confidant and a friend and an encourager on the weekends where I would have to take my daughter to meet her dad were very difficult for me. And so he was a shoulder that I leaned on. And then unfortunately, there were a couple of instances where, long hours, sometimes alcohol involved, things crossed the line.
And it became physical?
Yes.
How long would you say that the physical relationship lasted?
Well, It wasn't an ongoing thing. It wasn't like planned. A few occurrences maybe over the course of a year and a half, maybe.
Did it extend beyond the 90s?
Oh, definitely not.
How did it stop, and why did it stop?
Well, it stopped because I became friends with Melody and the girls. And I was such a mess back then, you know, and not having friends. But then I got involved in a church, and, you know, the person that I was up until that point, age 30, was so different than the person I was at 30, 31, 32. I was going through that. And then I was just able to find my way back to the person that I was, to the, you know, with the morals and and my relationship with God. And just, you know, I would never want anybody to cheat on me, you know, with my ex-husband. So then when I realized, you know, it's like I was able to separate him from her when I didn't know her.
So at some point, did your relationship with Gary just go back to being professional?
Yes, I mean, we were still friends, but we were able to work through, and we had an excellent working relationship. We were a team, and I still miss that, you know.
How many years total did you work for Gary?
It would have been 28 in October if he had lived that year in 2018. I just celebrated my 34th anniversary with the firm last week.
So 28 years.
Yes.
Just short of 28 years with
Yes.
Gary. Okay. So over those 28 years, you saw Gary almost every single day in the office.
Yes.
Did Gary share with you information regarding his relationships with his family?
Yes.
And did you have access to Gary's financial situation?
Yes.
To
some degree.
Okay. Can you explain what?
Well, I mean, you know, I filed his taxes, made copies, and, you know, we used to do TurboTax in the office. We would all share the same disk, and so I would photocopy, and then, you know, he would share some things.
And in the beginning, would Melody come by the office and see Gary?
Sometimes. I spoke with her on the phone almost every day for several years after I moved.
What would you two have to speak about?
Just anything. She just talked. I mean, you know, I would hear the same stories from her and from him. Sometimes you wouldn't know it was the same story if you didn't know it was the same story, you know. She elaborated more, I guess.
Okay. So I want to move forward a little bit to, let's say, around 2009 to 2010.
Okay.
At some point, did you see a change in Gary and Melody's relationship?
Yes, she became increasingly more critical of him in our phone conversations. And he became increasingly exasperated.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry,
for me?
yeah.
You still have a very soft voice.
Oh, sorry.
And I need all of these people to hear you.
Okay.
You said he became increasingly exacerbated.
Well, I mean, he just, you know, I think that's around the time she started kind of disappearing. It's hard to remember the timeline exactly, but I do know that she was angry that he was receiving this Father of the Year award.
Okay. And I want to talk about, you mentioned her disappearing. What is it that you know about that?
I know that she would, you know, go to her friend Sheila's, I think, or she would go to her mom's. Sometimes she would just, I can't remember the years, but I just remember he was only able to know where she was based on the credit card activity.
And at some point, did Gary start receiving his financial documents to the office?
Yes. He did after she ran all the cards up and was basically, you know, breaking the bank. So, yeah.
Do you remember around what year that would have been when he began getting his financial information sent to the office?
Really can't remember exactly, but I'm going to say it was maybe 2016, 2017.
So in 2018, you were receiving information, his financial documents?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, first witness. Ms. Phelps, I'm showing you State's Exhibit Phillips 1. And I want you just right there. Is that the office address down in the middle of that page?
It was at the time.
At the time, in
Right.
2018?
Yes.
A state moves into evidence, states exhibit Phillips 1.
Okay.
Okay, is this the exhibit I just showed you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, and this was the address at the time in 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And so this states that Mr. Ferris had a credit card ending in 1727 mailed to the office.
Right.
Now, would you receive his mail?
Yes.
Can you tell me, well, the date on that is reversed. Is that 15/6/2018?
Yes.
So it'll be June 15th, 2018. Does that sound about right when you
Right.
would have received that record?
Right. I remember that new card coming.
You remember that new card coming?
Yeah.
All right. I want to talk about, jury's heard a little bit about Mr. Ferris's spells.
Mhm.
Can you tell the jury if you've witnessed one of those spells?
Many.
And what would happen to Mr. Ferris when he was
Well, he would complain of dry mouth and kind of a burning in his throat, but you would know he would fall asleep at his desk. I mean, sometimes he would, be in his chair. Sometimes he would sit on the sofa. And a lot of times in the afternoon, he would go in and close the door and just say, I'm taking my 15. But a lot of times that extended beyond 5 o'clock. And I would have one of the associates or paralegals work on later check on him before they left to make sure he could drive.
Did he, do you remember in 2018 when Mr. Ferris was in the hospital?
I do.
And how did you know about that?
I believe Melody called me.
Okay, what was that conversation like?
Well, just kind of a matter of fact, she was talking about how he didn't take care of himself and the smoking. So,
Were you concerned when Gary was in the hospital?
a little bit, yeah.
Did you know why he was in the hospital?
Not really.
Were you able to speak with him when he was in the hospital?
No.
Why
It was
that?
my understanding she didn't allow him to have a cell phone.
In the hospital.
Right.
To your, in your experience with Mr. Ferris, had he ever been suicidal or had suicidal ideations or expressed thoughts
No,
like that?
absolutely not.
Tell me about Mr. Ferris's work ethic and routine.
So typically he would work from home in the mornings, especially after they moved out to the farm, just to avoid the traffic. And then he would come in the office around 10 and often stay beyond 6. I never worked later than 6 unless there was a special project. So, but then I know sometimes he would continue work on after hours or on the weekends because I had the habit of checking my work email on Sunday nights just to see what to expect the next day.
Would it be unusual for Mr. Ferris to go, let's say, 24 hours without answering a work email?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
I guess we'll see if there's a verdict. I don't know. It just said stop the clock. So I don't know. I think they did that the last time we had a verdict. It was just like stop the clock. You say it looks like it's a question, Brooklyn? Brooklyn in the house. I don't know. We'll see. I paused the other one. I paused our other case. Brooklyn in the house. I know you glad they changed your thing back, right? Brooklyn. She was mad. She was mad YouTube had her out here in these streets. What'd you say? I call them inmate numbers. When they were showing everybody numbers, I'm like, they showing everybody inmate numbers. Brooklyn in the house. Let me see. I think I'm having a brain fart this morning. You know, that's just when you know something, but you forget it. I call those brain farts, and I think I'm having one. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out. I done went from one thing to another. That handle. I'm not getting any tweets from anybody that's in there, so I don't know what it's about. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. You say the lip fillers and BBL trial. I haven't even seen any. I haven't seen anything in regards to that case. SD. To be honest. Let me make sure that I'm not missing something. Okay, no, I got it on play. Sometimes I put us in the courtroom and I forget to play it and we end up getting TiVo time, but no, that's not the case. Dandy says X says Zoom meeting set up. I don't know. She told them to be within 10 minutes of this courtroom. All rise, hear ye, hear ye.
We're back on the record in the matter of Commonwealth versus Walsh.
The jury's reached a verdict.
Why she look so sad? You have a verdict. Hey, Lynn.
Entering, all rise. Will the deliberating jurors and the defendant please remain standing? Everyone else in the courtroom may be seated.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
You may.
Mr. Foreperson, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, have the deliberating jurors reached a unanimous verdict?
We have.
Thank you, sir. If you could hand that to the court officer, please. Your Honor, may the verdict be recorded.
It may.
Mr. Foreperson, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. As to count one, wherein the defendant Brian Walshe is charged with murder in the first degree, what say the jury? Is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Guilty of what, sir?
Murder in the first degree.
Murder in the first degree, so say you, Mr. Foreperson.
I do.
Guilty of murder in the first degree, so say all deliberating jurors.
I do.
Thank you. If you could hand that back to the court officer, please.
This time we move to poll the jurors.
The jury may be polled.
Thank you. Juror number one, juror in seat number one. As to the verdict of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number two, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number three, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, as to the charge of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict? Mr. Foreperson, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yeah.
Juror in seat number 8, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 9, is that your verdict? Juror in seat number 10, is that your verdict? Juror in seat number 13?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 14, is that your verdict?
Yes.
And last juror, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, all jurors answer affirmatively that the guilty of first degree is their verdict.
The verdict may be recorded. Please be
Thank you.
seated. So jurors, I want to thank you for your service on this case. I know that it went a little bit more quickly than we were expecting, but your service has been substantial. We're in the third week of this trial, and I appreciate all you did to be obedient to those rules that I placed on you and for your conscientious service as jurors in this case. I will be back to meet with you privately in a moment. You should feel a weight lifting off of you right now as I'm releasing of you of those requirements. You can talk to anyone about this case, or no one at all. You can do whatever research you wish to do about the case, or
They're gonna go home and research and be like, we got it right.
go back on social media if you want, news media. I'm supposed to release you from that burden of being open-minded. But I hope you always go through your lives with open hearts and open minds, new experiences, and new people. I'll be back in just a minute to meet with all of you privately. Thank you very much, jurors.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, follow me, please.
When are we going to be in a position to have the victim impact statements and conduct the sentencing in this case?
Your Honor, I believe that we could do it as early as Wednesday of this week, but I believe if it's available to the court, we can also do Thursday or Friday.
I know that Friday's definitely not a good day for the court because I have other things scheduled. I anticipated the trial was going to be running, so I scheduled other things, although we could do it Friday morning. Does the defense have any preferences to the timing of the sentencing?
Your Honor, given the Commonwealth's recommendations, we'd actually request Wednesday at any point, if that's possible.
All right, I think it will be. I'll just, the only reason that I wouldn't do it on Wednesday is I do want the victim impact statements, regardless of the implications of the jury's verdict. It may have bearing on my sentencing on the other counts to which he pled guilty. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Matters continued to December 17th at 9 a.m. for sentence and position.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We'll stand in recess.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
I mean, gosh, like, you gotta feel stupid. Dang. Goofy. I wish they would have showed his mama. So it looked like we'll have two sentencings on, we'll have two cases that'll be going for sentencing on Wednesday. We'll have a side chick and we'll have this douchebag. Yep. Okay. I wonder if anybody will speak afterwards. Y'all think they'll speak afterwards now, or y'all think they'll wait until his actual sentencing? Courtroom call for Oh, let me see where we at with our poll. Okay, so it looked like the one that won this poll is the river one. Okay, let me put that on here. Okay, now I'm about to put out our next one, guys. Let me clear my throat. Don't do me like that, SD. You know, sometimes I'll be trying to mute up, but oh, I tell you, all players mess up. I be messing up sometimes. Locked up, they won't let me out. They won't let me out. I'm locked up. They won't let me out. They won't let me out. Ethan. Okay, so I'm putting out the next 3. Locked up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put out the next 4. It'll let me do 4. So I'll put out the next 4. Hey, Christine. Yeah, we heard about Brian. Yeah. He got found guilty as fuck. Yep. Yep. He got found guilty as fuck. Guilty as fudge. Let's do guilty as fudge. I'm locked up. They won't let him out. They won't let him out. He locked up. He done. He done. He done. Okay, let's go ahead and finish our testimony of, I don't know, like Melody was like, nah, he ain't got no cell phone. He in the hospital. Don't be bothering my husband, woman. Yeah, let's finish listening to her testimony.
And you said he worked on holidays sometimes? Well, you mentioned the farm and that he would come in a little bit later when they moved to the farm.
Right.
What did you know about them moving out to the farm?
Well, I know it was not his idea. If he had had his way after the kids moved out, he would have bought a condo closer to the office and then maybe gotten a farm or a lake house further out to enjoy on weekends. But I think because she had an affair with a man that had horses, I think he
It's all about them horses. She wanted to ride on the rodeo. She was like, if you want to keep me, you better get some horses.
Did Gary change at all?
I don't know about change. I mean, I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm. He liked to do manual labor. I mean, I remember, somebody that makes that much money would normally get a lawn service or have boys do it, but he preferred to do it himself. No part of it was because he knew he could do it right. But I think he just enjoyed tinkering. I remember he always had projects as far back as I remember. And so I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm, but he did not like the distance
from the office.
Right. And he was unhappy that it still did not keep her at home.
I want to talk
Can't
about
turn a hoe into a housewife, sir.
2018.
Oh, I'm not on mute.
Now that Monday, which was July 2nd, did Gary go into the office that day?
I do not recall.
Did he come into the office on July 3rd? That would be Tuesday.
He did not.
How do you know that?
Well, I just recall that we exchanged emails that day.
On the 3rd.
On the 3rd.
And at any point on the 3rd, did you notice he was no longer responding to emails?
Yes, he was no longer responding after sometime between 3 and 3:30, I think.
Is that typical or atypical for him?
It's atypical.
I want to talk about July 5th. His remains were found. Okay. How did you find out about Gary's remains being located?
So originally, Melody called looking for him. I didn't know anything, and I checked my email on the evening of the 4th, assuming he had replied to the emails from the 3rd, but he had not. And so when she was looking for him, I thought it was odd that she wouldn't know where he was, but I was concerned enough to call, because when you would call, if he was driving, you would get a message, a focus message that he was driving. If you sent a text message, it would come across his email in the office. So I just said, let me know when you find him. And then I don't remember how much later that was. Amanda called to tell me that he had been located.
Do you know what time Melody called you that morning?
It was after 11, but before noon.
After 11 before noon. And then Amanda called. And what information did you get from Amanda?
That they had found him in the burn pile.
When you received that information, what did you do next?
I mean, I just broke down. I couldn't believe it, I don't know. I just went to my friends and cried and talked about how I couldn't believe what had happened and how could it have happened.
When you spoke with Melody between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., did she tell you when she had last seen Gary?
She called me a second time, so I don't remember if this was the first call or the second, but I think it was that call, the first call, that she said that the grandkids had said, we haven't seen Big Daddy in a while. And she said she recalled seeing him on the 3rd.
Okay, and you mentioned she called a second time. When was that second call?
That was, it was early afternoon, early to mid-afternoon.
And what was that call about?
She talked about his remains being found in the burn pile. And I inquired as to how he got there. I couldn't fathom any way that he got there. She suggested maybe he had a spell and fell in. And that didn't make any sense to me. His spells were never bad enough that he would fall into a fire and not be able to pull himself out. And I asked, would there be an autopsy? To which she said, oh, there's not enough remains for an autopsy, which just made my blood turn cold, and still does.
You could just maybe one moment. That's all I have for you.
All right, Sue.
Good morning, Ms. Phillips. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. So I want to go back in time to the year you started with Gary. What year was that?
1990.
And that was over in the Birmingham office.
Correct.
Of Burn Foreman.
That's correct.
Right. And how long had you been working there?
I started working for him the first
Immediately.
week.
You were hired on to him.
I was hired as a temp the first week, but then when they hired me full time, the second week, I was assigned to him.
And you guys, y'all weren't in litigation. Y'all were, explain that a little better.
So probably creditors' rights, bankruptcy, corporate. And then when the market shifts, we would go to Linden So, if loans are being made, if the economy's good, then we represented the banks for loans. And then if the economy went bad, we would represent the banks against creditors who defaulted on loans.
Was that all the way through your career? Did that never shifted?
No.
Okay. And so it wasn't real estate closings, like large closings, correct? Or
That was here.
Okay.
The market has shifted by the time I moved to Atlanta, and it was almost exclusively closings.
Okay. Large real estate.
Yes,
transactions.
multi-million-dollar.
Commercial transactions for the
Correct.
most part. And large housing developments too, I imagine.
Shopping centers, yeah, those sort of things.
And that's what you guys specialized in.
Yes.
About the time you got here in '95.
Yes.
So let's go back to in Birmingham. Were y'all close?
I mean, we were friendly. We were close-ish, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so you moved. You mentioned your divorce, and you divorced in what year?
95.
And what came first? So you mentioned that you and Gary had a relationship in the mid '90s.
Right.
But what came? Were y'all also having the relationship in Birmingham?
No.
All right. So it started when you came to Atlanta.
Yes.
But you were fond of him. Y'all were close.
Yes.
Talking about, I'm sure he consulted with you about your divorce.
Yes.
And you moved here in '95, correct?
Yes.
So let's go back. So, and I do want to remind you of this. You gave 2 statements in this case.
Right.
And the first statement, you didn't mention anything about the relationship that you had with Gary, correct?
Right.
And then you actually called them to tell them that you did.
Yes, because during the statement, I was not asked about it.
You weren't asked about it?
Nobody asked me about it. And then I was headed back to my desk, and I was pulled to the side by our managing partner.
Who was that?
Eric Derlacher.
Okay.
And the firm's attorney and 2 investigators. I was pulled into a little room, tiny little room, nothing like this, and kind of back against a wood door, asked this question and put on the spot, and I was so shocked by the question, first of all. And I said no, because I didn't want to, I don't know.
And this is the firm, people with the firm.
Right,
Okay.
Mr. Derlacher, and then people with the investigation. But I just didn't want Eric to hear it that way. I didn't want to be put on the spot like that. But then I did reach out because I didn't want it to ever be an issue of credibility. I wanted them to know that I would not lie about it under oath should it come up for any reason.
And here we are talking
Here we
about
are.
it under oath.
Exactly.
So I do want to go back. You mentioned that you guys did have a romantic relationship.
I wouldn't call it romantic.
You stated in one of your that you kissed multiple times, right? And then you told, I believe, Detective Kuykendall that you can't remember whether you actually had sexual intercourse with him or not.
Right.
Was that correct? You can't remember?
I can't.
Right. And you guys would meet up and go to hotels, yes?
No, there was a hotel. There was a hotel connected to the office.
At the Hyatt or
Georgian.
Okay, so now she don't want to admit that she was bending it over the desk for Mr. Gary. Like, come on. She wanted to make a point. That's why Melody was like, no, you can't talk to him in the hospital. Yeah, and he done fell in the burn pile. Now what? I wonder, was she able to come to the funeral? Because I don't know if I would let the side chick come to the funeral. Like, she don't know if she even had sex with this man. Like, he must have been so insignificant with his big game. How do you not know if you spread your legs and have sex with somebody? Like, come on, can we do better? Like, I can't even get jiggy with this. Like, she got to do better with this testimony. Just like you slept with that man. Dang, Gary, rest in heaven. But your girl up here, she like downplaying your whole big game. And I don't understand why. God, that got to be very insignificant. And you don't know somebody if you had sex with somebody. Sheesh.
Terrace?
No, I don't remember the name of it.
Okay. But you stated that you couldn't remember if you actually had sexual intercourse with him.
No, it was not. I don't recall ever having intercourse. No.
But you kissed him, and you
Yes.
stayed in hotel rooms with him.
No, he walked me to my hotel room when I stayed over here before I moved.
You described him as a friend, a confidant, and a shoulder to lean on.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
Well, like I said, I didn't have a lot of friends over here at the time because I was new. I felt comfortable talking to him. I mean, he would encourage me to make friends. I remember one weekend, I was set to go to like a women's retreat with a church that I just started to, and I was nervous about going there. And he just encouraged me to get out and, make friends and learn to be, to make a life here in Georgia.
And he would talk to you frequently about your situation, your custody situation that you were having at the time. You mentioned that earlier.
Well, I mean, we didn't talk about it often, but yeah, he knew what it was. So on the weekends when I was going to be without her, I would express how sad I was going to be home alone. I remember once he's like, I always have a house full of people, but I wouldn't go for one weekend alone.
That's what he said?
Well, yeah, just kind of, I should try to enjoy.
So when y'all were talking and y'all would have these close conversations, now y'all worked in the same office.
Yes.
And y'all did y'all ever kiss in the office?
No.
So this was just out when y'all were drinking?
Right.
All right. And when did you guys ever discuss Gary leaving Melody for you?
Oh, no.
That never came up, not one time.
No.
So y'all would just talk, y'all would just kiss and have these close conversations, but never talk about actually being together?
No, there was no interest on either end.
So how did these interactions supposedly stop?
Well, like I said, it's like, I became friends with her and she became a real person to me. He was isolated to me in the office situation. There's one thing to know, but there's another thing to see.
But I mean, realistically, Melody knew about the two of you.
I don't know.
And did y'all ever talk about that? Do you remember that?
Melody and I?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
But y'all were close, you and Melody.
I mean, we would talk and we did things together sometimes with the girls.
But realistically, y'all's relationship tapered off. What year did you guys move to the Atlantic Station office?
I think we moved there in, well, we just moved to our new location last year. So we had been in Atlantic Station for 21 years at that point.
Okay, so that would have been, what, about 2002?
I guess we moved to Atlantic Station around 2000 or 2001.
Early 2000s.
Yes.
Okay. So, but that would be the more realistic time that you and Melody, I think you mentioned something about 2010, but your relationship really kind of stopped in the early 2000s with Melody, as far as being close, talking.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, she talked a lot, couldn't get work done. Once caller ID became available, I just didn't answer.
You just didn't pick up the phone anymore.
No, and I mean, sometimes I would, but then she just became more increasingly critical of him. And, I wasn't interested in hearing it.
So you were just kind of ready to get out of their marriage, essentially, at that point?
Well, yeah. I mean, after the inappropriate contact, I tried to back away from that. There was a time where they were having problems. I encouraged him to go for marriage counseling. And I said, if she won't go with you, which he alluded to, I said, go for yourself. That's what I ended up doing. And, yeah.
You had access to, obviously, his bank accounts and things like that, correct?
Well, I typically didn't open the personal things like that.
But you had access to his Gmail account, right? Gary4250@gmail.com?
Only to the extent that he would forward things to me. Okay. I didn't have a password.
But you saw, at his work email, you had total access to that?
Yes.
Right. And so could you ever see any of his work emails that he would, from what I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong, but Gary was one of those folks that communicated through email, yes?
Yes.
A lot of the time.
A lot.
Even his interpersonal communication with his kids, his wife.
I don't know if he did with her, but.
What about the kids, like Emily?
Maybe. I don't recall specifically if there was a lot.
Sure. But did you ever run across any emails with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
You don't remember those?
No.
Did you ever meet Joanne Ward Hill since she works in your building?
I did.
Okay. Did you know that he was attempting to have a relationship with her?
I did.
You did know that? And that they would talk? Did she come to the office a lot?
No, I think they went on smoke breaks together.
Okay. Would you have considered them dating?
No.
Okay. But you knew that he wanted to pursue something with Joanne, yes?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that?
So Joanne worked at AGG. One of our employees' sister worked at AGG and knew that she knew me. So Joanne's coworker asked my coworker, who called and asked me if Gary was still married.
Okay.
And told me why.
And what do you mean why? What do you go ahead?
Well, that he had asked.
Is that the real Maddie? I think that's the real Maddie. Wait a minute. I got to put this up on the screen because I got to make sure this is him. Can we please get it verified? Oh, yeah, there go bow tie Maddie. Oh, he's so handsome. Welcome back, Maddie. We was wondering what had happened to you. We had somebody come in and wanted to be the another Maddie. We sorry. Yeah, we had another Maddie come up in here. Everyone heard that in the office. Well, that's good. They know Maddie is so handsome. He is so loved. Like what? Okay. All right. Everybody in the office that heard me yell. Okay. Sorry. Disclaimer.
It's Joanne out.
So, and here's what I'm trying to get you to explain to me. He's out there essentially trying to date Joanne Ward Hill. Therefore, it's reasonable for you to have construed it as paralegal because you are very close to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go with those credit cards. You're getting these notices, opening these notices, his emails, his life.
Mm-hmm.
You're part of all of it.
Right.
It was fair to say that they were in an open marriage. He's dating, she's dating.
I don't know of him dating per se. I knew that she was having an affair. He knew that she was having an affair because.
Would you not say that sending emails to another woman asking for dates and taking smoke breaks is an affair?
I didn't see him ask her in an email.
Okay. No. How did you know he asked her?
Joanne told Lynn, who told Billy, who asked me if he was still married.
That's a lot of levels of hearsay.
It was. So, and then Joe.
That's the hearsay. There you go. Doesn't mean it's not true.
But it would be reasonable to believe that because he was pursuing dating, and as you said, she's having affairs for lives within the marriage. Yes?
Yes, it was my understanding. They lived on different levels of the house.
Different levels of the house, seeing other people. Yes?
I don't know that he saw other people other than trying to ask Joanne out.
Okay.
Because he was sick all the time.
He was sick all the time.
He was either sick or he was working.
And he would have these spells. He would have these spells while Melody was out of town, right?
No, there was about a period of a year where he did not have them when she was gone.
Okay. Now, would it shock you that his son Scott said that he would have spells when she was out of town?
Well, I'm not saying that he never had them when she was out of town. I don't know what was causing them. Maybe it was anxiety. Maybe it was something else. I know that he went to the doctor to be tested, but I also know I encouraged him to get tested for poisoning. And
You encouraged him to get tested for poison?
Yes.
So that's where that idea came from, was from you?
Well, he said at one point that he thought she was poisoning him, and I encouraged him to go to the doctor. And he said that was embarrassing.
When did you ever, have you remarried? Have you moved on since here?
Well, I mean, I'd never remarried. I didn't want to remarry.
Right. Did you still love Gary?
As a person, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about as, wishing he'd be your romantic.
No, never.
And as far as being in the hospital and you allegedly not having cell phone communication, and Gary always had his phone with him, yes?
I think so, yes.
Right. And he was always texting you and calling you, emailing you,
right,
constantly.
Well, I mean, not constantly.
I mean, it's kind of absurd to think that, if I go to the hospital, the first two people I'm going to call is my wife and my parents.
Right.
Because they are the two most important people in my life. They
Right.
run my life. So you would have had communication with him because he would have had to have talked to you about, hey, we've got this case coming up. We're going to have to move that closing. So that would be reasonable, yes?
Yes, but I was told he wasn't allowed to have his phone.
Who told you that?
I think Melody said she wanted him to rest, so she didn't give him his phone.
Well, then that'd be pretty reasonable too. If he's trying to rest in a hospital, he's had a spell, maybe he doesn't need to work.
Right.
Well, but you insinuated that she somehow built this barrier between you and cut him off, hid him in the hospital away from you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I didn't have any contact with him during that time.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
you're right.
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Phillips, did you know how Gary felt about Melody having affairs?
Well, yes.
And how was that?
Well, I mean, he was obviously not happy about it. He, especially since there were multiples. I remember the first time, and I don't know that this turned into an affair. I just remember him leaving the office sick one time. This is at least 25 years ago, because she'd gotten an email from some man talking about her legs and her red painted toenails.
And that was a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Did Gary ever express to you his state of mind when it came to if you were to pass away?
I know that he talked about changing his beneficiary information, that he did not want her to get another penny of his money because of the way she had wasted it and kept cheating.
Did he ever express to you his, and when I say state of mind, the way he felt at the moment, at the time, as if something were to happen to him?
Well, we had a conversation about, I said, you need to go be tested for poisoning. If you don't want to go to our regular doctor, we had the same doctor, and obviously I couldn't tell the doctor to test him. I said, go to a different doctor. He went out on a smoke break and he came back and he said, well, you'll know what to tell Dateline if I die mysteriously.
And that was
that Melody
kind
had.
of unjust in a way.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, so we were.
Promote the police judge. Do you remember that Gary would keep, actually, and whether for medical purposes or for his own personal purposes, because he's a very organized person, right?
Yes.
That he would actually keep a log of his spells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And would he turn that over to his doctors?
No.
Would he actually go to the doctor?
He did.
Okay. What was the theory on what was causing these spells from the actual doctor?
They couldn't find anything.
They checked his blood sugar?
They checked everything.
Did he mention to him, let me slow down. Did they ever mention that that, of course, he's a rather large guy and he was in very bad shape?
Mhm.
Was that ever a possibility?
Well, he was on blood pressure medicine or whatever.
Blood pressure medicine. How many packs a day would he smoke?
Hard to say. Too
Could
many.
you guess?
I think he would maybe smoke 2 or 3 every time he would go down, which was at least once an hour.
So 2 or 3 cigarettes per smoke break.
Right.
Every hour.
Probably.
Okay. And that's a fact. I mean, you were with him for so many years, you would know this.
Right.
And he would drink Mountain Dew constantly, yes?
Yes.
Right. So he was not in good shape.
No.
And he would just lay down at the office for hours sometimes.
Well, he would fall asleep in his chair sometimes, and then other times he would go and just not be able to hold his head up and would sleep on a sofa.
And he'd been at the office for hours by that time, right?
Usually.
Right? So that afternoon he would have a spell.
Right.
Hadn't been home.
Sometimes he would have the spells at home and not make it in.
Right. But those days that he was at the office, he hadn't been home. Melody hadn't stopped by and given him a special drink or anything like
Right.
that. He just had a spell.
Right.
Okay. That's all I have.
I have nothing further questions.
All right, let me step down. Y'all are doing outstanding at breaking right at lunchtime. All right. We'll take, let's try to get back up and running at 1:15.
1:15, Judge?
Yeah. A little bit later tomorrow, maybe till 6, to help make up for but we're planning on taking the entire afternoon off on Thursday. All right? All right, you want to step out?
All
and they chat. Swapping around the seats on us. Uh-oh. All right, real quick, there was a short issue that came up. Nothing wrong, just I want to make sure y'all, know what the rules are, and if something happens, you let us know, which is what happened this afternoon during lunch break. One of the jurors bumped into, it's probably no secret which one of you it was because he got called out of the room, but bumped into someone that he knew that worked at the district attorney's office, and they chatted, and she saw his juror badge and said, "Oh, you're on the jury," and yeah, I'm going to go get coffee. You want a coffee? No, you can't have I can't talk to you because I work for the DA's office, kind of thing. So that's, again, why we have you wear your badges during lunch. There's many reasons for it, but that's one of the best examples of it. And if anything like that happens, immediately remove yourself from the situation. Let us know about it. We'll take it up. Odds are it's not that big a deal, but we'll address it appropriately and go from there. All right. With that, Ms. Frankis, you can go ahead.
Judge State calls Patrick Clark.
All right.
Mr. Clark, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Patrick Joseph Clark.
Where is it that you work, Mr. Clark?
I work at Burn Foreman.
What, I guess, branch? Which practice of Burn Foreman?
I work in our Mobile, Alabama office, but I was in our Atlanta office for about 22 years.
22 years? Yeah. And do you know Gary Ferris?
I do.
How do you know Gary Ferris?
Gary and I, when we first met, back before I became a Burn Foreman attorney, we were actually on the opposite side of real estate transactions and just got to know each other over the years. And at a certain point in time, Gary had talked to me about coming to work with Burn Foreman, and at a certain point in time, I did that. So we practiced together, up until his death.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Ferris?
Yeah, Gary was a good friend of mine, and while we didn't spend a lot of time together outside the office, and there's various reasons for that, we each had our own lives, and people who live in the Atlanta area, knew how it is commute-wise, and we worked so much that whatever free time that we had, weekends, et cetera, we generally were spending with our families, et cetera. But we would get together, play golf, sometimes go out and shoot ski, go. I think we went on a couple of dove hunts together, but most of our time was spent as friends in the office, going to lunch when it was appropriate. We'd go out to dinner with clients sometimes, and et cetera. But, I considered Gary to be a very good friend of mine. Did
you ever hang out with Gary's family?
Some, yes.
How well did you know the rest of the family?
I knew who all they were. I mean, I knew all their names. I knew Melody. I knew, Chris and Scott and Amanda and Emily. Went to Chris's wedding, went to Emily's wedding. Gary would tell me what was going on with his kids sometimes, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I knew the family.
Can you explain to the jury Gary's work ethic, or how often you guys have to work in your line of work?
Yeah, we work a lot. We are commercial real estate transaction lawyers, and we don't do any residential real estate work. It's all commercial real estate. And our practice primarily was representing institutional type lenders in commercial real estate transactions, construction loans, permanent loans, various different kinds of properties, multifamily apartment complexes, industrial buildings, office towers. We oftentimes did what we call syndicated transactions, which involve multiple banks, high dollar, high volume transactions involving what you would consider to be very sophisticated real estate developers, very sophisticated lenders. And it required a lot of time and effort to get those deals done. A lot of time and effort to get those deals done.
Would you work holidays frequently?
Yes, definitely. You know, our clients were very demanding, justifiably so. And, you know, our work ethic and the was always, you know, we did and took the time that was needed to accomplish what it was that they were engaging us to do. And our practice, so a little bit better to understand that, is our practice was nationwide in scope. We closed deals all across the United States. And again, you know, we were dealing with financial institutions in New York and Boston and California and other places. So oftentimes there would be timeframes where you'd be doing a transaction out in California, maybe 2 or 3 hours behind us, depending on what time of the year it was. So it wasn't unusual for us to get on the phone with a client 10 o'clock our time, 6, 7 o'clock their time.
To your knowledge, did Gary Ferris have any professional enemies?
No.
Um,
And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try to explain that, because we're not criminal defense lawyers. We're not plaintiffs' attorneys. We don't go into the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom one time in my entire career. And I think Gary probably was in the courtroom a little bit more, but he used to practice in bankruptcy law. So he was probably in there in that regard. But no, our work, our transactions always involved people on every aspect of the transaction who were trying to accomplish the same goal, which was to get a deal done.
would Gary share with you information about his family and what was going on during certain times in his life?
Not really.
Was he kind of a private person?
Very.
Was he proud of his kids?
Yeah, to the extent that we talked about them.
What about Scott?
Yeah, I remember kind of the first time I ever met Scott. I guess he was younger, you know, maybe in his teens. And I think the first time I ever met him, I had lunch with him and Gary. And he struck me as a young kid. And then I guess he kind of had different jobs. I think I remember that he was selling cars at one time. I think he worked as an auto mechanic, if I'm not mistaken. And then at a certain point in time, he decided to go into the military. And I remember how proud Gary was of that. Very much so.
Were you someone that the family reached out to when his remains were found on July 5th?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Melody that day?
No.
When did you speak with Melody about what happened on July 5th?
My recollection is I talked to Melody not too long after that, and I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean in terms of time by not too long after that. For obvious reason being it's 6 years ago.
Sure.
But I do remember that I did talk to Melody. I can remember I was sitting in my office in Mobile, and my phone rang, and I looked down, and it said Melody Ferris, and I was a little bit surprised, but she called me in my office.
And what was it that she was calling you about?
She called me and asked me if I could provide any assistance or information about helping her, I guess, obtain or get access to Gary's capital contribution in our law firm.
What is a capital contribution?
Well, a capital contribution, so in law firms, you have different levels of people who work in a law firm. And our firm is a pretty large firm. We've got 19 different offices, but there's different organizational structures, organizational funds. But the way that our firm works is you have 2 levels of partners. You have what's referred to as equity partners, and then you have what's referred to as income partners. And then you have associates, right? So the hierarchy is, in terms of the firm structure itself, the equity partners are the owners of the law firm. So it's as if you owned a construction company and you're the owner. Income partners and associates are basically employees of the law firm. So they're W-2 employees. So our law firm, if there's profits at the end of the year, the equity partners share in the profits. So a capital contribution is the amount of money that as the owner or equity partner in the law firm, that you're required to put in on an annual basis, et cetera, to maintain a certain level of capital for expansion, for needs to meet, upgrades in computer systems and so on and so forth. So it's basically a slug of money that's put in by the owners that's there and available for certain things.
And at any time, do you receive that contribution back throughout the year?
The only time that you receive it back is when you're no longer an equity partner.
Was Gary?
But you do have to put it in. The opposite's not true. You got to put it in every year.
Right. Was Gary a partner?
Yeah, Gary was an equity partner.
And did you continue to chat with Melody on the phone after she asked about that?
I did for a short period of time, yes.
What was it that you and her spoke about?
After I had talked with Melody, or as she asked me about the capital contributions and assisting and trying to get it, and I indicated to her that I would do what I could. I really didn't have any knowledge about that because I'd never been involved in having to get a capital contribution back. But I took the opportunity to ask Melody, what do they think happened? And she answered me.
What did she say?
She didn't really respond, in my opinion, to my question. She basically relayed to me, I guess if I think back on it now, what was going on the morning of the 4th of July. And what she told me was that she got up early in the morning or sometime in the morning, and she was blowing off, I guess, the leaves on either the driveway or somewhere around the house with a blower. And she finished that up. And then I remember her distinctly saying, and I know that Gary was there because I could smell cigarette smoke, right? And then she got prepared because she was going up to, I guess, Lake Lanier to spend the day with one of her children. And my recollection is it was her daughter, Amanda. And she headed up to the lake.
And did she mention anything about if she went anywhere else before the lake?
Yeah, and I remember this conversation pretty vividly because it just struck me as unusual. She said, and on the way to the lake, I stopped at, my recollection was Target, and I bought a chair. And then she said something that really and she said, and I've got the receipt for that. And I went up to the lake, stayed up at the lake, came back home. She had 2 girls with her. I think one of them was her granddaughter, and one of them was a friend of her granddaughter's. Got back home, went straight to the bedroom and stayed in there the rest of the night because they were tired and they were watching movies. And that was basically the extent of the conversation.
Did you ask her what she did that day, or was this unprompted?
It was unprompted. I didn't ask her what she did that day.
Mr. Clerk, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Clark. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Few quick questions. Based on what you just said, did you not call law enforcement in this case? Do you remember that?
I spoke to law enforcement.
You called them. You had something. Yes, sir.
I spoke to law enforcement. I think it was the week after the 5th. I called and spoke with a detective who was the lead detective on the case. And I told him who I was. I told him what I did. I told him that he and Gary and I did the same kind of work.
Sure.
And the reason I did that is because when most people think about lawyers, they think about people who spend time in the courtroom and people who spend time involved in litigation, et cetera. And I called him because I had become aware that the incident after finding Gary had become a homicide investigation. And I wanted to tell the detective, look, what you have to do, and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but you need to know what it is we do. And we spend all of our time on the telephone, and we spend all of our time sending emails. So what you need to do is you need to look at our firm's email system and find out when the last time that Gary sent an email was. And if there's nothing after that, that's where you need to start. And that's what I told him. So that's when I contacted law enforcement. I never said anything to law enforcement about the conversation that I subsequently had with Melody until I was interviewed a month or so ago.
Do you remember when you called Detective Hayes also that there was something, you had a conversation with Chris, that there were some things that concerned you and you brought that up to Hayes? Do you remember that? You were discussing something to the effect of you had a conversation with Chris and some of the knowledge and things that he knew, you just thought, well, I think that's kind of concerning and I think you need to know about that, Detective Hayes. Do you remember that at all?
Possibly I did. I don't know that I'm sitting here trying to think about that. You know, I talked to Detective Hayes. Can't remember how extensively I talked with him about the conversations I'd had with Chris. I had gotten a lot of my information
from Chris,
right? Because Chris contacted me to basically let me know what happened to his dad. I wasn't in Atlanta at that time. I had already moved out of Atlanta to Mobile, and he was kind of telling me what happened, and to a certain extent, asking me, you know, what do you think we should do here? And so I relayed to Detective Hayes everything that people had told me.
Sure. But you didn't bring up any of this conversation with Ms. Ferris.
I did not bring that conversation up with anyone until, like I said,
about a month ago.
The first time I talked to Detective Hayes, to my recollection, was the last time I talked to Detective Hayes. And nobody in between that period of time until a month or so ago ever got in touch with me. So I guess to a certain degree, it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should have called them, but I didn't.
But you can't remember, would it help to listen to the recording of your phone call?
Sure.
To refresh your memory?
Yeah. I mean, again, it was 6 years ago, and, you know, I don't doubt what you're saying. I don't remember. But I do remember what I was striving to do when I talked to Detective Hayes was to relay information to him that I thought would be helpful in the investigation.
We might need just a minute to get that together.
Before we go down that road.
No.
All right, y'all step out.
One of the things that struck me as unusual, and I'm going to tell you basically what he told me. He said that no one had seen Gary on July 4th, and that they all went to the lake and came back and still no one had seen him. And then the next day, which would have been the 5th, one of the grandchildren asked where Gary was, and that's when they started looking for him. And his car was there the whole time. His car keys were there the whole time. And Chris said that he and his brother, Scott, and Gary's wife, Melody, started looking around and eventually made their way to a point on the property where, and I don't know if it was a permanent burn pit or something else, but a place where they burned things. And Chris then said a couple of things that really made me, and this is why I'm calling you. First of all, he said, my mother went directly to the pit. I felt like she took us directly there. My brother Scott started stirring around in the pit and said, we need to call 911. Don't look in there. So that's what they did. And then, and this is what I found to be really unusual. Because, and look, I'm not a police officer, I'm not an investigator, et cetera, but, you know, I watch enough shows on TV to at least think, you know, I have some kind of idea what you guys go through in these investigations. Chris told me, he said, and they told me, he didn't say who they was, they told me that bullet in it or had been struck by a bullet, that it was a 38 caliber bullet, and that there's a 38 caliber weapon that was on the property that I guess belonged to them that was missing. And I thought about that, and I was thinking to myself, well, during the course of an investigation, I wouldn't think that the people doing the investigation are going to share that kind of information with someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, playing, television detective or whatever. But I would think that especially if you were one of the people who was on the property, that that's not something that they're going to share with you. So I found that to be odd that he told you that. Maybe I'm just dreaming things up. Maybe I'm conjuring things up. I don't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, maybe I better tell somebody about that.
And there were probably 15, 20 investigators there at any one time, and Scott was
You had the whole thing, or
pointed out to us,
Or I thought-
when I say us, detectives, that the gun was missing. Scott had discovered the gun a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
During the course of this, he went back to find it and couldn't. So that's how Chris would have known the gun was missing. And we have not identified the caliber of the bullet, so Chris might be assuming it's a 38 because the 38 is missing. So,
and again, detective, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
we do appreciate
I'm
it.
just-
I appreciate the phone call, and I was just trying, that might explain that.
The other thing that Chris told me, and again, I'm hesitant to tell you this, but everything is that, he told me that he was 95.8% sure that his mother did this. And I said, well, Chris, they'll investigate. I'm sure they'll figure it out, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I don't know whether he relayed that to you guys or not. That's what he told me. So those were the kind of conversations. And I had one more conversation with him after that, which was more along the lines of, he indicated to me, I guess, that they had all hired attorneys and so on and so forth. And I have not heard from him since. I'm assuming his attorney probably told him that he'd be talking to anybody. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to relay to you guys, and hopefully this will be helpful. Again, not trying to do your job or not trying to play, detective. What Gary and I do, we're commercial transactional lawyers. We don't go in the courtroom. We're not people who we deal with primarily with banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, BBVA, Compass. We represent.
Does that refresh your memory? Okay.
All right. Are we bringing back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
You got warm water over there? It is barely comfortable in here. I am burning up. I'm about to turn my fan on. No, you touched. I turned it down in the office already. I can feel the warm air blowing from the. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get started back, I'm going to take this opportunity just to remind y'all the things I've been telling y'all. And this just the reason I'm doing it is just because it refreshed my memory as we were doing it. And I figure it's a good time just to have a little chat with y'all again. Normally, when we send y'all in the back, it's very unlikely that you're going to interact with anyone who knows what happened while y'all were in the back in the jury room. Unfortunately, with the coverage of this case, there are many sites in which you can view the proceedings that are going on right now. And so is critically important. And that's why you cannot talk to anyone about the case, because they may be watching the case. If they see you're a juror, they're going to say something, and especially going to want to talk to you about something that happened outside your presence. And there's a reason it's happening outside your presence, because the rules of evidence, although they may seem strange and arcane, and to some extent they are, there are a reason for the rules, and that's why we follow the rules. And so when we're sending you out on the what's about to happen right here, and I'm just going to tell you what kind of happened right here without going into the specifics, but as y'all left, there was a phone conversation with a witness and a detective, and so that was played to the witness so the witness could refresh his recollection. But that's the process. Instead of playing you the message, that's the proper process in doing it. And because it's a recording, we can't show it to him and have him review it, etc. So there may be things that are not otherwise admissible, and that's why we do it outside your presence. And that may come up from time to time and will continue to happen throughout the course of the trial. So that's the whole reason for that, and that's why it's critically important that you not talk to anyone about the case whatsoever. All right, with all that, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So after listening to the recording, your memory has been refreshed, yes?
Yes.
All right, and you previously told the jury that you called because your primary purpose of the call, or the only purpose of the call, was to discuss, the nature of being a transactional lawyer. But there was a first part to that phone call, and could you tell the jury what that is?
Well,
let's contain that too. And I asked you, what did you want to call and relay about Chris that you found to be concerning?
I don't know that I was just necessarily calling about Chris, but what I was calling about was things that had been relayed to me from Chris that I found to be concerning under the circumstances based on where the matter was at the time.
Which would have been the 6th, I believe, Friday?
So my recollection is that, and actually thank you for playing that, because it reminded me that the 5th was a Thursday.
Correct. And yes, sir, we have a calendar right here to look at to refresh
Right,
your memory.
not Friday. I think I said Friday earlier, but it was actually, so Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th, the 5th was the day that they found Gary's body.
Correct.
And so, and I'm sorry, what was your question again?
My question is what did you relay to Detective Hayes about the conversation you had with Chris?
All right, so I
that you felt
relayed
was
to
concerning?
Detective Hayes that I found concerning some of the things that had been relayed to me by Chris in that conversation. And my concern was based on not the fact that it was coming from Chris per se, but I was kind of concerned about, okay, this is early in the investigation, so where is this information coming from? It seems to me that, again, and you heard in the conversation, based on just common sense and somewhat limited knowledge about police investigations, I always thought that the investigators would hold things very close to the vest and not relay any information to anybody whatsoever, especially somebody like the deceased son who's on the property.
And that information was that he had relayed to you that a 38 was missing in the house, yes?
Yes.
And that a 38 special bullet was pulled from his father's.
I don't know if you said special. It was 38. Yeah.
38 was pulled from his father.
Yes. Yes.
And Detective Hayes said back to you, we don't even know the type of bullet involved in this case.
In that conversation he did. But he also said that, yeah, that the information was.
Said to you.
Well, but okay, I got you. I understand.
Unless prompted.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything else?
After speaking with Detective Hayes, you spoke with Chris, and then you realized what Chris had communicated to you to Detective Hayes. Is that accurate?
Say that again.
You spoke with Chris had called you, and then you relayed what you heard from Chris to Detective Hayes.
Correct.
And the information that Chris was telling you, you weren't sure anyone should know or would know.
Right.
Okay.
I
And
was
then-
simply relaying to Detective Hayes what had been communicated to me. That's all I was doing.
And then after speaking with Detective Hayes further, did you have any other concerns regarding that conversation?
No. I mean, no, I was trying to be very factually based in what I communicated to Detective Hayes. I knew that it was early on in the investigation. I myself had just found out that this was a homicide investigation, and I was completely shocked by that because, again, we all believed that Gary had suffered some type of heart attack or a stroke or something like that, and had fallen over and burned up in a fire. And then we found out a day later that no, Gary was killed. He was shot. And so once I found that out, and after information had been relayed to me, I just thought it was important to tell the detective what I had, what people had told me, especially because it was just right there, the 5th.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Eric Durlacher. Mr. Durlacher, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. And if you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Durlacher.
Mr. Durlacher, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
Where are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer with Burr and Foreman.
What kind of law is that?
We're a full-service commercial law firm with offices throughout the Southeast.
How long have you been with Burn Foreman?
25 years.
Did you have the opportunity to know Gary Ferris?
I did. I worked with Gary. Gary Ferris hired me at Burr and Foreman.
When was that?
I started March 1st, 1999.
And do you work here in the Atlanta office or somewhere else?
I work in the Atlanta office.
Mr. Durlacher, could you please tell the jury when you first heard about Mr. Ferris's remains being discovered?
Sure. It was July 5th. I was at work and I heard the news from Angela Phillips, who works in my office. She was upset, and myself and another attorney in my office took her into a conference room to talk to her. And that's when we heard that Gary's body was found on the burn pile.
Can you tell the jury about your relationship with Gary?
Sure. We were friends. We were co-workers. Like I said, he hired me. He trained me. So we worked closely together for a number of years, and I owe a lot to who I am as a lawyer to Gary.
Would you all share personal information about your families to each other?
Small talk. We would talk about our families, what's going on with kids. My kids were younger than his, so he could be a source of wisdom, having gone through it before. But that was about it.
Can you tell the jury, please, about when you found out that Gary was in fact murdered?
It was sometime after July 5th. I can't remember the exact date, but I can remember it was in the context of that a bullet had been found in his rib.
Who was it that told you that information, that relayed that to you?
I can't remember who exactly told me that.
Was it someone from the family or somebody else, like law enforcement?
Just going back, I can't remember if it was someone from the family or law enforcement. I talked to both a good bit during those early days.
Who did you communicate with from the family?
Around that, what I'll call early to mid-July period, I had a number of conversations with Melody Ferris, and then I had one conversation with Amanda Ferris.
Tell the jury about your conversations with Melody Ferris during that time in July.
Sure. We had an early conversation. Melody, in fact, might have reached out to me as returning a phone call that I had placed just to see how everything was going. I'm just trying to think of exactly what we discussed, but it was whether they had heard anything about Gary, what was going on. And like I said, it was, I think that day, later that day that she and I spoke, and confirmation that Gary was found on the burn pile. And she also offered that there was no foul play involved.
When was that phone? Do you recall what date that phone call was?
Yes, that was later in the day on July 5th. I had spoken with Angela around midday, around noon. She had gotten the news from, I believe, from Amanda. And then later in the day is when I spoke with Melody.
Did you know anything about Gary's spells?
Yes, I knew some about those.
Did most of the people in the office generally know that he would have those moments?
A number of us did, yes.
Did you ever see him have one of those?
Not personally where I saw the spell as if you were to have one right now, but I was around when he was in his office. I knew he was laying down because he was having one.
And did you have a subsequent conversation with Miss Ferris after that call on the 5th?
We had a few conversations. We had that first one on the 5th and a few after that. Police were at the house looking through things, had taken the phones. Once she had called me from a neighbor's house. I believe I even supplied her with the name of a criminal lawyer as well.
What was your relationship like with Melody Ferris during this time?
Fine, I would say cordial. We didn't spend a lot of time with each other, but we would see one another at firm events from time to time.
Did she ask you any questions about Gary's finances or documents in the office or anything of that nature?
It came up in one of the calls in the context of she did not want anyone to come in to take papers or to go through any affairs, that she was reluctant to have Emily Ferris or her husband come in and to do anything, so that her preference was that we wouldn't let anyone into the office.
That's something she expressed to you over one of the phone calls.
Correct.
Did she volunteer information about her whereabouts from the 4th or the 5th?
Yes. She had told me that they were at the lake, I believe all day on the 4th, that they hadn't gotten back until late. They didn't think about seeing where Gary was until the next morning when the grandkids were asking where Big Daddy was. But she told me that's what the grandkids called Gary. And it was at that point that they realized he wasn't in the house and that Chris and Scott went looking to try to find him. His phone and his keys were in the house, so they weren't sure where he was.
After the days following finding Mr. Ferris's remains, did you speak with law enforcement as well?
I did.
And did law enforcement ever come to the office and gather documents from the office? Did your firm provide documents as well?
Yes, they came to the office. We met with them. We showed them where the office was. They requested certain documents from us, which we had our IT group help to download from the computer that could be sent to them.
At this time, Judge State would move to tender state's exhibits, July 1, 2, and 3.
No objection. All right, they're amended.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Walker, if you could please review these. I'm going to pull them up on the computer. Okay, I'm pulling up door locker 1. What is it that we are looking at here in State's Exhibit door locker 1?
It's a stack of papers that's entitled Current Elections and Beneficiary Designations. And when I turn the page, it looks like the type of information that we have to fill out on an annual basis for enrollment in our benefit plans.
Benefit plans?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these Mr. Ferris's benefit plans?
It says so. It says Benefit Plan Enrollment, Gary W. Ferris.
Okay, and these came from your office. Is that accurate?
Yes, I had requested these from HR.
And so these are benefits that Mr. Ferris elected himself into.
That's correct. We have a pretty robust benefit plan at our law firm. And so you can buy additional or you get a certain baseline and then you have to fill out some information such as beneficiary designations.
And do the partners get additional options for benefits?
There's some additional life insurance that you can purchase. That's correct, both in terms of life, accidental death and disability, and long-term disability.
And does it appear that Mr. Ferris elected into basic term life, accidental death and policy?
It does appear he paid the premium to opt into the optional accidental death and disability, and as well as the buy-up for the life insurance policy.
And then he also, it appears that he signed up for an optional accidental death at
Correct.
the bottom. Okay, we're going to move on. Let's see here. Okay, it's a little slow moving. Okay. This next page appears to be the beneficiaries of Mr. Ferris's policies.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and who is that beneficiary?
It appears there's one current beneficiary, and it's Melody Ferris for 100% of the primary percentage.
This appears to be a summary of some sort for the previous year, maybe. And then
It appears so. It looked like the prior page was the 2017 coverage. Looks like this page that you're scrolling through is the 2018 benefits coverage.
okay. So you have to re-enroll into these benefits every year.
That is correct. I think it's in January, but once a year you have to re-up, even if you just want to keep the same coverage or to change.
And that's typically what people call open enrollment period.
That's exactly
And
right.
everybody does it at the last minute.
Correct.
Okay. Go to. All right. It appears that did your firm do the highlighting for the current information?
That I don't know.
Okay. This appears to be when Melody Ferris was added as beneficiary in 2012. And then he edited his profile. All right. We will go on to the, whoop. So primary beneficiaries here under the profit sharing. Now, what is the profit sharing?
Sure. As a partner in the firm, we're all enrolled in the profit sharing plan where a percentage of the profits are put into the plan. And you can also go up to a statutory maximum each year with your own dollars, but regardless of whether you make contributions, so much of the profit of the firm will be put in on a quarterly basis for the benefit of all partners.
And this states that the beneficiary effective date was April 10th, 2018, and it was Melody Ferris. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to open Locker 3, which is sort of a nice little summary of what we were just looking at. This was provided by your firm as well.
That is correct.
And this breaks it down through your carrier of Lincoln Financial, and it appears to be Gary Ferris's enrollment for each term life, accidental death, equity partner, the buy-up, and the optional. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So that just says how much each coverage is. And then this is a separate one down here. Is that accurate?
That's the profit sharing plan, and our custodian of record is Empower.
Okay. And so Melody appears to be the beneficiary of all of those as well.
That is correct.
Can you describe Mr. Ferris's work ethic with the firm?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Gary had a sterling reputation in the legal community. I don't know if you've heard this already, but he practiced in an area that's called commercial real estate and worked with a lot of banks and financial institutions. He was incredibly intelligent, responsive, and very practical minded at the same time, which is always a unique combination of skills in a lawyer.
Would the individuals in your firm often work on holidays?
Yes,
Was he fairly prompt with responding to emails?
absolutely. To be a good lawyer, you have to be prompt in responding to clients.
Give me 1 moment. I'll go back to these numbers here and the amount of coverage. So for the term life, it appears to be 500,000. Then the accidental death, the group accidental death is another 500,000. The life equity partners 400,000. So we're at 1.4 million, and then The buy up is another 300,000, so that's 1.7. And then the optional accidental death is another 500. So that would be 2.2.
That's right. It looks about it to be $1 million of accidental death and disability. And then in terms of life insurance, it's, what would that be? 1.2.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Thurlocker. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Durlocker. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. I want to go back and talk to you briefly how do I turn it? Megan, how did you turn this? Why it wouldn't be turned on the document? One thing we have definitely established in this jury is technology does not work. Thank you, Michael. Nothing works. Okay, right here, this highlighted portion, we're talking about something in 2012, and it looks like we've moved Ms. Ferris from a contingent to a primary. Is that what that means?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, so that means prior to that, she was not the primary beneficiary of any of his life insurance.
She would be a contingent beneficiary, which means if something were to happen, if one of the primary beneficiaries were pre-deceased, then the residual would go to the contingent beneficiary.
Did you have records, or did you know who was the primary prior to Melody becoming the primary in 2012?
I would assume our HR people have that, but
okay.
I don't know that.
You don't know. But we do know that as of 2012, she was moved from the contingent to the primary.
That's what this appears to show, yes, sir.
Okay. And I know the jury is loving hearing about all these numbers, but I've got one more question and I'll sit down. Can you explain to me how the profit sharing system at Byrne Foreman worked, and what was Gary's percentage? We've never known.
Well, let's see if I can explain it. Yes, each year you can contribute so much of your own money. I don't know in this time period, but maybe it was up to, let's say, 15,000. And then if you were 50, you can do a catch up every year, maybe an additional 5,000. And Congress sets that amount and it goes up each year. But then separate and apart from that, the firm will put so much money into the profit sharing plan, pretty much an equal amount for all partners. So for example, my firm just made the third quarter profit sharing plan contribution today. I got an email and it would have everyone's name and it would show the amount put in on a quarterly basis. And it's the same for each equity partner in the firm.
So they get every equity partner gets the same amount.
That is correct. And then on top of that, an equity partner can make an individual decision whether they want to contribute some of their own money on a pre-tax basis.
Okay, that's all I have.
I have no more questions.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Should I leave the exhibits here or hand them back?
You can give them to Ms. Hackett.
I'll take them. Thank you.
All right, call your next witness.
Judge, next witness is a little lengthy. You want
It's just 2/3.
Let's go a little bit. Dr. Goody. All right.
Coming in hot on the mic. For anybody that's lurking and has not voted, please make sure you cast your vote before I close the poll. For anybody that's lurking and has not voted, please make sure you cast your vote before I close the poll.
Your educational background through whatever degrees you have now.
I got my bachelor's in anthropology at Occidental College in Los Angeles, my master's in archaeological resource management from the University of Georgia, and my PhD in biological anthropology from the University of Tennessee, and I'm a board certified forensic anthropologist number 160.
And what is your doctorate degree in?
Biological anthropology.
And how many years total were you actually in a classroom or school setting?
After high school,
Yeah, so 4 years undergraduate, and how many years after that?
some quick math would be probably close to 10.
And how many people actually do what you do for a living? What you're testifying to today?
For reference, I am the only forensic anthropologist in the state of Georgia, so very few.
And how long have you been doing that here in the state of Georgia?
This is my 10th year.
Do you travel anywhere else for your job when you're an expert?
I have traveled, but only when the jurisdiction is in Georgia and the case is tried somewhere else.
Typically, just in a nutshell, what kind of things do you do in your line of work?
On the forensic anthropology side?
Yes. Mhm.
My responsibilities are to sometimes recover remains at a scene. In a lab setting, they are to analyze the remains, inventory them, and analyze the presentation in front of me.
To do your work outside just having the formal education, is there anything else that you do to have the skills and knowledge in order to be a forensic anthropologist?
I attend continuing education courses, yearly scientific conferences, do scientific work that's published in journals, and present at scientific conferences.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist uses skeletal biology to learn who someone was based on their skeleton and what happened to them.
And how do you go about gaining the knowledge and what you do trying to identify the skeletal remains? Is that a lot of, did you have not just book knowledge, but hands-on practical experience and training with that?
That's correct.
So tell the jury about that, how you learned to do your job.
A lot of my classes and training are hands-on in nature with case analyses, peer-reviewed reports, things where you get feedback on the physical work that you're doing.
I know you said there's not many people that do your job, but is there a branch of the science that you do that's related to what you do, but not necessarily your expertise, but it's kind of in the same area?
Biological anthropology is the larger subfield under which forensic anthropology falls.
And do you know how many people total in the United States do something similar to what you do?
Probably a couple of thousand.
Do y'all have conferences or any professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What type of things would those be?
I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, the Georgia Academy of Science. I think that's it.
Have you ever been called upon, whether it's in some type of legal case or a criminal setting or a trial setting, to give opinions, expert opinions in forensic anthropology?
Yes.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in our course? You know?
5.
Just this time, I tender in Dr. Gunn is an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection, has to do that.
All right. She's deemed to be an expert. As I've told you, she could testify to things that are, give her opinion as to things in her area of expertise. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we've got the foundation now, so let's talk about really, when it comes to forensics anthropology, when I say forensics, what does that mean to you?
Forensics is a large field of different scientific subdisciplines like blood analysis, fingerprint analysis. My specialty is just the bones.
And when you combine that with anthropology, how does that in a practical sense come out in your everyday life? Do you work with law enforcement? Do you work with other agencies when trying to figure out when the remains are found, what they are?
I work on a contract basis, which means when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has a case that is primarily bones, the medical examiner will review it and then reach out to me to do an anthropological analysis.
Now, as a PhD doctor, you don't have a badge, you carry around a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
Are you separate and independent of law enforcement?
That's correct.
If you go to a scene, you're working with law enforcement, do you have your own protocols and procedures that you follow to the objective regardless of what they do?
That's correct.
Would you have any problem whatsoever with telling law enforcement, stay out of my lane, or disagree with them when it comes to your science and what you do?
I do not.
But do you work well with law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Are you involved at all with training law enforcement or giving continuing legal education classes with law enforcement agencies and state workers in this area?
I do.
Do you work with crime scene investigators at times or teach them?
I do.
What type of teaching or things do you do with people like that? Is there anything that you do every year, or is it kind of just on when they need something, they ask you to teach it?
Every year at Kennesaw State University, we offer a training series for law enforcement, coroners, medical examiners, crime scene technicians, anybody in the medical legal field. We teach them to recover bodies from clandestine scenes, which is anywhere that you would not expect the body to be. And we cover the training from classroom all the way out into the field. So we have a field-based learning experience for them.
I would imagine, is it not at times that your objective when you're brought in as a scientist may be different from what law enforcement is trying to achieve at a scene? In the sense that scientifically, when you're not interested in per se catching a suspect or someone that did this, when you're called to the scene, is it kind of a very particular task they're asking you to do, or a small part of their case?
That's correct. I have no, it's outside the scope of my science to be interested in perpetrators.
So you're not involved in the interviews with people or trying to identify suspects or chase people down or apprehend anybody. You're just really based on the location of the loci, what is there, and the remains usually in a case.
That's correct.
Now, did you know the officers in this case that they took, I believe, a class of yours, and that's how they remembered to call you?
Yes.
And I want to talk about case specifics in this case. Do you remember when you were called and what date that was?
It was July 5th, 2018.
Do you remember who called you or how you were called into the case?
Sergeant Shaw of, I believe it's Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, probably placed a call or a text to me to request my assistance on the case.
How often during the year are you being called out on things?
Less so than I used to be. It used to be a couple of times a year, but I've out-trained myself a little bit. They don't need my help as much.
Do you, when you do this type of work, if you can just tell the jury, if you were called out, let's say you're just called out to any scene, what things do you take with you? First of all, how do you get there? Do you have your own vehicle? Do you have tools and things that you take to the scene? What's that like?
I have a personal vehicle, and I have a large trunk full of equipment and supplies that I bring myself.
Do you ever take anybody with you when you're doing scenes?
Sometimes I do.
I think in this case you had some interns or some people that were working with you, if you remember.
I don't remember if I don't recall that I did, but I may have.
I want to look at a couple of dates in this case. I've got, and do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Just this time I'm going to tender evidence, Gooding 1 through Gooding 120, 120 exhibits.
All right. Any objections? All right, they're admitted.
All right, let's look to go through the case. I think July 5th of 2018, I believe you arrived at the scene at 2155 Purcell Lane in Cherokee County, Georgia, about 6:30 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other 2 days I want to go through I think you did the inventory and analyzed Gary Ferris's remains, and we stipulate that it is Gary Ferris's remains, so just want you to know that.
Thank you.
July 17th and July 23rd, 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
So July 5th and then July 17th and July 23rd of 2018. When you go to a scene, I think you have certain methods that you follow in what you do, is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, is it typical when you go to a scene, I think your report talks about there's a rake, screen, surface survey, and then a grid, and then you map and record, and then you do a recovery. Is that kind of the procedure that you do?
That's correct.
Well, what is raking? Is that the first step, or is there a step before that?
There is usually a just gross observation, meaning looking around. I would count that maybe as the first step. But then secondary to that, yes, would be raking up material in the surrounding area.
What is raking? What does that entail?
Can be using tools, including actual rakes like you would use for leaves, or hand raking, in which you use your hands to kind of scrape material together.
And that's just trying to find any remains or any evidence or items of interest?
Usually around the perimeter of what you have observed as the main site.
Here in this case, at the location, you're looking at a fire pit, is that right?
That's correct.
And then after raking, you do a screening. What does that consist of?
Screening is when you use your eyes to visually screen the material that you've collected to see if there's anything of interest.
And after screening, I think you can do something called a surface survey?
That's correct.
And what is that?
That, again, using visual methods to look over the area and indicate, in this instance, using pin flags, which are small flags you may have seen near electrical lines or sewer lines, using those to flag or indicate areas of interest.
Once you figure out the location and the interested location, once you get it kind of surveyed, then you at some point do a grid, is that right?
That's correct.
Tell the jury what a grid is, and in this case, I know it's going to be A, B, C, D, but what do you do there?
A grid is a cordoned off area that you've identified as of interest. So you put up stakes in some sort of rectangle or square shape, whatever is fitting for that situation. String up some twine to indicate that that area should be kept away from in terms of walking through or anything like that. And then I use a quadrant system where I divide the grid into 4 quadrants so I can keep track of what material comes from what area of the larger grid.
And then after you form that grid, I think there's procedures and there's a mapping and recording that takes place?
That's correct.
What does that consist of?
When remains are identified or other things of interest, items of interest, they are mapped. So they're measured from an X and Y. If you remember from maybe elementary school, an X and a Y on a graph, we can actually measure from each of those lines and come up with a coordinate or a point of the location of that material.
And Dr., are you very systematic in this process? Is it a slow and deliberate process at times?
It is.
And does it take quite some time?
It does.
Do you remember how long you were at the scene?
Approximately 6 hours.
And then finally, I think you get to the recovery of remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what's that process look like?
The recovery of the remains is usually done by only a select few people to limit the amount of traffic through that cordoned off area. The human remains in this case would have been removed and set aside, and then the debris from underneath them removed and screened until no more human remains were recovered.
Is it kind of like peeling an onion? You just go down and down and down and down, or scraping different surfaces until you find no more remains?
Yes, that's correct.
And after you go through the physical ground and layering, if you would, then you do an inventory and a session or an analysis. Is that right?
In the laboratory setting, yes.
So July 5th, you do all the steps up to the recovery. And then after that, from July 17th and July 23rd, that's when you do the inventory and analysis. Is that's fair to say? All right, let's walk through the photographs. And I probably will move pretty fast because I think a lot of these are going to be in already. This is Gooding 1. Tell the jury what this is and what significant it is in your case.
This is a map of the grid and the 4 quadrants, the A, B, C, and D, over the fire pit with the human remains indicated by those boxes that have the names of the bones in them.
So we have quadrant A, right top, quadrant B, bottom right, quadrant C, bottom left, and quadrant D, top left. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it called a datum or datum?
Either's fine.
Just tell me how you call it.
I call it a datum, but that's because
Let's go with datum then.
From around here.
My accent may call it something different. What is the datum?
A datum is the highest point of elevation. So in this map, it's listed as 0 inches. And then anything measured below that will be a negative number. So it gives you a sense of the depth, where the X and Y measurements gives you a sense of the location.
And directionally, north, south, east, west, would it be north be top? Is that what we're?
The north arrow on the left side of the screen is pointing top.
So
a little
this
bit of an
direction a
angle.
little bit.
That's correct.
All right. For the most part, though, north is up here, and then kind of as you look at it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Gooding 2, what is this here?
This is the fire pit scene, specifically quadrants A and B. A is on the top portion, and B is the portion of the picture that's closest to you.
And Dr. Good, I'm going to go kind of fast through the photographs, but if you see anything that you want to talk about, just stop me and point it out, and we'll do that, okay?
Okay.
3, just another angle of this. 4, close up. 5. And 6, as we go through, these are just some of the things that you collected from the quadrants, is that right?
That's correct.
And at some point, I think it was described as an eraser, but the bullet in the ribs, tell us about that.
Yes, you can see it on the prior photo, number 6, and then the other side of that mass, the kind of orange colored, does look a bit like the end of number 2 pencil eraser, but that is a projectile.
When you first arrived at the scene, did law enforcement, did you know what you were dealing with at that time? I don't know if the bullet was found at the time you arrived or anything talking about that, or was it while y'all were actually processing the remains?
That's my hand and my photograph.
This is 9, 10. And I took this from your report, Gooding 11, what is this?
This is a diagram, a schematic of the front and the back of a human, and it shows the area from which the bullet was found in the remains in this case.
And it was, looking at this diagram, I think you talked about anterior to posterior. What does that mean?
Anterior is the front of your body, and the posterior is the back side of your body.
And you found the bullet to be going from anterior to posterior, is that correct?
That's correct.
Gooding 12, just some of this one would be at the GBI, so not on the 5th, but on the days that you analyzed it, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember about approximately how much in weight the remains there were?
I don't remember if they were weighed, and if they were, that would have been the medical examiner.
Were there degrees, different varying degrees of damage or heat and fire damage upon the bones?
There were.
Tell us about that if you could.
When a fire burns unevenly, which is common to most outdoor fires as opposed to a commercial crematory oven, the fire will burn the body in an uneven manner. Human bodies are also uneven in the way that they're built in terms of where the fat and the muscle and the bones are. So in some areas that have very little fat and muscle and tissue, the high heat may burn right through to the bone. In other areas where there is a lot of muscle tissue, you may see that it's black and charred, but there might be some soft tissue remaining underneath.
When it came to this fire, did you find that the fire itself was I guess, a significant fire in the sense that it has not just one that just went up for an hour or so and then went out? Was it more significant of a
I'll check that. That was about the fire in particular.
Judge, I think she's forensic anthropology and give opinion about a fire and the remains.
We also got another expert who's coming in to specify about the fire, so I think it's that.
Ask her for what extent she knows, and then we'll go from there.
To what extent do you know about the size of the fire, the magnitude of the fire?
The only, within the scope of my knowledge, the only thing I can say about the fire is the temperature, which was taken at the site, and the consistency and presentation of these remains are consistent with a fire of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is listed in the report.
All right, in your report, there was an actual measuring temperature of the center of the pit, is that right?
Yes,
And what was the degree in Fahrenheit that you found this to be?
230 degrees.
And
And that
you
was, sorry, that was by fire personnel, not myself.
Right, but that was the measurement, 230 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's correct.
And would that have been taken prior to your arrival or sometime when you arrived?
It was noted that it was there, taken when I was there.
And then dealing with, I'm going to come back to this, but based on the objection, when it comes to thermal damage, you opined about the charring and black discoloration was observed throughout the present skeletal remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based on that, what was your conclusion?
That the remains had been burned.
And you said that these characteristics are consistent with the fire reaching what level in Fahrenheit again?
About 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
As you pulled the physical remains from the fire, did you notice that it appeared to be burning more so in one location of the grid as opposed to other locations?
The majority of the remains and the burning was taking place in quadrants A and B.
So top right, then bottom right. Is that correct?
On one of those prior pictures, correct.
When you're piecing together the remains, and I'm sure as an expert, you quickly can realize certain pieces of bones or certain things, but how long does it, in the condition that you found these remains, how difficult was it to analyze and figure out what exactly the bones that you could determine to be?
Would have taken a couple of hours.
And how do you do that? Is it visually or do you do microscopes or how do you?
It's a visual observation.
Is there any reason that there will be some bones that are more intact than others that you found in this case?
Again, that has to do with the amount of muscle and fat and skin that's over the remains. It's harder for the heat to get to them. For some areas that have less tissue or the fire isn't as hot in that area, you may see some more fragmentation.
We see here that when you go through and take pictures, you're putting light bones into light parts. Is that how you organize them?
That's correct.
Here we're looking at Gooding 53. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the block of burned tissue and a portion of the ribs and the projectile found within them.
And then 64, is that just the projectile from the ribs?
That's correct.
And when you were able to gather remains of head bones and things like that, did you try to piece it back together to see if there was any injuries or anything you could locate?
Yes, I tried to reconstruct the bones of the cranium or the head as much as possible.
And here, Gooding 96, is that what we're seeing?
That's correct. This is the left side of the top portion of the cranium.
And why do you try to reconstruct the cranium?
The objective is to see if there's any other sort of trauma to the cranium that the fire may have obscured.
Typically, do you find in cases like this that there are certain bones that remain? Assuming there wasn't a disruption to the bones, like something had broke the bones or something like that, but in a fire like this, is there a reason that you would find more of the bigger bones as opposed to other bones?
A lot of the bigger bones are encased in more muscle and fat and tissue.
And you did find some soft tissue remains?
That's correct.
And you wrote a report, in this case, is that right, that we provide to the defense?
That's correct.
And did you share your findings that you had in this case with the GBI and the Dr. Atkinson, the medical examiner?
I did.
What I'd like to do is some questions about your report. When you were looking at the, when you're looking at the remains, did you find that there were other material in the burn pile besides just human remains? For example, burned trash, household debris, things like that?
That's correct.
Is there evidence that there was also wood or other material there in the pile?
Yes.
And were you able to sift those out and separate them?
They were separated from the human remains.
And the state of preservation for the materials that you found in this, what did they range from? In the sense of the charring or the powder substance? What level did you find that they consisted of in the burn pit itself?
In the pit, you saw different colors: white, ash, blues, grays, black charring. So all different types of burning.
Out of all the remains that you were able to recover on scene, how did y'all transport those to the GBI to be analyzed?
That's a question for the coroner.
Did you get those, were they packaged in a certain manner, a certain number of body bags or a certain number of containers?
I believe they were packaged in brown bags.
I'm looking on page 2, your last paragraph before skeletal analysis.
3 body bags containing brown evidence bags and cardboard boxes.
And then when you did your analysis and you did the skeletal inventory, I want to talk about the trauma analysis that you did. You have a section called perimortem trauma. Tell us what your finding was for this.
The perimortem trauma in this case was a minimum of 1 gunshot wound to the left chest from a front to back direction.
And you have I guess it's the Latin, the bullet was lodged in situ. And what is that?
In situ means in place or found as it was.
And what findings did you find for thermal damage in this case?
That the remains had been burned on a bonfire.
Did you find any traumatic fractures of any?
Fractures were all indicative of the burning.
Any traumatic fractures observed on the cranium?
All indicative of the burning.
And I think you noted when we came to the traumatic fractures for the cranium. I'm looking at your last sentence in thermal damage. What was that finding there?
No traumatic fractures were observed on the cranium aside from heat-induced damage.
So outside of the heat, nothing else.
Not that was observed.
You have a section for antemortem skeletal change and identifying characteristics. When you tell us you didn't have any findings of that, what does that mean?
Antemortem skeletal characteristics are those that you have on you in life that make you unique. For example, if you have a disease or you have anything that sets your skeleton apart from someone else's, that's where I would note that in the report, given the fragmentary nature of the remains and how burned they were. None of those characteristics were able to be noted.
And then looking on page 6 of 24 of your report, as you see on the screen there, you went through and I guess analyzed and then cataloged what you found, the remains that you found in each coordinate or unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this just a listing of the things that you found?
That's correct.
And again, most things, so this first column here is unit A and it's evidence bag 1, and then you list the things that you found there on the right side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next section is E2, which continues to page 7 of your report. And then E3, E4, and E5 in unit B. So again, the most that you said were in coordinates A and B.
Of human remains.
When
state employee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, are you serving, do you have basically just 2 state functions, 1 associate professor, 2 state forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
All right. In this case, because I know you're testifying as an expert, a lot of times experts are paid. Are you compensated by the state additionally above your state salary for testifying today?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you
Sorry, guys, I must have hit a wrong. I see. Wait a minute. I must have hit something on the keyboard because I was trying to make a phone call out here to a courthouse in Oregon. And they was asking me the name of the person I was looking for, and I probably was clicking all on this board trying to get this name real quick for the representative that I was on the phone with. So my apology, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna put us back in there, and now I gotta call another courthouse. I'm trying to get some documents. Fun times, fun times.
And coming out and dealing with this case, did they have to compensate you as well?
No, they did not.
They did not?
Not to my knowledge.
Just your testimony here today?
No, the analysis of the remains.
Okay, so let's back up. Let me ask better questions about that. So I'm assuming as a forensic anthropologist for the state, you get some type of small salary or some type of salary.
It's not a salary, it's a contract basis, so it's just an invoice per case.
Okay, invoice per case. All right, so basically, is it like an hourly rate?
It's based on the type of request. In this case, it was a trauma analysis, so there would have been a fee for trauma analysis.
Okay, so what would you classify what you did here? Because you did a lot more here, getting the bones out of the burn pile, doing a trauma analysis and all that. So what would you classify what you did here?
A recovery and an analysis.
Okay, what were you paid for the recovery and the analysis, if you recall?
I believe at that time, I think $100 for the analysis and maybe $250 or $280 for the recovery.
Okay, that's in total.
Well, that would be maybe $380 in total.
Okay, that's what I meant. That's not like your hourly rate. That's the total what you
Yes,
receive.
yes.
Okay. On top of that, your state salary with being an associate professor.
Correct.
I'm gonna slide over. There's a sticker here that says "Don't stand here." So. Okay. All right. So first off, just so there's no confusion, because we had Dr. Atkinson testifying yesterday. You're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the difference, partly in that, is a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor.
That's correct.
You are not a medical doctor.
Correct.
You are not able to certify cause or manner of death.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, trying to figure out a good place. Well, we'll just start with your report. In your report that Mr. Fogus was going over with you, you had stated perimortem trauma.
That's correct.
Right? Perimortem trauma being before or just after death.
Perimortem trauma is at or around the time of death.
Okay, at or around. Are you familiar with hemorrhaging?
Yes.
Okay, because I asked Dr. Atkinson yesterday if he could prove to a medical certainty whether or not Gary was alive or dead when he was shot. He said he could not. So my question to you is, how can you use the term perimortem trauma just before or just after death when you can't prove to a medical certainty he was even alive?
That's why it's at or around the time of death. So that could be a pretty wide scale.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say around the time of death. Somebody's been laying there 2 or 3 days, right? You couldn't tell the difference from your examination, right? In a situation like this where the body's been burned.
In this situation, I would still classify that as perimortem trauma.
Okay.
Because the projectile was on the gut side of the bones.
Okay. So if it was on the gut side of the bones, what internal organs did the bullet impact?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. So you can actually say that it went into the body cavity.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
I can say that it went into the body cavity.
Okay. Then, yet again, what did it hit?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. But your testimony here is that your opinion that it's inside the body cavity.
That's correct.
Okay. And the bullet went in front to back.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I got shot right here, and actually, let me show you number 11 and ask you this way. You actually don't know where that bullet is in 11, correct?
It's in that range of brackets.
Yeah, but I'm asking, I want to know specifically, where's that bullet? You don't know.
That's correct.
Okay. So, but it's your testimony, even though you don't know where it is, it's your opinion that it is on the gut side of the rib.
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, you can't tell me anything that hit.
That's correct.
I'll move on, Judge. Now, generally, as an anthropologist, you would deal typically with bones, correct? And not soft tissue?
That's correct.
I hate not having it printed out. I'm sorry. You also stated in your report that you thought it was anterior to posterior. That would mean front to back, right?
That's correct.
I mean, so it's your opinion that if Gary was shot, that whoever shot him was standing in front of him, or a bullet had to come from his front, right?
I would agree with the second version of your statement.
Okay. Now I want to talk about what you know about. Now, as an anthropologist, do you typically see gunshot wounds in your cases?
Can you repeat the last word you said?
I said gunshot wound. As an anthropologist, like how often have you encountered gunshot wounds in your cases?
Oh, maybe 40 to 50% of the cases.
Okay. Well, how many cases have you worked? Because there's so few of y'all. So how many did you work this year?
I don't know. I know the total is over 160.
Since when?
2014.
Okay. So in 10 years, you've done 160. So that's 6 a year.
That sounds, I think our math is adding up.
Okay. So, and then you said about half of those have gunshots. So
Yes.
Seeing 3 a year.
Sure.
Okay. And are those bullets, are they in bone or you're finding them around skeletal remains?
Both. I've seen both.
Okay. Now you would agree, based on your job, because you talk to the medical examiner a lot, right?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and jump in. Do you know that Dr. Atkinson copy and pasted your version of gathering the remains into his autopsy report?
Yes.
Verbatim.
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that Dr. Atkinson never went to Purcell Lane.
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you see him there?
No, not while I was
Okay.
there.
Did you see him taking any of the photographs?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in just a minute. All right. So what type, as an anthropologist, expertise do you have in gunshot wounds?
To bone, quite a high level of expertise.
Okay. So, but you didn't see any of that here in this case. At least I can't find it in your report. Any damage to bone from a bullet?
That's correct.
Okay. So we got no damage to bone from a bullet. You put the skull back together. There's no damage to that. Right.
That's
Except for
correct.
thermal damage.
That's correct.
And when I say there's no damage, universally there is thermal damage. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. So how about mapping trajectory of wounds? You got any skill and expertise in that?
When it relates to bone, yes.
Okay. And we already talked about that. Now, you don't have any entrance wound to examine, correct?
Not in bone.
Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, you didn't find any type of entrance wound. You just found a bullet lodged in soft tissue.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you too before I forget. Who, because I've asked everybody, who found the bullet?
To my recollection, it was me, but there were a good number of people peering over my work.
Okay. While you were working around this time that you found the bullet, who's there with you?
I can't give you a full inventory.
I'll name you some people and you tell me if you remember they were there. That'd be easier. Was Sally Sims there?
She was on scene.
Okay. But you don't remember she was actually in the burn pile with you?
I can't recall who would have been in the pile. At times, it would have been only me.
Okay. Do you recall handing the rib and the bullet to Sally Sims?
Couldn't recall who I would have handed it directly off to.
How about Officer Shaw? Do you recall him helping you at the burn pile?
He was present at the scene.
But you don't recall him helping?
I don't recall.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. What about Detective Westwood?
I don't recall.
Okay. And because I know Mr. Focus had asked you, but yeah, you had an intern with you there too.
Okay.
I don't remember their name either.
Apologies
It's not
to the
important.
intern.
I'm assuming they were a good intern. It's just been 6 years. Oh. I want to do a little comparison between your report and Dr. Atkinson's report, not verbatim comparison. So you had stated that, in your opinion, that the trajectory was front to back. And so, are you aware that in the autopsy, Dr. Atkinson had said that he was unable to assess any type of bullet path?
I wasn't.
Did you know that?
After reading his report.
Okay, so you found that out. You did read his report. You read Atkinson's autopsy
I have since this.
prior to testifying here today. You went and
That's
read it.
correct.
Okay. Yeah.
I was provided with it.
And before he actually wrote his autopsy, you sent him a copy of your report.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Given that it's copied and pasted.
Pasted into it. Yeah. Do you always do that? Send a copy of your findings to the medical examiner?
I actually send them to the director of medical operations, and she distributes them to the medical examiner that requested.
Okay. So what's the logic in that? Because shouldn't a medical, and I know you're not a medical examiner, but I'll ask you anyway. Shouldn't their opinion and analysis be separate and apart from what your findings are?
Just irrelevant.
Oh, wow.
No, I think we're a collaborative medical team employed with the same office.
Okay, well, that's fair.
I think it's reasonable to, if a medical examiner requests anthropological analysis, I think it's reasonable that they rely on those findings.
Okay. Now, what if maybe? When you try to organize everything so good, there it is. So in your report, get ahead of myself when I just start talking, then I got to scroll through and figure out where I am. So you said like front to back, but the autopsy actually found here on, let me get to it. Past it. You stated that it was front to back, right? That's what your report found.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in the autopsy, they found that couldn't assess for an entrance wound. So if you can't assess for an entrance wound, how can you say it's front to back?
Based on the location of the projectile in the remains.
Okay. But you are aware that also bullets do have the ability that if they hit some type of object, they do have the ability to tumble.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So got some contradiction there. The autopsy also says that they're unable to assess a direction of a wound path, correct?
Is that D?
Yeah, section D.
I'm reading that, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yet again, you found no other evidence of any other, well, actually, you didn't find any other evidence of any damage to any other bone, correct? You found technically no evidence of any damage to bone other than thermal damage.
That's correct.
Okay. So no other bone evidence of injury from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. Or any other blunt force object.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You also, you didn't offer any opinion in your report appropriately as to manner or cause of death.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to the more fun stuff. I want to talk. I really like your grid, by the way. And so this is Gooding 1. And I also want to pull up Gooding 3, just so I can get an idea here. Okay, can you see both those, Gooding 1 and Gooding 3? Oh, no, you didn't. Can you see both those, ma'am?
I can.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right, so here's just a couple questions based on this, okay? You've got up here on number 1, this is quadrant A, correct?
That's correct.
So, and then you've got the cranium where the skull was found. It's kind of on the line between A and, well, the line between A and B.
That's correct.
Because it's right here. So going over to Gooding 3, that puts it somewhere around, based on this, somewhere in this area here.
I would drop your cursor down and to the left a little bit.
You tell me when to stop.
Maybe over to the left just a little bit, right about there.
Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. So that's the skull. Also, what are the flags?
As I stated previously, the flags are part of the visual search when we identify areas of interest.
Okay, so it's like this flag may be like, hey, there may be something here, check it out.
That's correct.
Then I'm assuming when you checked it out and removed whatever was there, if it was evidentiary, then you remove the flag, like showing that area had been searched.
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the order of operations.
Okay. All right. So we get so so we got the skull around here, and then the next thing, if we go down a little bit, the pelvis is let's say in here. Is that a fair assessment based on your diagram?
Yes.
Okay. But then we've got, I'm assuming, rib here, the very bottom. That's the rib with the bullet in the soft tissue.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. Well, where was
I'd have to go back and look at the inventory. Looks like the rib with the bullet was found in Unit A, evidence bag 1.
Okay. But from your diagram you did here, we don't know where the bullet in that rib was found. We just know it's quadrant A.
We do know where it was found in the rib.
In the what?
In the rib.
No. Okay, no, where at in the pile, in quadrant A. But we don't have any documentation of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we know it's quadrant A here, or I'm assuming here, because this is the burned area. But we don't know exactly where.
Correct.
Okay, so we've got a rib down here. let's see, femur and tibia. That's the front part of the leg and back part of the leg?
It's the top and the bottom part of the leg.
Oh, okay. Which one's which?
The femur is the thigh bone and the tibia is the shin bone.
Gotcha. Okay. So those are the two leg bones. And then we also have another femur and the pelvis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So any kind of issues as to why is there a lone rib bone down here at the very, very bottom? Any explanation on that?
My responsibility is mapping.
Oh, I'm not saying this is your fault. I'm just wondering if you know how it got there.
I wasn't concerned about that.
Okay. So, I mean, because it would seem anatomically out of place, right? A rib below the pelvis.
Sure. Sure.
That's my whole point right there. So nothing really to do with you. Okay. Already did that. That number. I'm just going to pull up your report because Mr. Fogel showed me something. I don't remember what it was. Okay, that's the part of the rib where you're saying it's on the gut side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but yet again, going back to your anatomical drawing, you can't say where that bullet is in those ribs.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, ma'am. You'll have a short witness or?
Yeah, we would do summers and Christmases usually in Georgia.
Addison, I want to talk about July of 2018, okay? Did you have the opportunity to come to Georgia to visit your father in July of 2018? If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could, you can put your hand down now. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Addison Ferris.
Addison, how do you know Melody Ferris, the defendant in this case?
She's my grandmother.
So which parent is she the mother of for you?
She's my dad's mother.
Addison, where do you live? Just the state. What state do you live in?
Other than Plymouth State, I live in Maine.
How long have you lived in Maine?
How long have I lived in Maine?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's like 11 years now.
Before you lived in Maine, did you live in Georgia ever?
I don't think so. I lived in Florida before that.
When did you live in Florida?
From when I was really young, like 2 or 3 to when I was 7.
And does your dad live in Georgia?
Yes.
Would you frequently visit your dad when you were younger?
Yeah, we would do summers and Christmases usually in Georgia.
Addison, I want to talk about July of 2018, okay? Did you have the opportunity to come to Georgia to visit your father in July of 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that you came to Georgia?
I'm not sure. I think probably, or I know it was around the time of the 4th of July, but I don't know an exact day.
Were you here before the actual 4th of July holiday?
Yes.
Where did you go when you first got to Georgia?
when the day that we got there, we dropped my sister off at her friend's house, and then we went to my grandparents' farm.
How old were you in 2018?
I was 11, almost 12.
And when you mentioned your sister, how old was your sister?
My sister would have been 13.
So she's older of the two of you.
Yes.
You mentioned that when you dropped your sister off, you then went to your grandparents' farm.
Yes.
Okay. And who did you see at the farm?
I saw my grandmother and my grandfather.
When you say we traveled to the farm, who is we?
Me and my dad.
Okay. Was anyone else with you too?
I don't think so, no.
Do you remember how long you stayed at the farm when you saw your grandparents that day?
It was a really quick visit. We just came to say hi and give hugs, and then we left. So probably like 15 minutes tops.
Okay, and I want to kind of orient you to the dates. That week of July, Monday was the 2nd, Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th. Do you remember now which day that would have been?
I think that it was probably the 2nd then.
Okay.
Or, no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, so back in 2019, were you interviewed professionally by a forensic interviewer?
Yes.
Okay, and at that time, if you had mentioned to her that that was the day before the 4th of July, would that have been accurate?
Yes.
She's trying to refresh recollection.
It's a little difficult on Zoom. I'm happy to do that if you would like me to.
A second ago, she didn't know what day it was. Go ahead.
I'll give you some latitude, but you also can grab the calendar, put it on, show it to her. Now, when you try to do something on the screen, we don't have that technology available easily. That's part of the problem and part of my complaints about all this. So now you can do that by sharing the screen on the computer, but then we have to relog in that computer, and then we may lose. Sorry, I'll turn off my mic. We may then lose. We can log that computer in, and then you can share a screen from that computer. But we don't have it set up that way because I killed that connection to make sure we get the sound working. So if there's something you need to show her, then we're gonna have to do that, which is okay. It's just gonna take a minute.
But that's part of the problem. I have to do it too.
Well, you can
We're
if
doing
we
the same thing that we
right.
both have
Uh,
from the interview. So probably best that we go ahead and figure out how to do it.
well, or we could anyway. Yeah, again, this is something we should have talked about before we tried it. Now. Tracy, come log this computer back in. If you can, let's see what happens. And we'll see how much longer we go before we give up and start over in the morning.
We're happy to send her whatever she needs to review to refresh. But
We could. Well, if you're going to do that outside if we need to do that outside the presence of jury, we're going to send them out while we're showing her. So y'all step back out for a minute. Now, when we do that, I'm going to start all over and see if I can systematically. break around 11:30 because I have a meeting with the folks about the new building. And so, but we're gonna eat in, and so I'm gonna eat my lunch while y'all are eating y'all's while I'm doing my video meeting with the other folks, and we'll break around 11:30. I've told them to have lunch here about 11:15, and we'll go till 12:30ish, depending on how long. They're pretty good about trying to keep that meeting to an hour, and then we'll get back going. And then again, our Thursday plan will be to break at noon for the rest of the day. So we will not have lunch here. Y'all will leave and go off on your own and not come back for the afternoon. All right. Again, remember everything I've told y'all about. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. Don't Google the internet about anything about the case or anyone related to the case or anything that might cause a hit. All right. Judge blows up about technology. That would be a good thing to look up. All right. Y'all can be excused. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I hate when water does that to me. Okay, so we are done with day 7, right? Do we want to go into day 8 or what are your thoughts? I know I'm currently working on some stuff to present to us during this downtime. That's what I'm doing back here. Trust me, I don't be just sitting back here. Even though I want to sit back here and just chat. Of course I cannot, right? I got to keep us busy. We got to be busy, busy, busy bees. Okay. So I will put on day 8. We'll go into day 8 and I'll kind of get what I have ready. I think I'm gonna do like a let me see where we're at as far as our poll. Okay, so I think I sent out all the lists for all the trials. So it looks like the 3 that I have that won this is River, and we have Murdoch, and out of those, and then we have the Crumbly one. Crumbly. Do that sound about right? Yeah, that's what I'm getting together. I just wanted to make sure that sounded about right. So out of all the ones that you sent me, SD, that's what I did. Yeah, I'm gonna put us into day 8, Leanne. Okay, so I'm gonna put the poll out again, and it'll be the top 3 that came from all our other polls. And we will go from there, and I will get that set up for our that'll be our next rewatch. Okay, let's get into day 8. Yeah, I got some Oh, that didn't work. Wait a minute, I'm doing the wrong thing. Sorry, guys. Okay, day 8, Melody. Yeah, I think one of these days they only have a half a day, if I'm not mistaken.
There's only like 3 or 4 people in the courtroom, and so no one gets to hear my rant, and nothing ever is done from it. Not like anything's gonna be done anyway, but I'm gonna take a little opportunity right now, since we do have dozens of people watching us on the internet, to go off on a little bit of a rant here. I am a tech guy. Y'all have realized that in working with me. My problem with technology, however, is it should be seamless and it should be easy and should not make things more complicated as it was yesterday. And although I don't mind hopping down and working on the technology, it should not be my responsibility or my core function. There should be someone dedicated around here to do that. And no one in the building is specifically trained to do it, and the county has not approved a position for it. Without going into budgetary issues, but that is a problem. And we have 10 courtrooms outfitted with this technology. And when we are using your time and paying you a whole $35 a day to be here, we shouldn't waste an hour of your time trying to get the technology to work. It should work, or I should be able to call someone and have them to come get it fixed. It is frustrating for me to have to do that. I don't mind doing it, but Tracy and Julian, my law clerk, and myself and Mandy from the court administrator's office were here till 6 o'clock last night trying to get it to work. We believe we found the issue to be a loose audio cable strapped up underneath to a zip tie to the equipment that's underneath this desk that plugs into the microphone system that goes in there, which may explain why I've been having intermediate problems with the sound for the last 6 months. So I don't mind doing it, but it'd be nice if we had someone else to do it. It should be someone else's responsibility. I've also been in jury trial since September 23rd. So before I started with y'all, I have been in trial for a week and a half continuously before that. And I'm a little bit tired. So I'm going to appreciate the half day off on Thursday. So anyway, so if anyone out in TV land wants to send a message to my county commissioners and tell them to get me an AV person, go at it. All right, with that, let's go back. Oh, but we are skipping that witness, not because of the technology, but just because of scheduling. So we're going to try it again next week, and then it won't work again. But anyway.
State House Benjamin Watson to the stand. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now presenting before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Name is Benjamin Botzong. I'm an investigator with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to the Intelligence Division.
I'm going to move this microphone down so you project quite well, but a little bit louder for me. And what is your assignment with the sheriff's office?
I'm assigned to the intelligence division as part of the digital forensic lab. My primary responsibility is the obtaining and analyst and storage of digital evidence.
What is your background in order to have a position like that?
Started training in 2016 with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center's basic introduction to digital evidence. I then got my assignment to this unit in 2019, where I attended a series of classes through the National White Collar Crime Center in both computer and mobile forensics. In May of 2019, I attended the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists course, which is a 2-week course taught in Orlando, Florida, specifically about computer forensics and digital storage. After that, they've got a 4-month peer review period where you work through a series of problems with somebody that's certified that coaches you through the process before taking an actual final exam. Completed that process, obtained that certification. I've also taken multiple classes through a vendor known as Cellbrite, whose primary business is in digital and cell phone forensics. I've taken their 3 certification tracks, which is the operator, the analyst, and then their capstone certification, the Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. And then I've taken a handful of other classes in other areas of forensics, including vehicles and drones.
You mentioned some certificates. Can you tell the jury about what certificates you possess in digital forensics?
So through Cellbrite, I hold the Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. That's their capstone certification for the Cellbrite system in digital forensics, specifically in mobile devices. I hold the certification through that IASIS group. And then I also hold 3 certifications through Burla for vehicle forensics.
What is, did you say IASIS?
IASIS,
Yes, what is that?
An International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
You mentioned a lot of digital forensics experience, but you're also post-certified. Can you tell the jury about that?
I was hired at the sheriff's office in 2008, attended the basic mandate course in January, or completed the basic mandate course in January of 2010, getting my state certification as a peace officer. Then I've since taken a series of courses to get both my intermediate and advanced certifications through the state of Georgia, through the Post Council, as well as a field training officer certification.
And is digital forensics a field that's constantly evolving?
It is every day.
And do you have continuing education, both voluntarily and hours that you need to meet each year?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So through the various vendors that affiliate with Cellbrite, Magnet Forensics, the National White Collar Crime Center, they all host training classes, new technology updates, webinars to just keep the information fresh. I also read most of the major release notes that come out from both Android, iOS, and Windows just to keep up with the technology. And then each certification has a certain requirement as far as recertification goes. And I've maintained those since they've been obtained. And those are typically through providing both training hours, and some of them have a knowledge base checkup at the recertification time.
We've been talking a lot about digital forensics. Can you describe to the jury sort of what digital forensics is?
So digital forensics is just forensics on anything digital. So it's looking at a hard drive, what files are there, what files were there, through a process, using scientific principles. You can see what's there, what's not there. Same thing for mobile devices and other devices. So utilizing a process and a series of tools to uncover the digital information that's stored on devices.
At this time, Judge, the state would move to admit Detective Botsong as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay.
It's Investigator Botsong. Did you ask to become involved in the case against Melody Ferris?
Yes.
How so?
So the original examiner that had participated in this case early on passed due to complications from COVID. And in preparation for this case, I was asked to come on and do some validation and some further work on the digital evidence.
Did you train under that investigator?
Yes.
So when you say validation, what does that mean?
So every file that we do, and as I mentioned in the introduction, it is a scientific process if you follow the steps in your best practices. There's a series of checks that happen on all of our data. So when it comes to a hard drive, we're not necessarily just plugging the hard drive into a computer and taking a look at it. We're using specific software following that specific process. So for a computer hard drive, we actually plug that into a device that is specifically designed and created to prevent alteration to that hard drive. So I plug it in a method where I'm not writing back to the hard drive. And then we make a copy of that hard drive. And during that copying process, my computer's completing, or any of the computers that are doing it are completing a set of mathematical calculations that are known as a hash. And it's just a complicated math formula run across data that comes out with a series of numbers. Now, that is both done as a data integrity feature and so that anybody that comes behind you can go through and run any program that's capable of conducting a hash. And as long as you're selecting the same hash algorithm that I do, you could take a hard drive that I imaged and worked on 5 years ago, run this calculation, and you'll get the same results. So in my validation process, it is exactly that. The known hash values are stored in the file itself. So I'd be able to take those files, load it into the application, run this process, and the numbers match from the initial copying of that hard drive or the device containing data.
You also took original images from some of the devices. Is that also what part of your task was later on in the case? EO1 files.
Yes. I mean, I did make some files for this case.
You what?
I said I had made some files for this case, yes.
So what I want to specifically chat with you about is you specifically looked at the CPAP machine that was found in Mr. Ferris's bedroom, the Dell computer found in the basement, and the trail camera. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through and actually analyzed the data within those items.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to start with the trail camera. Can you tell the jury where you began validating Kevin's work in the trail camera extraction?
So when working with Kevin, he had his files organized on our server from the initial extractions he had done when he copied the SD card from the trail camera. So the first thing I do is load it into a piece of software. I use one called Forensic Explorer made by a company named Get Data. And initially, the first thing I select is to actually run that hash validation, to run that mathematical formula to make sure that that data has maintained its integrity since it was originally obtained by the original analyst. In this case, all those numbers matched, which to me confirmed that nothing had changed with that data since it was initially copied. Then Forensic Explorer also has features to be able to display those files as if it was a drive. So it can make it look like you had just plugged that drive into the computer. Then it also has some advanced features to see certain other files that can't exist there, whether they've been deleted or temporary or hidden.
Do you know at the time when you are extracting data from, in this case, it was an SD card, do you know what it's going to pull? Does it always pull all of the deleted information? Does it pull all of the saved information?
So
Describe
it will pull what is there. So whether or not I expect deleted information is going to depend on, if it is full, if there's free space on there, just by the nature of how computers store data. So if there's a bunch of free space, you can't expect to see deleted items on there. If a drive is completely full, you're less likely to see more deleted data because that space has been utilized by new files.
The files that you pulled, did it pull full photo files, JPEGs?
It did for a lot of them, and then it also showed some file entries where the software was reading that at one point in time there was a file there, but the file content itself did not exist. So there were a bunch of files and then a bunch of entries of prior files.
When you pulled, when you put that data into Forensic Explorer, did it pull a little bit more than what Kevin's had originally pulled?
So Kevin had done some reports and some output. I did not go back and look at his initial examination files. So I don't know if I was looking at what he had looked at and he had selected certain items for output. So that's a difficult question to
Okay, so
answer, but it's,
when you pulled it, what do you mean by entry files?
so just like the front of a book, your computer storage keeps a index of what files are there. So it's just kind of a list of entries that contain files. And then depending on the file type, it will link to where those files are on the disk. If that area had been, overwritten by a new file, or that part of the hard drive is needed by a larger file, those entries are still there and I can read the entries, but the data for the file itself is no longer there.
At this time, state movement to evidence, state exhibit box on.
Okay. Nice and mid.
All right. Josh, if you could pull up the TVs, please. Judge, could you turn on the television? Thank you. All right, investigator, I'm showing you bot song 9. So essentially the file from the trail camera SD card. And I want to pull up, let's see, this file within that exhibit named 18-73198 images from SD card. Are these images that were pulled by Mr. Castellano from the SD card?
Yes, they were.
And it has the date of the file creation. Is that when the device created that photo?
Yes, based on the time settings on that device itself, that is the date it's reporting that the photo was taken, or the file was created.
And then down here, what does this mean to you?
That the file had been deleted.
So this first photo appears to have been deleted. The first, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 were deleted, and then moving on from 8 down were not deleted. So I'm going to pull those up individually, but I first want to walk through each data on each photo. So for this photo, this was 7/2/18, 4:50 a.m. And it appears there's a raccoon, some animal.
Yes.
Your knowledge of trail cams, is it a motion sensor?
Yes.
Okay. So it'll take a photo when it senses motion.
Yes, it will.
Okay. And then on this one, file number 2, 7/3/18, 2:20 p.m. I think there might be a squirrel in there somewhere. Yes, there he is on the tree. And that was deleted
Yes.
on. Okay, and then 7/4, 3:24 p.m. I believe we have another squirrel that triggered that photo. Also deleted.
Yes.
And then July 4th, 2018, 5:53 p.m. We got another squirrel over here,
Yes.
and that was also deleted.
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be a person walking by on the 5th
Correct.
at 12:05 p.m. Deleted. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And then the 6th file, 7/5/18, 12:06, also deleted.
Yes, it is.
I think this is the last one, and this appears to be a male walking up, possibly walking up to the camera, also deleted on the from the 5th.
Yes.
Okay, and then this image was created on the 5th, but this says false. Does that mean that was on the SD card, not deleted?
Correct.
Okay. Same for this photo for the 6th.
Yes.
And then this appears to be an SO employee on the 6th, 12:42 a.m.
Yes.
Not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. Another SO not deleted on the 6th.
Correct.
Looks like another sheriff's office employee with badge on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And then another few moments later, also on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And it appears it's moving. In this photo, 12:51 a.m. on the 6th.
Yes.
And then do you recognize any of this in the background here on the 6th?
I don't recognize the background, but that does look like one of our shirts.
Okay, so it's SO employee.
I
And then
believe so.
the last one from the 6th at 12:53 a.m. not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So it appears, pull that back up. This was the only one from the 3rd, which was at 2:20 p.m. And that's that squirrel there on the tree. And then a couple on the 4th of 2 squirrels. And then it moves to the 5th.
Yes.
Okay. Next, I want to talk to you about something a little more complex. Did you have the opportunity to look at the Dell computer located in the basement of the Ferris house?
Not the computer itself, but a copy of the hard drive, yes.
Okay, so the hard drive was imaged,
It was.
and that was a bit-by-bit copy?
Yes, it was.
And you had the opportunity to look through that copy of the hard drive?
Yes.
What was it that you were looking for?
I was asked to determine a last point of when it was used or somebody had logged into it.
So sort of user,
Looking for looking for artifacts of human interaction with the computer.
so for computers, do they have, can the system itself push out tasks onto the computer without somebody actually sitting in front of it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell the difference between a task that a human would perform on a computer versus possibly the system performing a task?
A lot of the times I am. There are a certain small amount of instances where it's difficult to tell.
Where it's difficult to tell?
Yes.
So this image of this hard drive that you looked at I want to walk through your report. I guess I'll just move it into evidence states exhibit box on 7.
No.
Which is your Dell report. And I can go ahead and give you this, and I can look at a digital copy if you would like. I'm just going to start with page 1 and kind of walk through. And hopefully, in layman's terms, describe the very technical work you did on this. All right. So on your first page here, what is this first box for computer information?
So a computer has a place where a bunch of the information on operation instructions and who it belongs to and other information is stored, called the registry. And in this case, this is a selective output of that information. And the first box itself shows that it is a Windows machine and it gives you the install date. But the more important part of this is pulling the registered owner.
Which says what?
In this case, it says G. Ferris.
Okay, and then time zone information. Why is this important for you?
It gives me which time zone the computer is set in. So that way, when I'm doing any sort of analysis work with any of the files involving times, I know which time zone I'm looking at. And it's actually fairly common for a computer to be in the wrong time zone. So just to make sure I'm getting the times correct, we look at this entry.
Do you often have to convert time zones when you are analyzing digital evidence?
Yes.
And in this case, for this computer, were certain sections that you were looking at in different time zones? Or did they all appear to be consistently in UTC or Eastern time?
Everything was either in the UTC value or in Eastern time.
What is UTC?
It is the Universal Coordinated Time, or as they used to teach it, Greenwich Mean Time, which is in England, where it's just there's no compensation to the time zone. While in Georgia, we are either 4 or 5 hours behind that timeline.
And then I'm going to move down to the computer name. This computer had a name. What was the name?
It's Basement PC.
Okay. Pretty self-explanatory there. All right, I want to move on to your section 1. And I've titled these sections to keep them straight. Chrome downloads. What is Chrome?
Chrome is a internet browser that is made by Google.
Why did you decide to look at internet browsers for user intervention?
That's one of the both easier and more common areas to see information on usage, as a lot of the use of a computer nowadays is becoming internet browser based.
Okay, so we started with Chrome, and it appears that these are in UTC. So what does that mean for you?
So in this case, that is in that coordinated time and not compensated to Eastern. So we would have to subtract 4 hours, because in July, our time offset would be 4 hours. So that to get to the time that it would be here in Eastern time.
So these were the last downloads that you pulled right here that you took a screenshot of?
Yeah, that was the 3 most recent Chrome downloads.
Okay, and they appear to be PDF files. Is that accurate right here?
Yes.
And the user downloaded them, and it appears saved it onto the desktop. Is that what that means?
Yes,
You located that same file that was downloaded in the desktop folder.
correct.
Okay. And that was on July 3rd, 2018, and the Eastern time would be 1:51:09 p.m.
So the download was showing slightly before that, but the 151:03 is the download, and then the file time itself located in the download folder was, 6 seconds later.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Chrome history. This would be his, or the user's browser history.
Yes.
Okay. For Chrome specifically.
Correct.
Okay. You noted this website, and you might call it something different, but I'm going to use website. Citrix. Can you describe that to the jury right here?
Citrix itself is a big company that offers a lot of applications, primarily to small, medium, sometimes larger businesses. It has anything from some remote computer applications to file sharing, to a varied other set of business tasks that can be logged into from a browser.
And you sort of focused on the access to citrix1.er. Can you describe that to the jury, why you focused on that?
Burr.com is one of the names that I was informed belonged to the law firm that Mr. Ferris had worked for. I don't know that part of the arrangement, but and that just as far as establishing usage, getting onto a corporate resource and accessing work materials, I flagged it as the information I was presented was this individual was pretty much always working and always accessing work resources.
And are these times, these are UTC, so we would subtract 4?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move up here to LinkedIn. Are you familiar with what LinkedIn is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's, in lightened terms, it's social media for business, and allows you to make a professional resume style profile and list accolades and friend and recommend business colleagues, as well as it does have some hiring features, some job hunting features, as well as some news articles that are posted by both professional outlets and individuals.
And it appears that the history for Chrome here, the last entry was 7/3/2018 at 2:32 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And then we move on to Internet Explorer, which is just another browser. Yes. Internet browser.
At the time, yes, not so much anymore, but
RIP Internet Explorer. Okay. So this is also in UTC time.
yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. Now we got a couple of, excuse me, later entries here. So I want to talk about the Internet Explorer history that you pulled from this computer. Can you walk through, you made a note here. Can you walk the jury through this opinion that you concluded?
So that top entry listed July 4th shows a visit to a website that is titled msftconnecttest.com. I did a little bit of reading into the function of that task and what that task is, and found that it is a system task done by Microsoft that is essentially just a check-in to make sure that Microsoft applications and programs are operating effectively. So, for Outlook to work correctly, Teams, if you use Teams, which is a chat and video calling and meeting application, it will reach out when either you're booting into Windows or an application is about to be used, just to reach out to Microsoft to do that initial, hey, I'm over here, everything's okay, to check that connection status to make sure that your interaction with Microsoft products is a seamless experience.
Was that the only log for the 4th?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the ones that are below it. This is in UTC, so is this 7/4 technically 1:14 a.m.? Explain what the actual time and date of these entries are.
So that would be on the actual night of 7/2.
Okay.
So you
So the
subtract
last-
4 hours back, you would get to the 2nd of July.
Okay. So we'll jump down to these down here. So these are the 3rd. Well, I guess, except, are these in chronological order? What kind of order are these in?
Yes, they're should be organized by timestamp.
So we've got a couple of AMs here, and then we've got the 7/3, 5:49 PM.
Yes, and that would be 1:49 p.m. on the afternoon of the 3rd of July in 2018.
Okay, and so all of these for AM would actually be on the 2nd if you convert the time accurately.
Correct.
Okay, so then for 5:49 p.m., 5:47 p.m., that's 1:49 and 1:47 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. So between the 3rd and the 4th, 1:49 p.m. appears to be the latest Internet Explorer visit from a user.
Yes.
Move down to event logs. What are event logs?
So Windows keeps logs of pretty much everything that happens on your computer as you're using it. I can store, error logs, install logs. But one of the more important areas to me is the actual login, logout logs. It will actually have a entry into a file, which is actually just named the event logs. When a user or a task logs in or accesses system resources, among some other information.
So what event log is 4624? What does that tell you?
So the 4624 is actually the code that it attaches to login entries.
To log in entries?
Yes.
So when somebody actually sits down and types in their password and logs into the computer?
It will create one of those, yes.
Okay. So for this Dell, and is this in, it says UTC, so we have to subtract 4 again?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 3rd, the last login was when?
The last login itself is at 3:42.
So that's this one highlighted right here.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then you had 2 types of logons. You broke that down on your next page here, and we're still on bot song 7. Can you describe that to the jury?
So each one of those entries, while it's a simplified view that was on the prior page, each one of those entries contains all of this other information inside of that file. So pulling this one as an example, there is multiple different types of logins that Windows will log. There's network login, there's user password, there's a system task that accesses the system, and those are all inside these 4624 log entries. They put a difference right in the second block of information. It's right there at the top of the page now. under login information, the login type, it has a number next to it.
This right here.
Correct.
Okay.
So in this case, the login type number 2 is the one that I can attribute directly to a user entering a username and passcode or a PIN to log into the system. The other one I was seeing that was in these as well was a entry number 5, which is a system task, was logging into the
So
system.
we'll get to that one in a second. So the last one that you could attribute to a person was on the 3rd. Is this Eastern time right now?
Yes, this
Okay.
one has been compensated, and this was the last type
Type
2,
2.
which is a user-initiated login that I could locate on this system.
Okay. And then you mentioned a type 5. So let's move on to the type 5. Okay. So here you're just describing the types. So talk about, you've already kind of described it, but now that they know there are 2 types of logins, describe again the type 5 logon.
It's when a service starts, which is just a process that's running on your computer. And a service account, which is just an account that's exactly for these tasks to run. Service task logs in and utilizes resources or performs a task on that system.
So not a human.
Correct.
And you noted that there was a login type 5 at 342. Well, all the way until 342.
Correct. So there was some intermittent of these tasks that were running all the way until that 342 timestamp.
And is that on the 3rd?
Yes,
July 3rd of 2018.
correct.
Okay. And then you noted application event log, an Outlook error. Can you describe why you put this in your report?
Just while I was going through all of this complex logs, I was looking just for signs of user interaction or trying to narrow down the last use of this system. And the same way Windows captures those login events among other events, it also has a log specifically for applications. So anytime an application has something that is loggable, it'll have an entry in the system. In this case, what we're looking at is the Outlook application itself, which is a program for email, had entered an error code into this log saying that the attachments to the message was too large.
So then did you go back to Mr. Ferris's emails and see if he had sent one with attachments? An email.
I went back actually to his phone and looked into the email list to see if there had anything inside that time frame that would be consistent with this error. And at fairly close to the same time, there was an email being sent from the phone with some larger attachments to it.
At 1:55 p.m.
Yes,
on July 3rd.
correct.
These are the attachments that were too large.
Yes.
Okay. Thing I wanted to discuss. Okay, I don't know if we really discussed this. So on the 4th, you mentioned that this MSFT Connect is a system push.
Yes.
Okay, that could be triggered how?
One of the things that I discovered during reading about specifically that task itself was in that check to the Microsoft servers. It happens when you first go to use a computer, whether it was sleeping, whether it was off, whether you were just about to log into the system. And one of the common places that it had been seen is you're first turning on your computer, or you're first opening the lid, or you move the mouse, hit the key press to get to the password screen. That Windows task is going to try to reach out to Microsoft to make sure those applications will function. So with laptops, if the lid's closed, a lot of the times individuals will have their system set to go to sleep or in a low power mode. So the most likely scenario for this one is either the system was sleeping, the screen was off, or the lid was closed. And when the system powered on or came back awake or came out of low power mode, it went to connect to that Microsoft service to get ready for the user. So the most likely thing that occurred was either somebody had moved a mouse or that a lid had been opened.
And that was on the 4th, and we would have to subtract 4, so that'd be 11:09 a.m.
10:09.
I'm sorry, you're right. Okay. 10:09 a.m. on the 4th.
Yes.
Okay. And you can attribute that to the computer waking up, or essentially Microsoft getting ready for a user.
Yes.
So coming out of sleep mode, etc.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any tasks beyond that one?
No.
Okay. Now we're going to move on from the Dell and talk about the CPAP machine. At this time, Judge State would move to enter into evidence bot song 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10.
All right. No objections?
No.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you. Okay. You had the opportunity to essentially pull the data from a CPAP machine in this case, or the SD card that was located within the CPAP machine.
Kind of this similar methodology to the trail camera itself. The CPAP machine had initially been imaged by the prior examiner, Kevin, and I started off with that copy of the SD card from the CPAP machine.
So it was data from the SD card that Kevin had imaged.
Correct.
And saved.
Yes.
Okay. And you went ahead and validated that and then figured out what to do with that data.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. How did you figure out what to do with that data? Because it didn't come in these nice little tables initially, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about that.
So CPAP machines, keep a log of all the sleep events and everything else, and they're typically proprietary to whatever software or cloud-based solution that your doctor's office would use. The primary intent is to share your sleep data with your medical providers. So usually they're kind of walled in their own garden of needing to be opened in the proprietary software or a cloud account. I initially looked into how to read that data through this specific provider. One I believe was named AirSense, and learned that it is either paid software or a cloud account provided by a medical provider. Further research through the forensic community and some of the communities that I'm involved with online as part of my continuing education and keeping up with the trends. There was an article that I located about an open source project that created a free to use software application that was open source that had been specifically made to make an environment and software where you'd be able to look at the data yourself. So in this case, I downloaded that specific application after researching everything that it had done and talked to another examiner who had prior experience with that software application itself, and then created a instance on one of my forensics machines, installed it, and then I was actually able to load the SD card information into the software.
Into readable tables and graphs and data.
And then it took it and made it into where instead of just seeing the file dates and times, which were pretty much all that were available until I discovered this application, into actually being able to view the data in a actually quite nice presentable format.
All right, I'm going to open bot song 1. It says CPAP statistics standard. So is this the program that helped you load all this?
Yes.
Okay. Oscar usage statistics. And this is the data that was on the CPAP. Was it an SD card?
So I took the image of the SD card and then I had to export it onto another drive, basically making a separate copy of the SD card. And then I put that into the system, running Oscar, and imported all that information from the original files that I had just exported.
Okay, so this breaks it down. Most recent 7/2/2018. Can you explain to the jury how the CPAP calculated days?
So this specific vendor, AirSense, both on its website and in the profile, when I selected in Oscar or this application that this was an AirSense machine, they both advised that it kept time slightly strange, and it kind of just gave it to you as an acknowledgement that so you'd have the understanding of what you're looking at, instead of the normal switching dates at midnight like all of us do. Seeing CPAP machines are primarily used at night, its date change is actually set for 12 noon. So between 12 noon all the way until noon the next day is one date. So the dates appear to be behind in this instance, and it'll clarify a little bit in one of my next reports, but this most recent 7/2, according to how this machine keeps dates, is from noon on the 2nd all the way until 11:59 a.m. on the 3rd.
Okay, and we'll get to see that in one of the next exhibits. So here it says days not used, 0. What does that tell you?
So, and this report is broken down into all the categories I had available. It has detections on how many days this device was not used. So in the last night, it's showing that it was, double negative, not used. So this device was used on the last night. There was a log. In the last week, the last 30 days, and the last 6 months, it reported 0 days that it was not used. So it had been used every night in what it's reporting the last 6-month period. And then within the last year, it was showing a 60-day period of not showing use.
Why was that?
I believe the first reported entry was less than a year. This file goes all the way back to July, and if you look towards the top, the initial initialization date is in September.
So there's about 2 months there where either he didn't have it or he had another one or wasn't
Correct.
reading. Okay. All right. Let's move on to bot song 2, overview report. And this is usage from, it appears, September 1st to July. Is that fair?
Yeah, should be September 1st to July 2nd.
July 2nd. Okay. And there's not a void in this graph to show that it was not used one day. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. And then does this graph here show the times that the user, presumably Gary, the times of his sessions of the CPAP being on?
Yes.
And we don't know about pressure. Okay, so bot song 3 breaks it down a little bit. This might be similar to 1. So this is a reporting for 305 days, and he used days. Does that say 305 days used?
Yes.
Okay, out of how many days?
305.
Is this broken down by month, bot song 4?
It is.
Okay. Is July 2018 the most recent?
Yes.
Okay. And this has percentage of days used, 100%? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. It also has an average of how many hours that user sleeps?
Correct.
Okay. All right, bot song. Let's go to overview last week. Usage from June 26th to July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. And then, all right, so you mentioned that it kept time from noon to one day and then 11:59 a.m. to the following day.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And so what is this table telling you right here?
This is the reported data from the last entry that was available, the one that was marked in all of the graphs as July 2nd. But in that date example and all the disclaimers they gave, if you actually look at the start time, the start time is logged as 2018 0703 at 0037 or just after midnight. And then the end time has the same July 3rd at 0748, so 7:48 in the morning. So even though the log file is showing July 2nd, we clearly see that the start and the end date are on both July 3rd.
I'm going to pull up last one, bot song 10. What are we looking at here?
And this is a screenshot inside the Oscar application, something that I was not easily able to get into a report. So I took a screenshot of the last session that was available, the one that was showing the log file as 7.2, showing both the date a little better clarified as 7/3/2018 with the start of 0037 or 12:37 a.m. and an end at 7:48 a.m. with the total time of 7:11. And then it shows some CPAP, other statistics that I'm not as familiar with.
And that was the last session that the AirSense logged.
Correct.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator Bobson.
Good morning.
It's nice to cross you. I'm gonna start with the SD card stuff. So, do you know who deleted the SD cards?
I do not.
Okay. Well, so you didn't delete them, right?
Correct.
Okay, because Scott Ferris testified earlier that last week that he was the one who deleted it. So it is your opinion that, I know it's from the top, I believe. So this one, it says 1, it's got the file name and all that, and that's the photograph. So this is photograph 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the last photograph that was deleted, correct?
Yes.
Because that says deleted is true, and that individual who was previously identified as Scott Ferris is walking up to the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you got another one that is not deleted, and that appears to be the same individual walking past the camera again.
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got just things on the 6th, and these are you weren't there, but those are Sheriff's Office investigators.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So. I want to go to your review of the Dell. So, I got my notes on your copy. So your testimony is that with the Chrome download, that this time, that is UTC time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would put that time 4 hours later. So at 1:51?
Correct.
And it was at that point that Gary Ferris, or presumably someone, was downloading a PDF.
It just, a user of the system downloaded the PDF.
Okay. A user.
Yes.
Do you know, was this computer, was it password protected?
Yes.
How do you get in something like that?
So Windows is designed to prevent access from the device itself. And unless you have some of the more advanced security features enabled, like encryption, that security is not designed to prevent somebody from removing the hard drive and plugging it into another computer and being able to read it, which in our standard practice, that's what we do. We do not use the individual device that comes into us. We remove the hard drive and plug it into that right blocked device and access it that way.
Okay. I want to go here. Make sure that that's not too good. Zoom in a little bit. So I want to clear something up. This event ID 4624, that is an ID associated with a regular normal login?
It's just the login in general. There's
general.
not a regular normal.
Well, because you had talked about login 2s, login 5s, and things like that. So is that a login 2? Or you don't know the difference? You can't tell the difference based on that ID?
The ID itself, no, but that is available further down.
Okay. Well, that's what I was going to ask, because here we've got an event on, it looks like July the 3rd, 7:42 p.m., which is UTC.
Correct.
So that would put that at what, 2:42? 3:42. At 3:42 p.m., there's some type of event going on the computer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that one I specifically noted below is one of the ones I attributed to the system tasks.
Yeah. So we got an event going on. Because I think you put in your summary report that basically Gary logged on at 1:20. And then there is a login 5 at 3:42, right?
Correct.
Okay. And with Ms. Frankish had gone through with you, these are all UTC times too, all of these websites that he was visiting.
Yes.
So he was at least on reading this, Congress trumps regulators regarding loans. That would have been at 2:32. He was reading that article, or the user was presumably reading that article.
The user had navigated to it. Whether they read or not is not something I'm able to see.
True. They were at least on that website.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm assuming your testimony was that event at 3:42 is some type of Microsoft automatic.
The 340,
something that it does?
The 342 one was one of the ones with the type 5 login, which is those system tasks.
And you can't have a type 5 login while you're logged in under type 2?
No, those do happen.
That does happen?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't distinguish that type of event between a type 2 and a type 5.
I mean, I can distinguish between a type 2 and a type 5. Some of the screenshots are showing exactly that, where that information is available. Looking at the list like this, you cannot.
Okay. Well, this is your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And yet again, that's all 7.3. And I guess there is another one under the Internet Explorer. Right here on the 4th at 2:09 p.m. It was your opinion that that was only some type of Microsoft security update or some type of Microsoft update?
Not an update, but reaching out to Microsoft servers to ensure that a Microsoft application was able to function properly.
Okay. And so is that that's in UTC time as well?
It is.
Okay. What time would that have been not UTC time?
That would have been at 10:09:38 a.m. on the 4th.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not going to go over all the CPAP information with you, but essentially the gist of your testimony and your analysis of the CPAP machine was that Gary used his CPAP at least every day, according to what you can tell from that one SD card.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Gary had gone to the hospital several times during the year, or at least one time during the year 2018?
No.
When you're calculating this or trying to figure this out, did the DA's office tell you to take the I know not take it. You weren't there to take it, but did they reach out to you and say, "Hey, look at that CPAP SD card. Let's see what's going on"?
They the initial output from the initial investigation, the SD card just showed a bunch of files and not a bunch of information. I was asked to see if I could navigate it into a readable format.
Okay. So essentially from the CPAP, you learned that Gary used it every day, and the last time he used it was on the 3rd.
Correct.
On the 3rd when he took it off.
Correct.
All right. And going to the Dell, you were able to learn that somebody used that computer last time being later in the day, July the 3rd.
Yeah, not later in the day, but that afternoon, log in at 1:20.
Yeah, so somebody logged in and used it.
Correct.
And then there's not a top 5 login until 3:42.
Correct. And then no logins past that.
No logins past that, but you can actually have a top 5 login and a top 2 login at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions?
How big is the SD card in the trail camera?
I'd have to look. I don't remember off the top of my head.
How many images does it hold?
It had the images presented, and then there was another 20 or 30 images from a couple months prior that were in the deleted as well.
That aren't in your report?
That initial report was for Mr. Castellano or Kevin, who had produced the report based on anything with a July timestamp, I believe.
So we don't know what's on the camera from before the date of this report.
I've seen it and I turned over the files.
So we need to take something outside the presence of.
We'll get there. Hold on. So there are images on the camera that were taken that were not displayed to the jury, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to Wither's explanation. All right. Were there images that were not available to be extracted because they had been overwritten?
It's hard to answer it that way, but
Well,
there were.
You don't know how long it had been up, right?
Correct.
So if it'd been up for a year and every month someone goes and deletes the images, eventually it's going to start overwriting it.
Correct.
Does it do that sequentially or does it do that randomly?
The file naming should be sequential while the deletion is user-based and up to the user.
Does the computer inside the trail camera decide when it wants to start rewriting over files based upon when it wants to, or does it go through systematically and deletes the oldest files still on the SD card that's marked for deletion, or will it skip?
So as far as the as far as the unit itself deleting files, that is a setting that's inside the camera itself. which I do not know as far as the settings of that camera. As far as which entries are overwritten, that's again how the camera is programmed.
It's up to the camera to decide when it starts to rewriting over images.
And which sections of the SD card it writes to.
Does it save thumbnails in the metadata?
I believe everything I saw out of it was full images.
All right. The CPAP machine. You didn't attempt to utilize get someone to give you access to the CPAP program approved by the manufacturer?
I had started down that route, and that's when I discovered this open source project that the open source license project that has the ability to read the make and model for the CPAP machine that we had.
That is not approved by the manufacturer.
Correct.
That is a report format that somebody out there who's interested in this kind of thing created it on its own to extract the software and data and put in some format in some table that they think is appropriate for the data based upon crowdsourcing and other folks that are interested in the same type thing.
That's pretty accurate for all open source projects.
Right. Not approved by the manufacturer who created it or their software that they have designed to go with the system.
Correct.
So it might be correct and it might not be. It could be the same as if I wrote it.
The documentation I read said it had full support for the CPAP device and
From
the
other people who wrote the code to extract the data and put it in the tables.
Correct.
All right. Anybody else got any questions based upon my questions?
I'm sorry? I have no follow-up, Judge.
What are these photos that you didn't turn down?
I mean, I had provided everything that I had out. There was photos from a couple months prior of more raccoons and more deer and what looked like some gardening.
No. Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
What do you mean a couple of months before?
There were some images from, I believe it was March and April, that were just other animals and other things crossing in front of the cameras.
Okay, so what about June, a whole month before? So you said March and April. May, June?
Not that I remember.
So there's a whole month that there's not even a squirrel on this farm in front of that deer figure?
Correct. And
Who told you what to turn over?
I turned over everything that I had.
But no, you didn't, because you're testifying that there were other things that you didn't turn over. Right? You just said it.
I mean, I provided the raw data from the devices itself and produced every report that I was asked to.
Who asked you to produce this report?
DA's office as
Okay.
part of discovery.
Did they tell you to limit the photographs that you turn over?
So this report itself was a report that was created by Mr. Castellano upon his initial work. I believe I said during the earlier that he had pulled the information from July.
Okay.
And put it into this report.
Okay. So is it your testimony now that you took those other images that you found that you claim have no evidentiary value? Did you turn those over to the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. So they have those images.
I turned over the raw data from the SD card to the district attorney's office.
Okay. Did that raw data that you sent over, did it look like this or something similar like this?
No, this is a report that was completed and had information from the month of July as pulled from the camera.
Okay. Is there anything else that you have turned over that you haven't heard us talk about today or ask you about? Photographs or any other thing that was maybe relevant?
I mean, I've turned over all the digital files that I had to the district attorney's office.
Okay. So your testimony is you turned over those other photographs,
So
correct?
I did not, just the same way as I don't hand over each individual file to a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I turned over the files from the SD card.
So you're saying you turned over everything that was on that SD card?
Yeah, copy of the SD card was sent up.
Okay. And so if the copy of the SD card that I get only has 11 photographs, that's not correct, or I'm sorry,
I mean, I don't,
16 photographs.
I don't know what you were provided, but if you were only provided something with 16 images, then
What you turned over was more than that.
it was a SD card, an image of the SD card. So it was a complete copy of the SD card.
Okay. How many photographs were on the SD card?
I don't know.
Not deleted, deleted otherwise. Just as best of your recollection.
I mean, complete guess, 30.
30. So if I told you I only had 16, that's half, right? Roughly.
Roughly.
Okay. Now, with what the court had asked you about the program you used to analyze the CPAP statistics, what did you call it again?
The name of the program is called Oscar.
Okay, and that's just a program that you found online?
Correct.
Okay. Open source, which means free?
Yes.
And did that program, because my understanding of your testimony was that you looked at the raw data and put it into, at the request of the DA's office, into some type of readable format, right?
Utilizing a program named Oscar.
Okay, so it's actually the program that put it in this readable format, not you.
I mean, I navigated and generated the reports through the software application.
Yes. But it's actually the software that's organizing it.
Correct.
When you put it in.
Yes.
All right, so basically you're just reading what this report says when
Correct.
it comes out of the other end. But, it's like a hot dog machine. It's like you put in some information, it tabulates it, and then you read the report it generates.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't actually do a review of the CPAP machine to make your determinations. You're reading what a computer program did, correct?
That plus the dates from the raw data on the initial CPAP reports that were produced.
While you were inputting that data, did you ever do any tests to make sure that it was operating and functioning correctly?
Looking at the dates and times from the initial CSV file that we had, or the Excel spreadsheet, the Excel spreadsheet and the initial output just defines a date and time that a log was generated, not the contents of the log, which is where this software application came in and read the contents of those log files.
Okay. Well, here's my question. Did you ever do like a test, like, hey, I need to see if this program is actually working. So let's put in July the 1st and see what it tells me and see what this program spits out on the other end.
Not specifically like that, no.
Okay. Because what I'm trying to figure out, if there's any way that you could have limited the possibility of error. Let me ask you another way. Did you just essentially put in all of the raw data that you could from the CPAP SD card into this program?
Yeah, the only way it allows you to display files, I can't pick and choose what information is inputted into the software application. It is uploaded directly from the SD card.
Okay, so you have to kind of do it all at one time.
Correct.
All right. So if there was an error in that Oscar program, you wouldn't know, right? Without having to go through and correlate it with all of the raw data that you had.
Correct.
Okay. And yet again, like Judge Cannon had asked you, that program, to the best of your knowledge, isn't licensed by the CPAP manufacturer.
It is not.
Nothing else.
I have no questions, Judge.
I'll ask one more. You can't guarantee that there aren't images that aren't missing from the SD card of the trail camera that weren't deleted and overwritten while, start over. There are multiple photographs of the trail camera continuing to take pictures after the event. No one turned it off.
It obviously was turned off at a certain point.
At some point after it took about 8 images
Seeing
on the
last-
scene and in your office.
See, I was about to say, seeing the last picture was an individual in my office. I imagine that's when they would
So
turn it
no
off.
one turned it off or just took the SD card out.
I do not know the answer to that one. But yes, it would either been turned off or somebody took the SD card.
But not for some period of time.
Correct.
You can't guarantee that there aren't images that were deleted that weren't overwritten by the other photographs that continued to be taken by the camera.
Correct.
All right, you can sit down. We'll take a mid-morning break. Well, yeah, we're still gonna take a break. We're gonna break in an hour for lunch, but we'll try to take it short.
Yeah, I didn't know that the judge was going to be asking a whole bunch of questions because before, I mean, he wasn't even asking any questions. But now that we done got into bullets, guns, DNA, I don't know if the judge is not trying to commit a crime on the side or what's going on. You're asking a lot of questions to these witnesses. So that means, I don't know. Do y'all think that that's fair for him to ask these questions?
New witness, let's get them loaded.
I'm gonna ask. Let me get on camera. I don't care. Like, he need to do the tech stuff on his own thing. Cause I'm wondering, like, does this help the defense? Does this help the prosecution in either way? So say if it was a question that you didn't ask or you didn't clarify, it's almost like the judge is asking additional questions. Could that be helping either side? Like, I'm just starting to feel like maybe they wouldn't have asked those questions, or maybe they don't need that understanding. Like, it is the job. You say you think it will help them, but even if it's helping the defense, I think that it's the attorney's job to make sure that the jury understands, to dumb it down for the jury, things of that nature. And it's like, because the judge is trying to understand it, is giving more clarity to certain stuff. I mean, it's not like we doing a proffer or anything like that. These are questions that he's asking in front of the jury. I just wanted to see like what y'all would pick it. Miranda said she think it'd help the defense because the prosecution almost wanted to stop the judge from asking certain questions. He has only been a judge for a week and a half before this trial. I wonder what he did before this. Are you serious, SD? SD kidding. That's why he was so hyper and so excited and worried about if they was going to talk to each other in the rooms as they leave and stuff. Is that why he was like over dramatic? Really? That's an interesting dynamic. Yeah, but I understand that he may be curious. Like, what he curious of? Is he about to go out here and do a redrum? Is he trying to figure out how to hide some DNA? What they gonna be able to see? I just want him to stop because he wasn't asking questions of anybody else. Now he asking questions of all this tech stuff. All right. Well, we shall see him. Put us back in there.
It up instead of waiting for him to come in after the jury gets here.
Ms. Cooper, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, have a seat for me and speak up into that microphone in front of you so that all of these folks can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Sharon Cooper.
I'm going to scoot this microphone.
Can you hear it?
A little bit. And then here we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Sharon Cooper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
How is it that you know the defendant in this case, Melody Ferris?
We were friends. We lived in the same neighborhood, and we used to walk a lot together and spend time together, get nails done together, go shopping together, that type of thing.
What year did you meet Miss Ferris?
2016.
And you said you used to walk together a lot. How frequently would you walk?
Oh, for a period of time there, it was, I would say, daily.
On these walks, would you share personal information about your lives?
Yes.
Have you ever met Gary Ferris?
Yes.
About how well did you know Gary Ferris?
Not very well, actually.
Did you know Scott Ferris?
Yes.
And how well did you know Scott Ferris?
Acquaintances, not very well.
What did you know about Melody and Gary's relationship?
That it was strained and not close.
Did you and Melody discuss the Ferris's finances ever?
Yeah.
In what context?
Just she shared with me that she didn't have access to any of the money, that her name had been taken off of everything, and so she didn't have access.
Okay. And if you could, I know it's hard to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Did she have any debit cards? Credit cards?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did she have a debit card?
Yes.
How did you know that?
She told me.
And would you go shopping together?
Yes.
When you would go shopping together, would Gary know where Melody was shopping?
Yes.
How would he know that?
Because if she ran the debit card, he got a notification immediately.
Did she ever explain to you how she felt in her marriage?
Yeah, she wasn't happy in her marriage.
Did she ever express to you why she wouldn't leave Gary?
Yeah.
What was that?
It had to do with wanting to stay, because if she left, she wouldn't have access to any funds.
Did you learn about a man named Rusty Barton when you were walking with Melody?
Yes.
Who was Rusty Barton?
Rusty Barton was her boyfriend.
Whose boyfriend?
Melody's boyfriend.
And did you learn at any point that Melody had, how would she contact Rusty Barton?
By phone.
How many phones did you know Melody to have?
She had 2 phones.
Do you know how Rusty was saved in her phone?
Yes, he was in her phone as XO.
And would you see him call or see her text? Is that how you knew
Yes. Yes.
that? Do you know when Rusty entered her life?
I don't know.
Was it prior to you and her becoming friends?
Yes.
He was already in her
It was
life.
an established relationship prior to that. Yes.
At any point, did Melody send you her debit card?
Yes.
For what? Well, let me ask you this. Where were you when that happened?
I was in Minnesota. I was in Bagley, Minnesota.
And why did she send you her debit card?
She asked me to use it somewhere locally there because she had told Gary that she was with me.
Where was she, in fact?
She was in the Bahamas.
With who?
With Rusty.
Please stick around. I'm going to show you. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Cooper 1. Do you recognize that address?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit Cooper 1. What did she want you to do with the card?
She wanted me to use it up there in Minnesota.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did actually.
Where did you use it?
I used it at a little cafe in Leonard.
Is this the cafe that you used?
It is, yes.
And was that the date on which you used it?
It is, yes.
Did you and Melody remain friends?
After which point?
Up until today. When did the friendship change?
I would say the friendship had changed when I had started going up to Minnesota and spending a lot of time away. I had moved. I wasn't her neighbor anymore. So we had less frequent contact with each other. And that happened, I'm sure early 2018, somewhere in there.
How many phone numbers did you have for Melody?
I had 2.
Okay. Did you show that to the police?
I did.
You spoke with the police?
Yes, I
After
did.
what happened to Gary? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, it was just a few days after his death.
And did you tell them all of the information that you and I are discussing today?
Yes, I did.
Would Gary restrict what Melody purchased?
No, he did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Just had knowledge about what she's purchased.
Correct.
That's all I have, Ms. Cooper. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cooper. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ferris. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You flew down involuntarily from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Now, when you lived, you didn't actually live on Purcell. You lived off one of those little side roads that come off Purcell.
Correct, Hickory Hill.
And you and Melody, y'all used to walk up Purcell, up to Birmingham Highway, and around the neighborhood around Terry Braswell's house.
Yes.
And Terry was a friend of yours too?
Yes.
And y'all met him walking?
No, I knew Terry for years.
You knew him for,
Mhm.
is that because of his business?
Yep. And he had a daughter that used to ride horses where my daughter rode horses. So I met him years ago.
Okay. And then you and Melody were out walking and he was mowing his grass and you were like, hey, there's Terry.
Yep.
Okay. And that's how Melody and Terry Braswell met?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to the phones. Ms. Frankus asked you if you had 2 phone numbers for Melody. That is correct, right?
That is correct.
In fact, when y'all used to go walk, you saw her that she had 2 cell phones?
Correct.
Okay. Did Terry Braswell, did she ever have her 2 cell phones when y'all were talking with Terry Braswell on your walks?
Not that I can recall, possibly.
Possibly though. Regarding the financial aspect of it, I believe you justified that Gary didn't limit what Melody could buy, correct?
That's correct.
I think you actually said in your interview that it didn't have anything to do with about Melody spending money, right?
Correct.
It was he just wanted to know what she was spending money on.
He wanted to know where she was.
Yeah, where she was or what she's buying. All right. Now, you were aware that, because you had been to the Ferris's home, right?
I had, yes.
Okay. You were aware that Melody and Gary basically lived separate lives.
Yep.
And that she lived upstairs and he lived downstairs.
Correct.
All right. Now, you had also met Gary at least on one occasion.
Yes, I had on a couple of occasions.
On multiple occasions. What was Gary's demeanor like when you met him?
Quiet. It's hard to explain. Different.
Was he friendly?
No, I didn't find him friendly.
Just, I mean, you have trouble in your interview too, trying to describe your interaction with it. He just basically ignored you, didn't he?
Yes.
Just paid you no mind whatsoever.
Correct.
And I think you actually said that he wouldn't even make eye contact with you.
Correct.
Was that every time you met with him, or that you saw him?
Yeah, it was every time.
Okay. Did you ever meet Scott Ferris?
Yes.
How many times do you think you met Scott?
A handful, I suppose.
Yeah, I believe because your first interaction with Scott is because when you lived on Purcell Lane, let me ask you this, right? Is there a lot of farms, or at least a lot of farm animals at Purcell Lane?
There is. There's a lot of horse farms.
Okay, because I think you had goats.
I had sheep and horses.
Okay,
And
were they like cute little baby sheep, or like
yeah,
like pettable kind of sheep?
Yes.
Because you had lost some sheep, and I think you had contacted Scott Ferris because he
Correct.
had some dogs.
Yes.
Okay. What was Scott like when you met him?
Similar to his dad in personality.
Okay.
Not super friendly, more matter of fact and different.
Okay. And you were invited to play, right?
Yes.
Up
I
in
was.
Tennessee.
Mhm.
Was it? And that was the point where you actually met Rusty, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been admitted into evidence. You may not recognize it, and if you don't know what it shows, then you just say, "I don't know what it shows." Okay. Well, let me do it this way real quick. Change the view. And just for the record, show him pain 10. Can you identify who that is?
That's Rusty Barton.
Okay. Do you know who this is?
Can you move the? I do not know who that is.
I'm just going to flip through and you tell me if you see yourself. Okay. All right. So 10, 9. Oh, well, I went too fast. Hold on. 10, 9.
I'm looking for myself.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't see myself.
Okay. A little louder.
I don't see myself.
Okay. Yeah. And this is that you?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
me.
Okay. So that's you. Is that the first time you had met Emily or any of them?
Yes, it is the first time.
Had you ever met Amanda before?
I had met Amanda.
Okay. How about Chris?
I had not met Chris prior to that.
All right. So you, at least at the wedding time, you had met 3 out of 4 children.
Mhm.
Okay. And when did you move away from Purcell Lane?
I moved away in the fall of 2016.
Okay. So 2 years before what we're talking
Correct.
about. All right?
Almost. Yep.
And because I know you had gotten divorced, right? And that you got divorced when you lived off Purcell Lane.
Hickory Hill, but yes,
Okay. And did you still live in the general area?
I did.
Okay. That was always the confusing part about your name, was trying to figure out where you lived. All right. So you still lived in the area, and you and Melody could still walk, right?
We walked less because you'd have to drive to get to me.
Okay.
So we walked less. We occasionally walked
Okay.
after that.
When did you, I know you traveled back and forth a good bit to Minnesota during that period of time. When did you leave Georgia and go to Minnesota?
I was half-time for quite a while there, and maybe 3 years ago, I did it permanently.
Did it permanently? Okay.
Mhm.
So you're kind of back and forth
Mhm.
between 16 and 2024?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Up till, 2021. Really.
Correct. Until I was still coming back during COVID, so probably 2021.
Okay. And I believe that's because you have a child down here?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Ms. Frank, she had asked you about Melody getting divorced. You had talked to her about getting a divorce, right?
Yes.
And I believe you had told Ms. Frank, and maybe I misheard you, or I just didn't understand your answer. You said, did Melody tell you that she didn't want to get divorced because she didn't want to lose access to funds?
She didn't say that exactly, no.
Okay. Is that kind of your interpretation of maybe what she was meaning?
I would say quite possibly, yes.
Okay. Because when you got divorced in Georgia.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're aware that Georgia has equitable distribution of assets.
I'm actually not, because we made our own agreement and it was
Okay.
very amicable. So no, I'm not familiar with the Georgia laws with
Okay.
regard to.
So you did an uncontested divorce and y'all settled your own assets.
Correct.
Okay. And you divided up your assets.
Mhm.
Okay. And the whole debit card thing, you said Melody was in the Bahamas. Would it refresh your memory or that's the wrong way. She was actually in Jamaica. Now, does it really matter? Bahamas, Jamaica, whatever.
Yeah.
Were you aware that at least one of her adult children knew that she was in Jamaica?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But you knew she was in Jamaica.
Only by a text, and I thought it was the Bahamas, but
Okay. I mean, that's fine. It's still Caribbean.
Sure.
Right? So she had texted you and said, hey, I'm in Jamaica, use my debit card?
Text came from Rusty's phone.
Okay. And it said, how did she get you her debit card? If
She
she's in
mailed it.
Jamaica.
She mailed it.
She mailed it from Jamaica. Do you know how long she was in Jamaica?
I don't.
Okay. It was 9 days. Sound about right?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. One second. Thank you, ma'am.
I have no redirect, Judge.
All right, you sit down. We have a really quick witness.
We don't, Judge, and actually the next witness is.
All right, we were gonna break early anyway. I don't know that lunch is here yet because I haven't gotten the message, but it should be arriving shortly. That and a couple witnesses, so that no, he does not. But we might have him test it during the next witness to see. Of course, we probably don't have, I'll figure it out. Shoot. All right, go ahead.
State calls Dr. Elaine Pope. Dr. Pope, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury?
Okay. Hello, my name is Elaine Pope. Do I need to elaborate?
I will continue to ask
Okay,
questions. How
thank
are
you.
you employed?
Right now, I do private contracts. So I do forensic casework, and then I also lecture. I lecture to fire investigators, law enforcement, crime scene investigators. So that's kind of what I do now.
What do you lecture them on?
Fatal fire investigation.
What is your education background, and then kind of move forward from there through your professional background?
Sure. So I got my my bachelor's degree at the University of Tennessee in anthropology as well as in art. And then I got my master's degree at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And then I went on to get my PhD at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And my dissertation was titled The Effects of Fire on Human Remains, Characteristics of Taphonomy and Trauma.
So is it fair to say you had a specialty within forensic anthropology?
Yes.
What would that be? What focus would that be on?
Mostly burn bone, but also how the human body burns during different types of fire events.
And have you performed experiments on cadavers with fire?
Yes. So my research that I've been doing since 2000, I guess 4, for several years. Basically, I test on human cadavers. So we put them in structures, in vehicles, in outdoor scene conditions. And this is for law enforcement training. So we're able to show them how the body burns in those different environments, as well as outdoors, confined space and others. And so we document time, temperature, photography, sometimes video, so we can see all the stages from start all the way to finish when the fire is put out, which could be minutes, it could be, an hour, 2 hours. It just kind of depends. So we kind of test all the different ranges and figure out how the human body burns in those different types of fire environments.
What would be the number of bodies that you've burned throughout the years?
I'm up to about 270. It's part of a training course that we do each summer out in California. And we do, it's a law enforcement training course for about 65 investigators from all over the country. We get people international as well. And we average about 15 to 17 bodies a year that we do fire investigation training on.
When you do these experiments, are you paying attention to not only the body itself, but the environmental factors?
Absolutely. The two have a relationship in terms of, say, for example, like a vehicle, it's going to hold heat inside that tiny container as opposed to an outdoor fire. It's going to be more, you're going to have, more airflow. So it's going to be a little bit different per each type of scenario, or each type of fire environment leaves different types of fire damage on the human body.
Do you, during these experiments, do some with and some without accelerants?
Yes, so we test both with and without accelerants. This includes directly on the clothing of the body, as well as, say, for example, in a bedroom. So we also use ignitable liquids there, but we've done several studies on the body, specifically just with ignitable liquids, and then adding other variables like wood, clothing, no clothing, and those will all kind of change the outcome and how the tissues of the body burn.
Have you testified as an expert in trials before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Let's see. Okay. So I'm up to 17 different trials, both for the prosecution and the defense.
And were you asked by the DA's office back in 2019 to consult on this case with Gary Wayne Ferris?
Yes, I was asked to evaluate the case, yes.
And you accepted that role?
Yes.
And so before we get started, I just want to ask you, are you being compensated for this? The work
Yes.
and the testimony?
Yes.
By the DA's office?
Oh, yes.
At this time, the state would move to admit Dr. Pope as an expert in forensic anthropology.
As to that, limited qualification, I have no objection.
She's admitted.
Thank you. Okay, when you were asked to do an analysis in this case, were you provided resources to refer to for your analysis?
Yes, absolutely.
What were you provided?
I was provided with images from Purcell Lane. These are the files or the documents that I received. So images from Purcell Lane and Crime Lab, GBI DOFS, the coroner report, the fire EMS report, the GBI DOFS anthropology report, the GBI DOFS arson analysis, and the GBI DOFS autopsy report.
And did you, after reviewing all of those documentations, come up with your analysis and opinion as to certain factors of the fire that caused Gary Wayne Ferris to become remains at that point?
Yes, yes. I looked at the photographs as well as all the law enforcement documents, autopsy report, other reports for that.
Before we get into the details of this case, can you explain to the jury generally, if you could, how a body will burn, the process of that once it is, I guess, for lack of a better term, set on fire?
Yes. So the body is layered in tissues. It's got skin. It's got, underneath that is going to be subcutaneous fat. Underneath that is going to be muscle. And then you have organs. And then my specialty is the bones inside. And so each different tissue burns differently. The skin is really thin. So when it's exposed to heat, it'll start to shrink and pull apart into little skin splits. And this exposes the next layer of tissue, which is going to be subcutaneous fat. Now, subcutaneous fat burns as a fuel source. It is a lipid material and it turns into basically grease. And it'll fuel the fire, especially if it's absorbed into wood, clothing, anything that will retain that. And so that is a major contributing factor in this case, as well as my experiments in terms of after setting the fire, the body can actually burn on its own rendered fat, liquefied fat, for several hours, just as the main fuel source, even after ignitable liquids have been expended.
I want to walk through your report here. Did you have a recorded temperature at the time of the discovery of the body?
It was mentioned at about 100 to 130 degrees Fahrenheit.
Was that helpful for you to start your analysis of possibly the time that that Mr. Ferris had been on the burn pile?
Yes, so that the fact that there was still heat and temperature there just lets me know that it was a more recent event, in that the fire was able to go out on its own, but it was still warm. If it had been cold, that could extend the time period. And so, but in this case, the coals were recorded at a low temperature. So that kind of lets me know that it's a more recent event, under 24 hours, as opposed to later on.
And had those temperatures been lower or like cold or ambient, that would have done what with the time frame?
It would just expand it potentially. It basically just the warm coals just kind of put it at a lower or a shorter time frame.
And does the fuel sources surrounding the body or under the body or over the body also depend on how long that may have been burning?
Yes, absolutely. So the more fuels in the fire, the longer it's going to burn. If there was just a few little, pieces of wood, it wouldn't burn quite as long. But in this case, there were pieces of wood at the crime scene. And so that kind of gives me an idea of the potential fuels that were there, not the exact amount. But with the wood being there, that's going to absorb the fat, and that's going to keep the fire going and fuel the fire for a long period of time, over several hours.
And in this case, when you mention fuel, wood is a fuel.
Yes,
You categorize wood as fuel. Or
yes, wood is
twigs,
fuel.
leaves, brush, whatever's under the fire or over the
Yes.
fire. Okay. And I'm just trying to clarify, when you say fuel, you don't mean any sort of ignitable liquids or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
I misspoke there. Fuel is
No.
anything that burns.
Okay,
It could be
perfect.
wood, clothing, ignitable liquids, just any type of fuel that would burn.
And then I want to move on down to, you knew the date of the discovery of the body, correct?
Yes.
And the photos that you have are from that date?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about, you made the determination that this was a single burn event. What does that mean?
Well, this is, so we do in the experiments, we'll do basically set a fire and let it burn the entire course without adding wood. So with that, basically the bones are more intact. You can tell where the head is, where the foot is, as opposed to if they were refueling, stoking, stirring, crushing, we would find little tiny pieces, and it would be, basically very different.
So in other words, the body would not be in anatomical order?
Yes, it would be kind of stirred up. But in this case, there was intact long bones, the skull. And so that doesn't indicate to me that there was additional activity after the initial fire.
You also determined the position of the body. Can you tell the jury about how you determined that?
Yes, so this is looking at the photographs. I was not actually at the crime scene. But based on the photographs, we see his leg. There's a long leg bone, the upper thigh bone called the femur. On the back of it, there's a ridge where all your big muscles attach. And so in the photograph, we see that ridge on top, which basically means that he was face down, as well as the face was really well protected, as opposed to the back of the skull was more extensively burned. So that tells me kind of the relative position that the body was in. with those two, the femur as well as the condition of the skull.
When you say that the face was preserved and it was face down, does that have to do with access to oxygen and airflow? How do you know that the preservation of the face means that he was face down?
It could be to where he kind of settled into fire debris where it was protecting the face. It's not suggestive that anything's wrapped around the face or anything like that. It just basically lets me know that that was the surface that was down. And again, fire debris can, protect around the face as the wood burns down.
And as an individual who's burning, their subcutaneous fat you mentioned kind of acts as a fuel source.
Correct.
So if there was wood surrounding the body and the fat was wicking into the wood, how would that affect the fire?
That's going to sustain the burning process. Say, for example, if the body was burned on a cement pad or a parking lot, it would burn very differently than, in this case, we have wood, we have vegetation, potentially other materials, and so that absorbs the rendered fat, which is basically the liquefied fat, and it's called the wick effect. So it's kind of like an oil lamp, where the fire will continue to burn as long as it's fueled by the oil.
So considering the photos that you received in this case, it wasn't surprising to you to hear that there was no evidence of ignitable liquids on this fire.
Yes, ignitable liquids will get the fire going, but you don't have to have ignitable liquids to start a fire necessarily. If you build a campfire, you may be using kindling, just different things can get the fire going. It doesn't necessarily have to be ignitable liquids.
Thank you, Dr. Pope. That's all I have for you.
One second, Judge.
All right.
Trying to be more efficient. Good morning, Dr. Pope. It is afternoon now. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you, sir.
My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Ferris. A couple of things I just want to go over with you, okay? One, the jury doesn't have your report, but you had kind of talked about it with your appendix 1 and 2. I gave examples.
Yes.
Now, in both of those examples that you gave regarding time and things such as that, there was some type of diesel fuel or a mixture of gasoline and diesel used in those instances.
Yes, in the appendices that I provided, yes, ignitable liquids are used. One was primarily ignitable liquids and clothing as the primary fuel source. Then there was a second example of a body burned just on pieces of logs and wood and whatnot. But yes, ignitable liquids, I used it in both of those.
And from what you reviewed in this case, there's no evidence of any ignitable liquids being used?
Not based on the burn patterns.
Okay. No. Start with your compensation from the DA's office. What were you initially paid to render your report?
It was $200 an hour. I don't have the actual invoice with me.
Approximately how many hours did you work?
It could have been between 10 and 20. That's usually what reviewing photographs, reports, and then writing my report takes.
I mean, I believe you stated that you reviewed coroner's report, GBI, autopsy?
Yes.
So that's a lot of reports.
Yes.
You reviewed. All right, so $200 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your cost of testifying here today?
Well, on the stand, it's $200 an hour as well.
$200 an hour. I'm assuming you're like most experts. You do that from travel and everything?
No, just appearing, sitting here.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, you have negotiated yourself a better deal than the other forensic anthropologists. You got $380.
All right.
So that out of the way, you're not a forensic pathologist.
No.
Okay. You're not certified in certifying cause or manner of death.
No.
Okay. And what state do you typically operate out of?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. You're a Tennessee fan.
Yes.
Okay, we'll forgive you. So, and you went to school in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Master's and PhD.
Okay. All right. Now, from your examination of what you've done, I'm going to go ahead and get something ready to pull up to show you. From your examination, you can't tell us anything about Gary Ferris's cause of death.
No, that's not what I was asked to do, nor am I qualified. I'm not a medical examiner.
Correct. Just making sure. There it is. And I'll show you that in just a few minutes. So you weren't asked, nor can you tell us anything about how Gary died?
No.
Okay. Now, the effects on the remains, they would be the same regardless of who set the fire, right?
Fire started.
Yeah. How it was set wouldn't matter regarding the effects on the remains.
Just to get it going, ignitable liquids gets it going quicker, but once it goes, ignitable liquids have no effect after the first few minutes.
But yet again, we have no evidence of ignitable liquids.
Okay.
Now, all of those reports that you were talking about you reviewed, did any of them contain any witness statements?
One was talking about the readings of the CPAP machine. I mean, most of them I was just looking at the evidence.
So essentially the photographs?
Photographs and reports.
And the reports from the state examiner?
Autopsy, yes, yes.
Things such as that, okay. So none of the actual witnesses or anything like that, you didn't listen to any of their interviews?
Their interviews
Yeah.
or
well, let me ask it two ways. Did you listen to anybody's interview? Let's say Melody Ferris's interview.
No.
Okay, just making sure. But sometimes it references in those reports you were reading, here's what so-and-so said.
Yes, correct. I really don't pay much attention to the witness statements.
So that's not what you're there to do.
Well, I'm there to look at the evidence, so I take witness statements with a grain of salt.
And you received all of those reports, I'm assuming, from the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had started talking about with Ms. Frankish regarding the human body burning about subcutaneous fat, correct?
Yes.
All right. Subcutaneous fat can essentially become its own fuel source.
Correct.
All right. So you can presume that a body of someone who has a lot of subcutaneous fat will in fact burn hotter?
No.
Not necessarily hotter? Will they burn up quicker?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it's more fuel, but it's not going to speed up the process.
Well, if it's more fuel, do I have more heat?
That's more of a fire investigator question because I'm not qualified to tell, exact heat ranges.
Okay, well, you put in your report a heat range, and I think it goes up to somewhere around 1,500 degrees.
Yes, and that was just based on average temperatures of larger fires.
Okay, so nothing to actually do with this case? Just similar fires?
Well, the similar fires, similar reconstruction or experiments that I've done have been kind of in that temperature range.
Okay, because you already testified here, and we've heard it previously, that the fire when law enforcement arrived at the hottest portion that they reported was 230 degrees. Right, you said that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I was just curious about this over lunch. Is there like a scientific determination of a temperature range for it still to be, because we kind of use the term loosely, there is a fire, right? All right. Is there a scientific determination of how hot it has to be a fire? Or is it just actual, there's physical, visible flames?
The output of heat.
The output of heat is a fire. So it's fair to say that at 230 degrees, we still got a fire because it's still output of heat.
I mean, it could be a smoldering fire. I base it on the fact that there's flames or not flames.
Okay, kind of like anybody else would, probably.
Yes.
So if it's 230 degrees in the photographs you saw, would you consider that to be more of a smoldering fire?
Possibly, only because it was reported that it was still warm.
Still warm. And you state in your report that you don't have an exact timeline, but you state somewhere less than 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay. So if law enforcement is recording the fire around, let's say 1 p.m., right? Less than 24 hours would be the next day at 1 p.m. Or that would be exactly 24 hours.
Okay.
Is that right? In 24 hours? Like 24 hours from now, 24 hours from now will be 1:09 tomorrow.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah. So if I go back in time, trying to calculate something else, 1:09 yesterday would be 24 hours.
Yes.
Right? All right. So the fire was started or was recorded on July the 5th around 1 p.m. That would mean less than 24 hours would be July the 4th at 1 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also state that you didn't find from the photographs any evidence of stirring or stroking or anything like that.
Not based on how the remains were found.
Okay. Now, that's what I want to show. Did you review Dr. Gooding's documentation? She did the anthropological report.
Yes.
Okay. She also attached with that a photograph, or I'm sorry, a chart. And it's been admitted in evidence Gooding 1. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Did you review that chart?
No.
Well, you were provided her report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what it says, and I was talking to her about this yesterday, and she didn't know. But you can see up here where it says cranium, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you've got the pelvis. That's kind of the center of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got the femurs, I learned, those are the leg bones.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also agree with me that ribs are above the pelvis.
Yes.
Okay. And we've got a rib found way down here, below the legs and everything else. Okay. Wouldn't that be evidence of some type of tending to or something?
It could be disturbance from animals or nearby. It's that one rib is not gonna tell me that the body was stirred up.
Okay. What if I told you that there was also another rib with a bullet in it found somewhere up in this area where the hand is?
Okay.
Okay. So you got two ribs or two pieces of ribs or parts of ribs in two different locations. So you're saying that that could be evidence of animals?
It could be.
Okay. Couldn't it also be evidence of stirring?
Not with all the other bones found. I mean, you have the leg bones where they're supposed to be, you have the skull where it's supposed to be. And also it was kind of a shallow burn, so that you have to account for stuff potentially, rolling down as opposed to a flat surface.
Okay. Now, the body laying, you stated that, in your opinion, that the body was laying face down.
Yes, based on the photograph showing the back of the leg lying face up and the face being very well protected and less burned than the backside.
Okay. Now, for the fact that the body is face down, you can't tell this jury whether or not Gary Ferris fell into the fire or was placed into the fire.
Yeah.
Okay. You also have no opinion as to cause of death.
I'm not qualified to make cause of death, nor was this asked of me.
I understand. I blame you. You're fine. Give me just 1 second, okay? One thing too, you may have read it in some of the reports that you reviewed and did not. There was an eyewitness, in this case, that previously had testified that he observed flames from the burn pile on July the 3rd, later in the day.
Get my notes real quick.
Would knowing that information change your opinion about your report?
I mean, it's possible they could have started, had another fire earlier. I'm not sure.
Okay, but it's still your opinion that this fire was less than 24 hours old?
Yes, simply because it was still warm. If it had been cold, then we could extend the time frame.
Okay, all right. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Thank you very much.
All right, call your next witness.
Bobby Simmons.
Have the juror come down and lead us in the exercises.
Agent Simmons, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. If you would, state your full name for the record.
Robert Simmons, go by Bobby.
And who do you work for?
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
We just call that TBI?
Yes, sir.
If you would, just tell the jury, what is the TBI and how's it in comparison to our GBI here in Georgia?
It's basically the same thing as GBI. We investigate special circumstance cases that were requested by district attorneys throughout Tennessee. My unit is in Middle Tennessee. We handle everything from homicides to thefts to officer-involved shootings, just a wide variety of stuff.
Where did you start in law enforcement?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What did you do there?
I was a patrol officer for 2 years. Then I went to a proactive unit, and then I was a detective the last 2 years I was there.
What type of proactive unit was it?
Called-
Crime suppression or something? Or-
Basically, we called it a flex unit. We were unmarked cars, but just doing proactive stuff in high crime areas.
All right. And after you were there, what'd you do?
So when I left Metro, I started at TBI.
You were a detective before you left?
Yes, sir, I was.
What kind of cases did you investigate?
Mostly property crimes. We did do some homicides, but kind of a wide variety. We were kind of regional. We had a precinct. We covered a certain area of Nashville. We kind of covered all the crimes in that area.
Now, were you, we call it post-certified, which y'all call it in Tennessee.
Yes, post-certified.
And were you post-certified with the state level, or is it just a state accreditation for everybody?
Correct.
And when you go to the GBI, do you have to go back to a new academy?
Through TBI, yes, sir. We go through
TBI,
yes,
sorry.
sir. We are. They host their own special agent academy.
How long was that?
I believe it was 18 weeks.
After you got out of the academy for the TBI, what'd you do?
In the position I'm in now, so CID in Middle Tennessee. I've been in that position the whole time.
Now, in Georgia, the GBI investigates, they're assigned to regions, and they may have so many counties in their region. Is yours similar to that?
Yes, sir. We're assigned to the 4 grand districts of the state. So I'm in Middle Tennessee. Within that, I'm assigned to the 16th Judicial District, which is Rutherford and Cannon County. I cover those 2 counties.
What are those counties like? Are they big, small?
They're actually both the opposite. Rutherford County is Murfreesboro, where Middle Tennessee State University is. It's a very large city, large departments, police departments. Cannon County is the complete opposite. Population is about 15,000, and they have 2 detectives for the whole county.
And how long have you been doing this type of work?
I've been there. I've been at TBI since 2016.
Do you have any specializations, or y'all just catch whatever cases come?
We catch them all, yes, sir.
Do you do crime scene and things like that, or are you mainly on the investigative side?
We do. We process our own scenes mostly.
You do too?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes you work with sister agencies from other states.
Yes, sir, we do.
Now, in this case, did you get called upon, or someone get a hold of you from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office ask you to help out?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just kind of tell the jury how that works. What happened there?
So we got a call from Cherokee County just saying that they had an individual in Middle Tennessee that they had identified and were trying to locate and interview, and they were asking us to go, given that it's a few hours away from where they were at, if we could go and try to locate that person and interview them.
And I think you went, let's begin with the timeline here. July 6th of 2018, I think you went and talked to first, is it Martha Jane Barton?
Yes, sir.
And I believe she was related to, by marriage, stepmother to Rusty Barton, is that right?
That's correct, I believe.
So you went and talked to Martha Jane on July 6th that evening. Was it a long conversation or kind of just an introductory conversation?
I think it's pretty short. We didn't gain a whole lot of information.
What's Martha Jane like?
She was a little standoffish, but it wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily a terrible interaction.
Was she older?
Yes, she is.
And where was this at? What city was it?
I believe it was in Coffee County. I believe Tullahoma.
Tullahoma. I think Rusty's Tullahoma too.
Yes.
What is that? What is that like?
It's a little bit smaller than, say, the Murfreesboro, where I'm from. It's not I wouldn't call it a podunk county, but it's fairly
rural,
yeah,
farms,
it's
things
rural.
like that.
Yes.
What kind of cotton fields, tobacco fields? What's the produce there?
Mostly down there is corn and soybeans, Middle Tennessee.
But rural area.
Yes, sir.
And but was Martha Jane, was she pleasant, nice?
Yeah, no issues with the interview.
little reluctant to talk with you?
Yes, sir.
And did she really give you anything that was a significant that you went, hey, here's some great information and just solve the case for us?
No, sir.
After you talked to Martha Jane, did you go and talk to Rusty Barton?
Yes, sir, we did.
And I think that conversation was about, give or take, 45 minutes, probably around 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
I believe that's right. Yes, sir.
And when you talked to Rusty, where did you go to talk to him?
I went to his house.
And did you have anybody with you?
Yes, Agent Elizabeth Williams, another TBI agent.
Now, tell the homeowner where Rusty was at. Was this your area that you were assigned to, or was this outside your area?
That's Agent Williams' assigned area.
And how many TBI agents do y'all have per area, I guess?
Generally one.
How many cases do you have to work a year?
We generally may get 10 to 15 cases a year, and we maintain our cases through adjudication, so we're constantly carrying 10 to 15 cases at all times.
Is the TBI like the GBI that you basically have to get called in for assistance from a local agency?
Correct. Well, the way TBI, the statute reads for Tennessee, is the district attorney's office has to request the TBI investigate the matter.
It's the head prosecutor requests.
Correct. Yes.
Now, in this, since you're helping out, how much did you really know about what had happened in Cherokee County?
Very little.
Did you have great detail, or just basically the information that Gary was found on burn pile?
Yes, and we were provided their information basically to go find them and just see what they know, kind of deal.
So just kind of preliminary, just to start the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all have a lot of time to prepare, or did y'all just hit the road and try to get out there and talk to people?
We went pretty quick and tried to find them.
Now, when you tell the jury, if you would, how would you describe Rusty Barton?
He was a little arrogant at first. I remember when we first got there and we explained who we were and what we were doing. He made the comment, "Well, do you know who I am?" or something along those lines. And yes, sir, we do. Yeah, we know your birthday. We know who you are. We're here. We're here knowing we're talking to you. He was a little reluctant again to provide information. We kind of just had to tell him a little bit about what we did know, but to kind of peel the layers back and get to the bottom of it.
Kind of pulling the strings to get some information?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the beginning, I guess there was an issue about who Roy Barton was, and junior and senior.
Yes, there was conversation about that.
So Martha Jane's husband, Roy, who had passed away, that was Rusty's father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we start talking to Rusty, does he give? Is it a voluntary talk?
Yes, sir. He invited us into his home. Yes, sir.
So he didn't put handcuffs on or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely not. No, sir.
Have you played good cop or bad cop when you've done interviews, interrogation?
We do, and depending on, I've done several interviews with Agent Williams and with other ones, and we kind of just feel it out and see who they better connecting with, and sometimes they gravitate towards one agent or the other, so we just kind of play off of that to get that information and talk to them.
To be a detective and also to work for the TBI, do you go through interviews and interrogation training?
Yes, sir.
Is it called interviews and interrogation, or what do y'all call yours?
They've done several. We do independent classes. They've done different techniques over the years.
Read method, bait method, things like that?
Yes, sir.
So are you kind of taught how to interview people, even reluctant witnesses?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Now, have you ever been in some throwdown interviews with people cussing, screaming, almost going to fisticuffs?
Absolutely.
How many of those do you think you've been in?
Only a handful. Most of the time, I feel pretty confident with talking civilly with people.
You ever have to get in a fist fight or anything, restrain anybody during the interview?
No, not during an interview. No.
What is your style? If you tell the jury, if we could hear a recording of you, what's your style like?
I try to be polite. Yes, sir, no, sir. I try to respect what they're saying, but also make them understand that we know that there's maybe more that they're not telling us. Let them know that, let them talk, let them kind of say what they want to say, but then be able to talk them through, hey, it's okay. We're here for a purpose. We're not here to, again, we're not, at that time, we're not here to arrest you. I've had those interviews where we know we're arresting them. That was not this at all. This was just an informative interview, get as much information as we could. So.
Now, at this stage, do you even know if Rusty Barton is someone that's a suspect or is knows something or knows nothing?
I think we knew that there was going to be some kind of connection, but we didn't know the full extent of what that was at that point.
Have you even seen the defendant, Melanie Ferris, in this case?
No, sir.
So you never came this way to Georgia?
No, sir.
You just helped up there, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, so when you first start talking to Rusty, letting him know it's just a voluntary interview? Did you know, he could end the interview? Was that made clear to him?
Yes, sir. He knew, again, he invited us to come sit in his home and talk with him. At no point did he ask us to get up and leave, and we refused to leave. I mean, that wasn't the conversation. So
What level of sophistication would you say Rusty Barton has?
he's a smart man. He's a businessman. He's not.
He's in sales.
Yes.
Nice guy.
Yes, sir.
Pretty big guy.
He was. Yes, sir.
Not super aggressive or anything like that.
No.
Now, did he like your partner?
There was periods where he didn't like maybe some of the things she was saying, and he again just gravitated more towards having a conversation with me, and that's just part of that's why we take multiple people to an interview.
Sure. I mean, it's something you do, right? Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being where you're in someone's face, screaming, cussing, pointing at them, and everybody's standing up, almost going to blows, and 1 being, hey, we're just kind of having a conversation, kind of like what we're doing. Where would you put this interview with him?
Oh, very low, maybe a 2. I mean, we were definitely saying, we know that there are things you're not, we know that there's more to this than you're saying, and again, we're kind of just pulling the layers back of that onion, and just. We know there's more to it, just getting him to, but it was at no point confrontational, was yelling, screaming, anything like that.
Did you ask him if he knew Melody Ferris?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through when there's a murder, do you try to get, when you investigate a murder or helping out in a murder, do you try to get a timeline?
Yes, sir, we do. Talk about when they last spoke to somebody, when they saw somebody, when things like that, how they communicate with the person, all those kind of things.
And he's going to be here. I'm going to ask him these questions, but did you try to get a timeline with him for July 3rd, 4th, and 5th? Gary Ferris's body was found on the 5th, so did y'all try to go back through things to see where he was at?
I believe we did. I don't know that we knew all the details of the exact times, other than, I mean, it was the next day, so we knew we were talking about the few days leading up to that.
And did you talk to him about, do you remember talking to him about whether or not he gave the defendant a credit card?
Yes, we did talk about that. At some point, I believe it was during that first interview, yes, sir.
Do you remember, was Rusty from Tullahoma? Was he from that area?
I believe so. He talked about family connections to the area and that kind of thing.
Did he talk about his grandfather?
Yes, his grandfather used to be the sheriff or the police chief or something along those lines.
So there was a background to the
Yes, sir.
connection to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you investigate things, crimes and things like that, are you interested in cell phones?
Absolutely.
Are those ubiquitous today? Are they within arm's reach of most people?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you do any drug investigations?
No, I did not.
Do you ever see, how many phones do you have? Cell
I have
phones?
2, personal phone and work phone.
Did you ask Rusty about phones, and how many phones the defendant had?
Yes, we had conversations about that he had a work phone, and then again, at some point we talked about that he had to end up getting a personal phone because his work didn't want him to use the work phone for personal business. So he told us he had 2 phones, I believe.
Do you remember asking him about the defendant's phone?
Yeah, we talked about if he had purchased a cell phone for her, a burner phone, prepaid phone, those kind of things.
In your first interview, did he just give you the one phone or one phone number? Do you
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And then later on, did you get, maybe through his attorney, did you end up getting another phone number or knowledge of another phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that Bobby Carter?
Yes, sir.
So so on July 6th, it was just one phone, and then
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
later on you learned about another one.
Yes, sir.
The first time you talked to him, did he seem to have a lot of details about what had happened to Gary?
No, he did not.
Did he seem to indicate whether or not he was talking to the defendant a lot?
No, I think he kind of indicated that he had not spoken to her for a while. That I want to say maybe even hadn't seen her for quite some time, but kind of distance that there was not been recent communication.
First interview, Did you get attacked by the cat? I think maybe
That sounds right. I think so.
his cat got on you or something.
Yeah.
Do you remember leaving that night, and what was it like to leave? Was there any issues or anything like that?
No, it was.
At some point, did he or his attorney reach out and want to talk again?
Yes. So a couple days later, I believe that first interview was on this July 6th, and then on July 10th, which would have been the beginning of the next week.
Okay, so if you look right there on Raleigh 1, there's a calendar for July 2018.
Yes. So Friday the 6th is when we talked to him initially. And then I believe it would have been Tuesday, July.
I got the 10th. Is that
the
right?
10th. Yes, sir.
And when you went back on the 10th, tell the jury who was all with you on this time.
So at that point, there was Mr. Barton was there, his attorney Bobby Carter was there, myself, Agent Williams were there, and then there was 2 investigators from Cherokee County there.
The lead detective in the case is Detective Hayes. Daniel Hayes is sitting right here. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes, sir.
Probably maybe been dressed differently, more casual. I don't remember how you first one out.
Yes,
and then you had Ashley Pope, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember? So Hayes and Pope.
Okay. Yes, sir.
For the record, which one was good cop and which one was bad cop?
I don't recall which one. I remember them both being there. One was doing more of the talking. One was dealing more with the cell phones and cell right. I don't recall which was.
How aggressive was that second interview?
Well, I mean, it started with his attorney basically letting us know, hey, he told us, in the initial part of the interview.
That's okay, Judge. I'm gonna have him here. He can do it.
Well, I think the issue is whether it's the lawyer talking or the defendant talking, or the witness talking.
The lawyer.
Yeah,
Well,
so let's not go into all the-
I'll rephrase it. In the second interview, someone reached out to y'all. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And when you got to the second interview, don't tell me what was said, but when you were there, did you get more information during the second interview that you couldn't get during the first interview?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And was that because things had to be explained and clarified?
Yes, sir.
And that was on coming from their side and not y'all's?
Correct. Yes.
So it had to set some things straight or change some things?
Yes, sir.
Right. Let's see. During that second interview, y'all talked about phones again, I believe, and deleting some things off the phone.
Yes, sir. We did.
And when it came to Rusty's phone, do you remember you were kind of quiet during that interview? You I could hear you talk, but you're not super aggressive, are you?
No.
I'm sure you can be when you have to, but
right.
If you're reading the room, is that your style is kind of how it is?
Yeah, that interview was going very smoothly, so there was no need to agitate the situation by being aggressive with it.
And if you saw, an interview is an interview, right? That's a different tone than
Absolutely.
an interrogation. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So if I said to you, what is an interview with a suspect? How's that different from what's an interrogation with a suspect? We're just a witness.
Well, in an interview, we're just having a casual conversation about just kind of what kind of the dialogue back and forth. Interrogation's more of, for me, is me being more forthcoming, that we know more information, we know you're withholding, we know there's certain evidence, whatever it may be, but it's more of us kind of trying to get that person to just either acknowledge or have that conversation with about whatever evidence that we may have. And it can go back and forth. It can be a somewhat of confrontational, and then they may decide to speak, and we go back down to, just a casual conversation. And in this setting, it's absolutely that. It was all 6 of us talking, having conversations, and there was no jumping and screaming again.
Nobody in the interview said, we're done, we're not talking anymore, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Now, if I said, is it either the interview and the interrogation, where sometimes law enforcement takes the approach of, you're done talking, now I'm going to talk? Which one is more likely to do that?
Right. That's when you kind of get into that interrogation phase. If you're kind of doing most of the talking and trying to get them to get on the same page as you, as far as agreeing that there is more information or whatever. But that's more of, for me, is that I talk more during that interrogation part.
Have you ever heard the saying, catch more flies with honey, do vinegar?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you got to use vinegar.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do an interview where you with a suspect or a witness, and they're sitting in a chair, and you get close to them, you put your arm around them, and tell you everything, kind of comfort them?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever get when you do an interrogation where you have to get up in someone's face a little bit and see if they'll break or give you some more information?
Very little. I take the approach of, just being more honest with them, that, there's more that we know, and, just be kind of frank, but not loud and argumentative or anything like that.
If a witness is reluctant or reticent or not completely giving forthcoming, do you try different things just to see what will happen?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you feel like that's what was going on with Rusty?
I mean, somewhat. It was more that we, as the investigators, knew more information, and we'd have to kind of feed him. And I'll go back to, let me give kind of an example of that first interview. Is when we approached him and we said, "Hey, this is who we are talking to," and he asked, "Do you know who I am?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir." I had to say, "I know your birthday," and "Oh, okay, yes." So he had to kind of understand that they do know something more, so I need to talk. If I'd have gone in there and he had no idea who if we said, "We don't know who you are," we just showed up, and he would have been more reluctant. But as we fed him a little bit of information to say, we know, X, Y, and Z, he would kind of, okay, I'll tell you more. It's just, I think it was more of him just being standoffish, of not wanting to let go of that information.
Was it a process to get more information as the interviews went on?
Absolutely.
Now, you asked a question, we're talking about him deleting things off his phone. Do you remember asking him the question about why would you delete things off your phone? Not hers, but yours.
Yes.
And why did you ask that question?
Well, I know that in my experience, people delete things they don't want to be seen. On cell phones, that's a very common thing. Delete text messages, photos, whatever it may be, that they delete off their phone. So we wanted to clarify, to see had he deleted items off his phone.
Now, Rusty has some sayings, some unique sayings. Like he said, like heck fire, stuff like that.
Yes.
When y'all first approached him and asked him whether or not he was having a physical or a sexual relationship with the defendant, what was he like there?
Again, very standoffish. Again, that's a statement most people don't want to hear. But once we explained, hey, we do know a little bit more, then he was forthcoming with little bits of information at a time. But at first, no, he didn't like that.
Did he give more and more information about the relationship as time went on during
Yes,
these
sir.
interviews? All right, tell the jury, did you see anybody threaten Rusty?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody put a hand on him or hurt him or do anything like that?
Absolutely not, no, sir.
And if you were involved in an interview and you saw even another law enforcement officer cross that line, would you do something?
Absolutely.
See anything in this case give you concern?
No, sir.
Nothing further, John. Weaver?
Good afternoon, Mr. Simmons.
Good
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Ferris.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a lot of questions for you because I know you really didn't have a lot to do with this case. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So that first interview, you said you showed up, about 8 or 9 o'clock at night on a Friday?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unusual that if you show up at somebody's house at 8 or 9 o'clock on a Friday night, that you would ask, "Do you know who I am?"
You're saying me ask that?
Well,
the person, yes.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
do you know,
absolutely.
are you interviewing the right person?
Sure.
I mean, you catch people off guard.
Yes, sir.
So they want to verify who you are.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned something about deleting cell phones earlier. That's
Deleted data off of a cell phone.
okay, but you're talking about his phone. Did you do a phone dump on his phone?
During the second interview, yes, they were conducting a cell right extraction.
But did you?
No, we were sitting there. So as they're doing it, I was asking him about the data on his phone.
But otherwise, you were there for just 2 interviews?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you aware that Cherokee County came up and interviewed him multiple times after you?
I've heard that, yeah, but we were not a part of that.
But you weren't present for that?
No, sir.
Okay. But, the district attorney was talking to you about how you were behaving, but, I mean, overall, Rusty was pretty respectful of you, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. Yeah. There was no, I mean, again, like you said, somebody shows up at your door asking questions of why are you here? And that's understandable. We explain all that, but no, he wasn't yelling and screaming at us either. No.
Right. And it's not unusual for a person when you confront them with extramarital relationship to maybe not talk about that right away, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any
Anything else?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, our next witness.
Agent Elizabeth Williams.
Judge, may he stay in? We're going to release him. Okay, I'll close. All right, fine.
All right, Agent, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I swear. Thank you, ma'am. Have a seat. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Williams.
Can you please tell them where you are employed and how long you've been employed there?
Yes, I am a special agent out of Tennessee with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and I've been there about 8.5 years.
What did you do prior to the TBI?
I was also a special agent with our state's Alcoholic Beverage Commission.
How long were you an agent there?
2 years.
And before that, what did you do?
I was in college, and throughout college, I worked as a certified pharmacy technician.
And they just heard from your colleagues, so I won't belabor too much of this, but you're also post-certified there in Tennessee?
I am.
Okay. And what is your region that you are assigned to?
So my colleague is assigned to middle. I'm east. Tennessee has 3 divisions. So east would be like Chattanooga, all the way from the Kentucky border to Chattanooga in Georgia.
Did you go with your colleague with Agent Simmons to interview Martha Barton?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about how Miss Barton was towards you all?
I think Miss Barton's interview was the second one that we did that night, and I think it was like a Friday night, maybe even after hours, and our hours end at 4:30. So we're talking probably 5 o'clock and onward, and I think she was the second one that we did. Miss Barton appeared gracious. She welcomed us into her home. She seemed very protective of Melody when we asked questions, Miss Ferris. She answered our questions. She also, if I may explain a little further, she also said that she had been instructed to...
Without going into what she told you at this point, was she a little reluctant to chat with you?
She was, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And moving on from Miss Barton, what information did you have before going to speak with both Martha Barton and Rusty Barton in this case?
I don't think that I received the original call for assistance. I work with the state of Georgia all the time. GBI, Walker County, this being Cherokee County. I'm usually called, but I don't think I was in this case. I think Agent Simmons was. And because Mr. Barton lived in Tullahoma, which is Coffee County, that was my area at the time. The most natural way for me to get involved would have been for Agent Simmons to then call me. We would have linked up and then went to wherever to interview whomever we needed to.
And so you would have gotten your information from Agent Simmons?
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. So did you have the occasion to go interview Rusty Barton on July 6, 2018?
We did.
But prior to entering into that interview with Mr. Barton, talk to the jury a little bit about your style, how you conduct interviews of this nature.
Each case is different, but I knew going in that this was a homicide case. I can't tell you what information that I knew just in thinking, trying to recall, other than this is a witness, we need to go talk to him. So I didn't perceive him as a subject, but clearly if the state of Georgia needed us to do an interview or Cherokee County needed an interview that night after hours, it was important. And it was important to us because we maintain relationships with all departments, states, whoever calls. So we responded immediately. And the appropriate course of action is it's non-custodial. We were invited into this person's home. It was his daughter's home. So we were respectful, we were nice, but there is a point where we're wasting our time and whoever we're talking to's time, whoever's requested our time, if we don't get straight to the facts. So this interview will start like all interviews do. We'll build rapport. We'll thank them for letting us come. We're super respectful and polite, but there's a point when we have to ask the tough questions, which is what occurred during this interview as well.
So is it fair to say that Mr. Barton was also reluctant in the beginning to chat with you?
In the beginning, he was nice. I mean, he let us come in. He was confused, or he said he was confused about why we were there. Once the questions became pointed at him, he was very reluctant to answer them, and at one point appeared to be upset that I was asking certain questions.
And when you were invited into his home, did either you or Agent Simmons have your weapons drawn or any handcuffs out or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you promise him anything or threaten him with anything?
No, ma'am.
During that interview, at any point, did you press upon him the importance of what was happening and the seriousness?
Yes, I think so.
During that interview, did you inform him that at some point you're going to go and kind of corroborate, validate, or dispel the information he's providing to you?
Yes, I told him something along the lines of, once we leave this interview here, we have other work to do.
Throughout that interview, when you were asking about Melody Ferris, did he sort of distance himself from her?
I can't recall exactly what he said, but I can tell you that he was reluctant to define the relationship. When I asked him something along the lines of being in a romantic relationship with Miss Ferris, he did not want to talk about that.
I want to talk about the subsequent interview. So on the interview on the 6th, how did that interview end?
I'm sorry, how did it what?
How did it end?
He thanked us, we thanked him. I mean, it was non-eventful. He stayed at his house, we left, we went to do the interview with Miss Barton.
And on the 10th, did you have the opportunity to interview Mr. Barton again?
We did.
Who was present for that interview?
That interview was divided into two parts. Agent Simmons and I, again, I don't know who contacted whom. However, we got to the attorney's office in Tullahoma, still in Coffee County. Now, Judge Bobby Carter was the attorney at the time that Mr. Barton had retained or agreed to meet with. It was at his office. And we met there in the afternoon. It was Bobby and I, and then I know Ashley Pope, and then there was another maybe detective from Cherokee County.
Would that be maybe Detective Daniel Hayes?
Maybe.
So during that interview, was that a longer interview than the first one?
I think the first one was about an hour. The first part of the July 10th interview was like an hour. We left. Judge Carter called us back and said, we think you need to come back and hear this. And I think the second part, so 1 and 2, part 2, I think was like 2 hours.
So total about 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
From the 10th. Okay. And during that interview, was his phone also being extracted?
Yes, at some point, I think the second part of the interview.
During that interview with Mr. Barton, did you eventually have to sort of, and I'm going to phrase it as have a come to Jesus moment with him about how you were interpreting his position on the questions at that point?
I didn't say a lot, I don't think, during the first and second interviews, both on the 10th. So we'll say July 6th, and we'll refer to July 10th. July 6th, Agent Simmons and I both had a pretty dominant role because no one from Georgia was there. So whatever information we were going to tell Georgia, we had to get it because there was not a representative there. On the 10th, because there were people, law enforcement personnel from Georgia, we kind of took a back seat. However, the relationship with Mr. Barton and I was already established. We established that on the 6th. He called me pushy. He did not appear to be receptive to my questions. And I think on the 10th, that just kind of flowed right on in to that atmosphere. So there was a point when he looked at me, and I don't even know if I knew he was talking to me at first. And then on playback of the recording, I heard him say something along the lines of, well, you don't believe me, or you don't believe anything that I'm saying. And then I go through this long spiel, and it ends with me saying, well, you're picking up what I'm putting down. I mean, it's obvious whether it was my body language or the questions that I was asking or the way I responded to his questions and answers. It was obvious that he knew that I knew that I didn't believe everything that he was saying.
And so at that point going forward, did you continue to impress upon him the importance of this investigation?
I'm sure I did.
Give me one moment. Thank you, Agent. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Ms. Weaver?
Good afternoon, Agent Williams. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Ferris. Just briefly, so you were there for the first interview on the 6th.
Yes.
And Rusty wasn't really happy with you guys asking about an extramarital affair he was involved in.
Of course not.
Okay,
Right.
that's reasonable.
Mhm.
And he wasn't happy about that on the 10th, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Judge Rusty Barton's next.
Let's go ahead and take a break here. We're going a little bit. This will be long. All right, y'all step out.
If he says, I can't remember, I don't recall, that's the same thing as a prior inconsistent statement. So I anticipate that he's not going to remember a lot. He also has a hard time hearing. So I've told Mr. Weaver, who I'm assuming is the cross-examiner,
That's correct.
that I'm going to go as far as I can. I think he'll probably be on the stand tomorrow too, either with me or defense. And then when we break for the day, if I haven't finished, give him another opportunity to listen to everything and see if that refreshes. If not, then we'll just, because I just don't want to do piecemeal. I'm going to ask and he's going to say no. So that's my plan.
All right, go ahead and bring them in. I'm gonna run in and grab my
Just go stand behind the chair and go stand up there and behind the chair. I'll swear to you. I'll sit down. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do. Go ahead, have a seat. Mr. Barton, does that device work? Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's working?
Yes.
I will try to keep this microphone as close as I can. State your full name for the record, please.
Roy Henry Barton, Jr.
All right, Mr. Barton, you're going to have to speak up louder. You have a very soft voice. We can't hear you. So if you'll do me a favor, try to speak to that back wall, if you would.
Roy Henry Barton, Jr.
Thank you, sir. Do you go by Rusty?
I do.
How old are you today?
71.
What is your educational background?
2 years of college.
Ooh, wait, look, Rusty with that silver hair.
Business administration.
Where did you go to school?
Montlow State Community College.
Where's that located?
In between Tullahoma, Tennessee and Lynchburg, Tennessee.
After you did that, what type of work did you get in? I believe, are you in sales?
I am, yes. But when I started, I was the bookkeeper for the dealership.
How long have you been doing sales?
Over 52 years.
In the 52 years that you've been doing sales, what type of things do you sell?
Construction equipment, bulldozers, backhoes.
Heavy machinery?
Yes.
If you would, just tell the jury, as part of your job as a salesman, do you have a route? What do you do? Just kind of inform them of what your everyday job is like as a salesman.
I have a designated territory, 11 counties in central middle Tennessee. The core of them, which is about 5 counties I've covered the entire time. The rest of the outlying counties from the core has been, it changes as they change territories and salespeople and stuff like that.
Is this inside sales or outside sales?
Outside sales.
So do you have to cold call? Do you find your own clients, or how does that work?
Well, since I've been doing it so long, I do very little cold calling, but as new businesses start up, especially nowadays with landscaping.
Is it John Deere, or what type of things do you sell?
John Deere.
Do you sell mainly like bulldozers, heavy machinery to construction companies or to farms, or what type of businesses do you deal with mostly?
All cities, counties, utility districts, farmers do buy quite a bit. Because I have all of my territory is very rural, so I don't have any large contractors. The guys that do the big state jobs for the most part.
Are you from the city or from the country?
I live in Tullahoma, so.
Well, tell us about that. What size of a city or town is that?
Tullahoma is about 18,000 people, and I was born there.
Your whole life been there?
Yes.
Do you have a lot of relatives there?
Yes.
A lot of friends?
Yes.
Is it a place that you consider close to your heart?
It is my heart. My daughters live there. It's home.
Right. And I'm not going to ask your daughters' names, but you have 2 adult daughters. Is that right?
Correct.
And they're your joy? Are they your joy? You love your daughters?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And grandkids?
4.
Now, as a salesman, tell the jury, if you would, are you an extroverted person or an introverted person? Do you like to talk?
No.
But as a salesperson, I guess you have to do a lot of talking. Is that right?
No, you do a lot of listening.
Listening? And when you interact with other people, is it important to listen to what they need?
Correct.
Is it important to listen to what their concerns are?
Yes.
Is it important to take details?
They generally tell you.
Yeah, they'll tell you how they feel about things?
Yes. I mean, they know as much about my equipment as I do. So they tell me what they want.
And is your business, is it one that you actually have policies and you have forms and you have computer and things that you have to do when you're doing your sales?
Oh, yes.
What type of tools do you use to do your job?
Well, I have my company computer, and with that is provided all the specifications, for equipment. Most everything now there's no hard copies for literature. I mean, you just go on the internet and look up John Deere and
just like anybody can.
Do you have, I guess, templates or forms on the computer that you use for quotes and stuff like that?
Yes,
You have to pay attention to detail on that.
I do, but I generally get somebody in the office to do that for me now. I don't keep up with the computer stuff that much.
How heavy is the sales when it comes to dealing with numbers and crunching numbers and things like that?
I don't understand what that question means.
Do you have to figure out how much things cost and how much percentage and anything, do any math in your job?
That's the way that it's done, but in the last several years, I have a sales manager that does that with this newer company. The sales manager does it for me because we've had to change systems again, and I just haven't caught on to the new operating system.
When it comes to doing public speaking, do you like to do that?
Not particularly.
Do you like to have confrontational settings?
Not at all.
Are you more comfortable in a different type of atmosphere when talking with people?
No.
Are you comfortable at all talking with people?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Do you like being a salesperson?
I love it.
And could you see yourself doing any other type of work, or is sales just what you do?
Well, considering I've been doing it for 52 years, I think yes, sales is what I do.
Are you successful at it?
I must be.
Is that yes, you are?
Yes, I are. Yes, I am.
I'm from South Carolina, so I sometimes think things differently too. You agree, though, that you do talk for a living?
Yes.
And when you're a salesperson, is it fair to say that you have an objective when you're meeting with people?
Yes.
You want to make the sale.
Correct.
So you have to be persuasive.
I'm not a pushy salesman. One of the pluses of doing this so long is people know me, they come to me. So I don't have to go out and say, mine's better than theirs and that kind of stuff. It's different than if you were a 30-year-old person out getting, new into the sales and none of the customers know you.
So in some ways, you're either persuasive in a good sense or in a bad sense. Would that be true in your job?
I would assume, yes.
But you're trying to get someone to make a decision. Is that right?
Yes.
You understand today that when you are answering the questions, the only thing I'm asking you, the decision I need you to help the jury make is to get to the truth.
Correct.
That's all I'm asking you. You understand that?
I do.
I'm not asking you to make a case against anybody or anything else. Can we agree that your job is to tell us the truth?
Correct.
The whole truth?
And nothing but.
All right, let's go back to, you're from Alabama, is that right? Excuse me, Tennessee, I apologize. From Tennessee?
I'm from Tennessee.
Okay. And you are a Tennessee.
There's a big difference.
That's true. And you are a Tennessee fan, is that right?
I am.
And orange is your color, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many, in your small town, how many people know your family?
A good number. I'm amazed at times at how many people are there that I do not know. Because we have an Air Force base, there's a lot of people that come and go.
And your grandfather was well known in the community?
Correct.
Was he involved in law enforcement?
He was.
Tell the jury about that, please.
All of my young life, childhood life, up to my probably 20s, my grandfather was either chief of police in Tullahoma or the sheriff of Coffee County, which Tullahoma is in Coffee County.
Do you have respect for law enforcement?
Very much so.
Do you understand that they have a hard job to do some days?
I do that.
Even when they're investigating a former lover for murder?
I do.
Now, if I asked you if you were a fan of Detective Hayes and Detective Pope, which one would you be less of a fan of? Again, honesty is what I'm after.
Okay. Who would I be less a fan of?
Yes.
Sergeant Pope.
If I asked you to say between Sergeant Pope and Detective Hayes, which was the good cop and which was the bad cop when they talked to you?
Detective Hayes was the good cop.
Do you remember Detective Hayes here?
I did not recognize him, but yeah.
Are you married?
No, I am not.
Are you divorced?
Yes,
How long were you married for?
36 years,
36?
I think.
When did that marriage end?
The divorce was final in 2012.
Did your former wife work in the court system at all?
She did. She was a court reporter.
And how long did she do that?
I think 32 years.
Did you have some idea from your family connections and from your former wife's job about the legal system or the legal community?
Probably not as much as you would think, because I was never involved in anything with going to court or anything like that. My grandfather being the local police chief and the sheriff, you know, I was single digits teenager when he did most of that. And then my wife, when she was a court reporter, my biggest job was delivering transcripts back to people.
Never thought you'd be in the middle of a murder trial testifying as a witness, did you?
Never in my entire life.
Do you want to be here?
Not at all.
You understand why you're here, though, right?
I do.
Are you an outdoorsman?
I am.
Tell the jury, what are your hobbies when it comes to hunting, fishing, things like that?
Hunting.
What type of hunting do you do?
Almost all is deer hunting, whitetail.
How avid of a hunter are you?
Some would say very.
Do you ever travel to other states to hunt?
I do.
We talked about Kansas.
Kansas, Colorado, Texas, Idaho, Montana, Canada, Mexico. You want more?
Sure. Where else have you traveled?
New Mexico, Florida, South Florida.
Mainly deer hunting?
Deer, elk, antelope, waterfowl, quail, dove.
Do you use firearms and a bow?
I do hunt with a bow some, yes.
Do you use one more than the other?
No, bow season for me is very short, and I don't use it a whole lot. But the rest of the time, I'm generally a muzzle loader and rifle hunter.
Do you have any experience being connected to a farm?
My other grandfather, not the chief of police, my daddy's dad, they lived across the street from us, or we lived across the street from them, however you want to look at it. And he had a, probably a couple 100-acre farm, ran about 80 Black Angus cows, and they had a little country store.
Did you have a farm at some point?
I did. I inherited my mother's farm and with my sister, and had it for a few years.
And how big was that?
115 acres.
What did the farm do? Produce anything, or was it animal farm or crops?
When my mom and her husband had it, they raised cows also. And then after my sister and I inherited it, I had one of the neighbors got to cut hay off of it. It was a hill farm, pretty steep hill. And the rest of the time it was, just a place for me to go deer hunting.
Are you a person that can basically build a house from scratch?
No.
Do you have any skills in carpentry or anything like that?
In what?
Carpentry, building things?
Not very good at it. I would be more a framer than a finished carpenter.
Have you ever tried to build a house or add on to a house or doing construction?
My dad and I one time built a 20 by 20, we called it a barn, but it wasn't perfect.
How about farm equipment? What can you use?
The only thing that I ran down at the farm was a small Ford tractor.
What size, do you remember?
I do not remember the model.
Old type of tractor or more common new tractor?
It was like
Wheels narrow up front or wide?
I'm sorry?
The wheels in the front, were they close together or wide?
You didn't run it close together. You didn't run a tricycle on a hill farm. So they were wide, yes. It was about a 95 model.
How about RTVs? You ever used an RTV, drive an RTV?
I have.
Do you own any?
I do not. I never have.
Any side-by-sides?
No,
Do you ever use those things during hunting?
no. Now, when you're saying, I have a four-wheeler.
Okay, let's talk about that. What type of four-wheeler do you have?
It's a 1997 model Honda 200.
Do you take that hunting with you?
I have, but not in several years.
Anytime that you're hunting, do you ever use a four-wheeler or something like that to move deer?
Yes, I have tied a deer to the back of the four-wheeler and drug it
You said tied. How do you tie it?
just with a rope to the luggage rack.
Nothing fancy, something simple just to move it?
Yeah.
Do you have a truck?
I do.
What kind of truck do you have?
Ford F-150.
Do you have a motorcycle?
I do.
What type of motorcycle do you have?
I have a Harley.
Which brand or model is it? Which model is it?
A Road King.
How long have you been riding motorcycles?
All my life.
Something you like to
Since
do?
I was 14, I should say. That's when I got my license.
Is that something you like to do?
It is, not as much so in the last few years.
Do you own any guns?
I own a bunch of guns.
Tell the jury, if you would, what type of guns that you have. Is the list too long? I think as you're saying, you said to law enforcement.
Okay, I was going to say, can you say that? Yes.
Yes,
The
you can.
list is too long.
I think when law enforcement asks you about guns,
I couldn't even rattle them all off if you wanted me to, but I could tell you a good number of them.
roughly about how many do you have?
I don't know now. I probably have 40.
And out of the 40, how many of those are handguns?
Probably 6, 8, maybe 10. I don't know.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about how sometimes bullets and guns are tested?
Say again.
Do you ever talk to the defendant about have conversations about how guns and bullets are tested?
Not that I recall.
You don't remember doing that?
No, sir.
Where were your guns in 2018? Where were your guns stored?
They would have been in a storage building in my gun safes, except for the one or two that might have been in my pickup truck.
When law enforcement came and talked to you about this case, they ask you where your guns were?
To the best of my recollection, yes, they did.
They were interested in your guns, were they not?
They were.
And they asked you where the guns were at?
I don't remember them asking them about being in the storage building in a gun safe, but I think they just asked me what I had and if I had any, I guess basically with me. And I told them that I didn't have any on my person, but that I had, I think, a couple in my truck.
You had two in your truck, I believe. Is that right?
I think that's right, yes.
357 revolver and a 40 caliber Glock?
Yes.
Did you voluntarily turn over or give the 357 to law enforcement in this case?
I did.
And did you know that gun was tested or looked at by the GBI?
I didn't know that, but I kind of figured it was. That's why they got it.
Do you remember telling law enforcement about how many people knew where your guns were at?
I'm sorry.
Do you remember saying only 2 people remembered or knew where your guns were at? Yourself, and I believe your daughter?
I don't remember saying that, no, sir.
Were they kept somewhere else besides your house?
Yes, yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I did not keep any, I lived at my daughter's house at the time. I was in between houses. And I did not keep any guns in the house because her husband was not a gun person and was fearful of them. And so I kept them, and I had 3 gun safes, still do. And I kept them in the storage building, I don't know, a few miles down the road. And so all the guns were in there except, I guess, those 2 at the time that were in a bag in the kind of the back floorboard of my truck.
Do you remember when law enforcement came up and executed a search warrant to look at your guns?
Actually, I don't think they had a search warrant. They did for the house, and I guess they were looking for guns.
That's fine. Do you remember them coming up looking for your guns?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're junior, Roy Barton Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
Your dad is senior?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I know he's passed away. I'm not trying to go
No.
down that or anything, but did he have a lot of guns?
He had several. Most of them had been rolled down to me at this point.
Do you have pistols?
I think he had 3.
Were any of those a 38 special?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know where those guns were at in 2018?
I do not.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they were in Martha Jane's house?
With that, yes. I thought you meant like specifically in the house. No, they would have been there at Martha's house. Yes.
Wherever they were at in the house, is that right?
Correct.
But you don't know exactly what pistols he had, is that fair?
No, he had a Colt Python 357. He had a Browning 22, I think they called it a target pistol. And then he had gotten Martha Jane a pistol, and I really don't know what it was.
Had a 357?
I do not know.
I want to talk about Martha Jane. Who is Martha Jane Barton?
She is or was my dad's wife, second wife.
Stepmother?
Yes.
What year did they get married or come together?
1975.
And how long were they married?
Until he passed away in 2014.
In 1975 from 2014, where did they live?
They lived in the house that I was raised in with my mom and dad on Avoca Road. And then a few years after they got married, they built a new house on what's Carter Blake Road. And that's Martha still lives there.
How old is Martha today?
I think she's 83.
How would you describe Martha?
A good woman, worked at the bank for 53 years, I think. She's in very poor health now. She's had all kinds of procedures and heart valve replacements.
She's had heart issues.
Yes.
Doesn't do well with stress.
No.
And but in Tullahoma today, she lives still in the house.
Yes, she still lives in the house by herself.
Now help explain to the jury the relationship between Martha Jane. Sometimes y'all refer to her as MJ. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the relationship between Martha Jane and the defendant.
Martha and Melody's mom were first cousins.
So the defendant would be second cousins to Martha.
I don't really know how all that
One
works.
level down.
Yeah. Because
So
there's
related,
first cousin twice removed, and
sure, related by blood, but referred to as cousins, is that?
Yes,
And you would be the stepson of Martha Jane.
correct.
When it described to the jury the relationship through the years and how close they were, the defendant and Martha Jane.
Very close. My dad, when he was alive, he was not much of anybody of a man that wanted to drive. Martha always drove. So anytime Martha needed to go basically anywhere, which most of the time was to go to Nashville to the heart doctor, Melody would come up and get Martha and then drive her to Nashville to the doctor, and did that off and on for years.
Would you describe the defendant's relationship with Martha Jane more akin to a mother-daughter?
Very much so.
If you could say, who does the defendant love the most in the world, where would Martha Jane be on that?
Very high on that list.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
I didn't understand.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
Very much so.
A Christian?
Yes.
She didn't know about your sexual affair with the defendant, did she?
I don't think so.
Would that have broken her heart?
I don't know. Probably.
She'd been disappointed in you?
Yes.
The two of you hid it from her, didn't you?
Yes.
Through the years, how often would the defendant come and see Martha Jane?
Are you talking like 30 years ago up to now or then?
Yeah, what I want you to do is to explain to the jury, some relatives see each other once a year, family reunions. Some relatives
Right.
never see each other for 5 years. Some relatives never see each other at all. How often would the defendant come up and physically be involved in Martha Jane's life?
That I do not know, because I didn't always know even when she would come up. I mean, she would come up and do things, and and I wouldn't know it.
Would it be more than occasional?
Yes, I would think so.
So a common event for the defendant?
I would think so.
A lot, I guess, is another way to say it.
That's a relative question, so I don't know. Again, I didn't know every time that she came up through the years. Sometimes it might be weeks later, my dad would say that Melody had been up.
When they would see each other, would the defendant come to Martha Jane's house or home?
Yes.
And would she be family and have access to the home?
Yes.
Come and go as she please?
Yes.
Full access to everywhere in the house?
Yes.
Even come to the house when Martha Jane's not there?
Yes.
Did the defendant help Martha Jane with her property and things in her house?
She did.
I want to talk to you about the defendant. You see Melody Ferris here in court today.
I do.
Describe something she's wearing and point her out for the record, please.
Glasses on top of her head, gray jacket, black top.
Just point to where she's at, please. Now let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. Is it?
Hey, y'all, I was thinking to myself when he was saying that, I said he should have been like, what did I do? Oh, what I do here? I did something. I messed something up. Oh gosh. Wait a minute. Here, me coming in here with my little smart comments. I don't know where we was at. Okay, wait a minute.
Yes. Not Coffee County.
Right, but from Cherokee County.
Yes.
I don't even know where we was at, but anywho, yeah, I come in there with my I'm like, oh, I want to say something smart. He like, well, yeah, do you see her over there? Is she standing? He says, should have said, no, she got to be face down. I don't know. I don't know who that is over there. I don't even know if we're being face down. Yeah. I didn't got us all out of place for nothing. I don't even know where we was at. Oh gosh. Dang it. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see if I can figure out.
Get in the phone after talking to your attorney and then give it.
I wouldn't classify him as a great big fella.
Tell you that Gary was sick.
Pays.
Right.
And then I'm assuming was also, they were her funds. And then on my way back to.
Because he's a lawyer, he would understand the rumor.
I don't know.
Recall that, no, sir.
Were you concerned that because Gary was an attorney that he could drag her information and her lifestyle into a court?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Christina that he could bring you in and ask you about your sexual partners or things like that?
Say again.
Do you remember telling Christina that you were concerned that Gary could bring her in and ask her about her relationships with other people?
I do not recall that, but I could understand that I might have said that.
Do you remember what happened with the defendant when Gary got that information from Christina? What did she say to you?
What did Melody say to me?
Yes.
That Gary came into her room and told her that he had gotten that email.
And how did she feel about that? How did the defendant feel about Gary finding out from Christina?
I think she was just upset because Christina had done that.
Mad at Christina?
Yes.
Mad at you?
I don't think so.
She's very forgiving towards you?
I don't think at that point I'd done anything wrong.
When you would, through the years, communicate with the defendant, would you talk to her in person? Would you meet her face to face? We know about going up to hotels and meeting in Dalton, but outside of that, would you ever just go and do things with her, go out to eat or do other things?
Yeah, sometimes when she would come to town, we would go somewhere and eat or something.
And when you would talk to her, how many times a day, tell the jury, how many times a day would you talk to her on the phone, whether it's by voice or by text messages?
Off and on all day.
Almost every day?
Almost every day.
What was your pattern? What time of the day would y'all talk and how would you do it?
Well, I didn't know there was a pattern. It was just random phone calls and random texts. I don't think there was a pattern.
Would you get up in the morning and call her?
Probably.
Would you call her through the day?
Mhm.
Would you call her in the evenings?
Or she would call me or whatever.
So once you get up in the morning, would she be the first one you would call?
Not necessarily.
Normally?
I don't know. I mean, that I don't know.
Would she be one of the first persons you would call?
Probably.
And during the day, how many times do you think you would call her during the day every day?
I cannot answer that question. I mean, I'm sure you have records and could tell every
Was
specification there is about it, but I couldn't answer that.
Was it less than 5 times or more than 5 times?
I'm sure it varied. I'm sure it was both.
And what things would y'all talk about?
Everything from the weather to the kids to the grandkids to Martha, Daddy. I mean, just life.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about July 10th of 2018. Do you remember when you had another interview with the sheriff's office and some people from the TBI?
On July the 10th?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you remember in July 2018
I do.
speaking with law enforcement?
I do, yeah.
Was there a time that when you were speaking to law enforcement that the defendant just kind of unannounced showed up?
She came into town, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, yes.
All right, tell the jury about the time she came into town when law enforcement was there.
I think that we had a my attorney and myself had an interview with Detective Hayes, and I'm assuming since you said it that way that that was the day that the TBI was there too. And I think after that meeting, and my attorney's office was downtown Tullahoma, so after that I left and went to Martha's house to check on her, to see how she was doing, and then on my way back to town, I noticed that Melody was behind me.
What vehicle was she in?
The Mercedes.
She had not told you she was coming up, correct?
Correct.
It was a surprise, right?
Yes.
Unannounced, would you say?
Yes.
And she was there because of why?
I guess because I was with the police.
What did she ask you?
What did they say?
What did you tell her?
I'm assuming whatever they said. I don't remember what conversations we had.
What else did she say to you?
Don't remember exactly, but I would say, why are you here?
And did she give you any instructions or anything to say or not say to them?
No.
She tell you not to talk to law enforcement?
Probably. I don't remember that for a fact,
But has she told you through this case not to talk to law enforcement?
yes. No.
Now, wait. Okay, so guys, I want to stop and just let y'all know that I do know that we are in the middle of this stream and we are watching this trial. But guys, y'all, oh, that's what I wanted to tell y'all about. I should be probably in my tent, and I should be probably doing my rant. But since we all together, I know who let me have a remote. I know. I stopped in the middle of the damn testimony. I was okay. I'm sorry. But y'all, okay, at 4:00, I'm gonna switch to something else that since we all online that we gonna look at. Can I take SD comment off the stream? Okay. What'd she say? I don't even know what she said. You got another comment for me to put on there? What is the you irritated with my comment that I got sent up there? Oh, shit. Now she got a new comment now. She said, I said Rusty is a stallion. She see why she was over there bending it over. She didn't want to be bothered with old, what's his name, Gary. Remember, Gary's affair didn't even remember affair happened. I didn't. No, that I don't know what I did to hit that the last time. I don't know what I did. Okay, wait a minute. So, okay, just real quick. So at 4:00, guys, in 15 minutes, they're gonna be doing this hearing, this bond hearing, and it's gonna be in Michigan, and we gonna go into this bond hearing because I need to hear about this bond hearing. Like, unless y'all want me to watch it by myself, but I don't know if y'all seen the thing on Facebook this weekend where the girl had barricaded herself in the house and she sat on the phone with SWAT while she didn't unalived her boyfriend and recorded it all on Facebook, him being unalive, and it was a whole mess. And I guess finally they had got her out the house, but now she gonna be it just came through my phone that she gonna be having a hearing this morning. I mean, this afternoon. I want to watch it. I gotta see it. Oh gosh. Oh, what a mess. If y'all can hear her face, I'm gonna see if I can find her Facebook thing for us too, real quick. But okay, all right. I got us in our place.
Not to talk to them, but I mean, I'm not going to run and hide, but just don't sit down and have a conversation with them. Be polite.
So you're saying she did not tell you to stop talking to law enforcement?
Okay, there's talking to somebody, and then there's telling them, answering questions, and I think that's what was meant.
Tell me that. You're telling me that she told you not to answer questions of law enforcement.
That was my assumption of what it meant, yes.
She didn't want you to give law enforcement anything that could be used against her, right?
You don't want nothing to be used against.
Just he can answer. He's not speculating. He talked to her and had face-to-face conversations.
He doesn't know what she was thinking, so he can answer what she said and maybe how he interpreted it.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Sir?
You can answer the question. Did she talk to you and tell you not to talk to law enforcement because they were trying to get information on her?
I don't think it was spread out verbatim like that. It was just, don't talk.
I mean, it wasn't about anything else except the murder case, right?
Correct.
It didn't have any. I mean, there's no other reason you're talking to law enforcement, is there?
No.
Gary was found on July 5th of 2018. There's a calendar right there. Do you see that Thursday, July 5th, 2018?
I do.
And almost a year later, on June 18, 2019, the defendant was arrested. And you know that, don't you?
I do.
How do you know that?
I'm the one that carried her to the police station, turned her over to the police.
Because she was staying with you in Tullahoma?
No, she was not staying with me. We were together having lunch.
Physically present with her that day, right?
Sir?
You were physically with her that day?
I was, that afternoon.
She was in your vehicle?
She was.
And y'all had been together for how many days?
We had not been together for days. We had just left that afternoon to go. We were going to go have something to eat and then go someplace else, like Franklin or something.
So you're trying to say you were not socializing or hanging out or being together as a couple during this time?
Well, we were going to go have lunch, a late lunch, so I would, however you want to word that, yes.
Well, how many days was she there before she got arrested?
Several.
How many several? Are we talking days or weeks?
A week or 10 days.
And how many times out of the week or 10 days did you see her?
I do not recall.
Probably every day, wasn't it?
I wouldn't think so.
The day of the arrest, you actually, when she was in the car, you brought her to the police department, I believe.
I did.
And then after she was arrested, you talked to her on the phone numerous times. Is that right?
What time frame were we talking about?
In June and July and other dates after she was
yes.
arrested? Now, I want to go from how many times do you think you talked to her by phone? Let's go from July 4th of 2018, the 4th of July to, let's just go after the arrest, October 31st of 2019. So from 4th of July in 2018 to Halloween in 2019. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone? There's roughly 484 days during that time period. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone?
A lot.
What is a lot?
I don't know. You have the number. I don't.
More than the number of days?
I'm sure.
How many text messages do you think you shared with her during that time?
You have the numbers. I do not.
How many times do you think you said, I love you, or something all or for to her during that time?
Every day, probably. Or every day we talked.
Because you were there to help her, right?
Of course.
You loved her, right?
Yes.
You were supporting her, right?
I was.
You're going to do what you can to help her out of this fix, right?
I was.
Girl,
in 2018, when they talked to you about the case, the first time that law enforcement talked to you, I think it was the TBI that came out on July 6th. That was a Friday of 2018.
Correct.
Do you remember how many phones and phone numbers you told law enforcement that she had?
I do not.
Do you remember when you met with them again, changing that number or giving more information?
I do remember changing it. I don't remember what was said.
After the first interview, you gave information that she did have a burner phone. Is that right?
That's your terminology. I don't use the terminology of burner phones. Both of her phones were, I would call a straight talk, that you actually purchased the minutes for. So
Would it be fair to say that one of the phones she used almost exclusively for you,
I do not know that.
and the other phone she used for public or other people?
I assumed that, yes, but I do not know that. Those they were her phones.
So her regular phone is one. Is that fair?
Say that again.
She has a regular phone, and then she had this other phone.
I think they were pretty well both identical. So.
But you didn't give law enforcement the other phone number the first time, right?
I don't know. I mean, I did not. I mean, I don't know the phone numbers. They were all in my phones.
Now, at some point when you met with law enforcement during this, you and your attorney, Bobby Carter, met with them and cooperated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you met with them, you actually agreed to record calls between you and the defendant. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they actually gave you a recorder to record calls. Is that correct?
They did.
And you would actually try to do that at certain points?
I tried.
You tried to record some calls with her. And
With
that's
the
because
recorder, yes.
it was told to you, not only by your attorney, but during the conversations, that it's in your best interest to do that?
Yes,
And you want to help yourself. Is that true?
absolutely.
But at some point, law enforcement had to come back to you and ask you about the recorder, didn't they?
They did.
And they had to ask you about the recorder because you actually told her about the recorder and recording the calls, right?
I did.
So let me get this straight. You want to help yourself because of the situation, and you agreed to record the phone calls with her, but you tell her you're recording the phone calls, right?
I did.
So she knew she was being recorded, is that correct?
Well, she knew that I tried. I never was successful at it.
Yeah, she knew you were recording the calls, right?
I never was successful at it.
I understand that because you told her, but she knew she was being recorded, right?
I told her that I had a tape recorder that Detective Hayes gave me, and that I was told and asked to try to record our phone calls.
And in fact, there was a conversation between you two that she said, didn't you say they were recording calls? And you were telling her, no, you were lying to her.
That's right.
And then they gave you after they confronted you about the recorder, you weren't forthcoming to tell them, oh, by the way, I did tell her. You lied to them, didn't you?
I did.
You told them you weren't recording. You didn't tell her you had the recorder, right?
You're correct.
And then they had Calios, the software on your phone that would record calls without having a recorder. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you recorded a lot of those calls, right?
The way I understood how this worked, they put something on my telephone, and I mean, it was very odd the way it came through, but it came through, and then I would answer the phone, but at the same time, every phone call that I got from her through this system, also went directly to Detective Hayes.
Right.
And then I'm assuming was also recorded.
And counsel's going to ask you about those calls and what was recorded on those. But you agree with me that when they started doing the recordings on the Calios, that system, that was after you told her about the recorder, right?
Yes. Yeah. We went to that system after we tried the tape recorder.
Right. Help me on this timeline. She's arrested June 18th, 2019. This calendar's not open. June 18th, 2019. And then on June 25th, 2019, you come back to talk to law enforcement with your attorney to give some more information, right?
Okay, you lost me. Say that again.
The last conversation you had with law enforcement, the last recording, you recanted the statement you given earlier.
That was not the last time that I was with law enforcement. That was the next to the last time, I think.
Okay. In June of 2019, after the defendant was arrested,
right,
you did have a conversation with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they came back the next week.
Okay. That next week, when you're talking to law enforcement, getting back to phones, did they not ask you if you ever met with a defendant in person and talked around the phones? Do you remember that?
I do.
And you told them, yes, we did meet in person and we did talk around the phones, right?
Correct.
So y'all were outside of law enforcement talking about the case so they couldn't hear it. Is that fair? And then they just took one more step and they asked you, did you have new phones? I call them burners. You may not like that term, but they asked you if you had other phones. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And they asked you, did you talk about the case outside of the other phones that we had that we can listen to? And you said, yeah.
Yes.
So is it not true that you were telling her the recording, I'm talking to them, don't say anything that can incriminate yourself?
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
I didn't say that.
Not one time.
No, sir.
It wasn't even implied one time.
Nope.
So why are you having these other phones to talk outside of the phone calls?
I wanted to make her comfortable so I could find out if there was anything that wasn't known.
You want to make her comfortable. So you just had to go buy these other burner phones so law enforcement didn't know that y'all were talking?
Correct.
You agree that's suspicious, right?
Of course it is.
And you're doing it, correct?
I did.
With a woman charged with murder and burning her own husband, right?
I wanted to know.
But you didn't tell law enforcement until they pulled it out of you, right?
Not going to put a banner up. I tried to find out. I wanted to know.
I'm going to come back to some of these phone calls. But I want to talk about when you were, let me try to step it back. Lower things just a little bit. You need a restroom?
No, but I could use some water.
Oh, sure. Do we have?
There's nothing here. Up here? It's empty.
Let me get you. I got one. I got a bottle of water here. There's barely enough there.
Oh, thank you.
You can go about. I was gonna say, let's go about 10 more minutes and take a break. So.
This will be a while.
I know, but I'm sure the other folks want a break. You need one? You want a break? Oh, you're good? Okay. All right.
Mr. Barton, let me know when you're ready to go.
Okay.
When you were in the relationship with the defendant, you did or have some future plans to be together?
It was talked about. No plans.
No plans?
No plans.
None.
No specific plans.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary was sick?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she told you, what ailment he had.
My understanding was it was esophageal cancer.
Throat cancer.
Yes,
And you had somebody, a friend, a young man that had died from that?
that's correct.
What did she describe he would do because of this? What things would happen to him?
He would throw up blood.
She'd have to change the sheets and things like that?
I'm assuming, yeah.
I mean, did she
I
tell
don't-
you she'd
I don't
have to do
remember
that?
that specifically, but yeah.
Did she tell you she'd have to take care of him because he was throwing up?
Yes,
And she'd have to clean it up?
yes.
And it was really bad?
I don't remember the extremity of it, but
Well, was there the thought that she told you that he could die
yes.
and that it could be soon?
Again, I don't remember a time frame on it, but
All right.
yeah.
But you did have a plan that when he died from a natural death, that y'all would hang out for about 6 months and see how things went before you started dating or getting together.
That number was said. It was actually a response to actually Detective Hayes.
So that was a plan, 6 months or so, and see how it went?
Not a plan. It was just a speculation, but, spot.
But you did that to let things settle after Gary passed, right? That was the plan.
It was not a plan. There was not a lot of detail about it. And the 6 months I repeated what Detective Hayes had said.
And you said that was so the family could see how the family responded to the relationship. Is that true?
I don't know. Did I say that?
That's what I'm asking. Do you remember saying that?
I don't know. I don't recall that.
Do you recall searching for wedding bands on the internet?
I do.
What type of wedding bands did y'all have in mind? Let's not say a plan, but what type of idea did y'all have, and what type of wedding bands did y'all want?
We talked about plain gold bands.
To the degree that you would have these wedding bands, even if you weren't married, you would kind of go through the motions and hold yourself out like that, right?
Correct.
You don't think that's a plan?
I don't think it's a hardcore plan.
You just don't want to say plan, right?
That's your words, not mine.
No, sir. You had plans for wedding bands, and you searched for wedding bands, right?
I did search for wedding bands.
In fact, in June 28, 2018, you were searching for wedding bands for her, right?
Probably. Could have been Christina, but probably. Because I also looked up black diamonds too.
So it could have been for Christina?
Sir?
For Christina?
Uh-huh. Did you see that?
When you talked to law enforcement, the first time you talked to was July 7th, 2018 with the TBI. Do you remember that one?
It was not July 7th.
July 6th. I apologize. July 6th, that Friday?
Yes.
So on July 6th of 2018, you talked to the TBI. Agent Simmons, Agent Williams.
I remember the name Agent Simmons. I do not remember the lady agent's name.
Describe the agents for us. We've met them today, but describe, what do you remember about them?
I don't know, very, very professional. She, towards the end, she came across a little hard, but Simmons was very professional and very, not a problem at all. And I think there was a Coffee County Sheriff's deputy there too.
Oh, was it?
I think so.
And then the second time was July 10th of 2018. I think y'all met at your attorney's office. Is that right?
That's right.
And the TBI agents were there, but also Sheriff's Office? Detective Hayes, Detective Pope?
Yes. Not Coffee County.
Right, but from Cherokee County.
Yes.
And they came up on July 10th.
Yes, I think that's right.
So what day is that? Is that Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
All right, so July 6th is Friday and then Tuesday. So those are the first two times that you talked to law enforcement about the murder. Is that right?
Right.
And those were, the first one was not very long, but the 10th, I think y'all talked for hours. Is that correct?
Every one of them seemed like hours.
Long to you, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Very uncomfortable?
Yes,
Don't want to do it again?
ever.
But you weren't forthcoming in all your answers, were you?
I didn't know my name.
But you knew enough to talk for several hours, though. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I talked for several hours.
But you did give
I might have
information.
been questioned for several hours, but I don't think I talked for several hours.
You did give information each time you talked to them, right?
I'm assuming I did.
And you didn't tell the whole truth in the beginning, did you?
Don't think so.
Well, you know you didn't tell the
No.
truth. It's a lot easier if you just come out and say it. You didn't, you go with the TBI, how they treated you. You didn't necessarily like how the sheriff's office treated you.
Correct.
And that was because the demeanor of Sergeant Pope.
That is true.
Tell the jury how he was with you.
Very aggressive, vulgar, pushy, finger stuck up to my nose. I would back up. He would pull forward. I would back up. He would pull forward. Did that 3 times once. I had to ask him. Actually, I think I asked Detective Hayes to have Pope leave the room.
And how big are you, sir?
Sir?
How tall and how much do you weigh at the time in 2018?
Well, 6'3". I'm assuming that I'm still 6'3" and was then. I don't know. I'm probably in the 250 range.
Around 250. I think you went to the doctor and weighed one morning about 240 something. But do you remember what size Sergeant Pope was?
I wouldn't classify him as a great big fella.
And he never hit you, did he?
No, he never did hit
He
me.
never put a finger on you, did he?
He was very close. So I don't know if he touched me or not.
Well, I mean, he shook your hand, I assume, that day.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
But he didn't
I
threaten to
think
hurt you.
I think you're talking aggression.
Sure, he didn't threaten to hurt you or strike you or harm you or anything like that.
No.
Just was bad cop.
Yes.
I mean, got to cussing at you.
Yes.
Talked about death penalty, things
Yes.
like that. Talked about murder cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put the fear in you. Fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing pretty good. You're going to say yes or no.
Sir?
You're going to say yes or no, not.
Oh, I'm
not-
sorry. I'm sorry. I should know that.
It's all right.
It's all right. You've
You
done
don't-
pretty good till now.
Yeah, you haven't. You don't do this every day. I mean, at one point he talks about the serious nature of the case, and they expose you to how serious of a case this is. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you understand when someone's murdered and then burned, that is aggravating under the law? That is very serious.
Do not know the terminology, but it is serious. Yes.
Would you agree murder is one thing, but then burning the body is also adding to that?
Of course. Yes.
So we're not talking about jaywalking or speeding. This is serious. And at one point they came with, I guess, fake arrest warrants or some type of warrants for you for two charges.
There was a arrest warrant given to me. I just immediately gave it to my attorney.
Right. A physical piece of paper.
Correct.
But not have been issued into the computer or signed by a judge. They just said, here's the things we're looking at with you,
The
right?
way I understood that it was an unsigned arrest warrant.
And do you remember what those charges were?
I do not.
Conspiracy and then concealing, do you remember?
No, sir, I do not.
But you do remember they presented you with an arrest warrant.
Correct.
You didn't like that, did you?
Well, no, I was scared to death.
Sure. Your attorney, Bobby Carter, after July 6th, so I think it's going to be July 10th of 2018, July 24th of 2018, and then June 25th of 2019. When you met, your attorney was with you during the whole time, right? Outside the first time.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and he's a good guy, very smart guy, right?
Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a good man.
Yes.
And he's actually a judge up there now, correct?
Correct.
So he knows what he's doing, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, you trusted him, correct?
I do.
You relied on him, right?
Yes.
And he would give you advice when this was going on, saying, I think this is in your best interest, or this is in your best interest, right?
It was, yes.
And that was putting on your mind of, I need to do some of these things, correct?
Yes.
So he was advising what he thought was in their best interest, and you agreed and did things for law enforcement, right?
We put a tap on my phone.
In fact, during some of the, do you remember that during some of these meetings with law enforcement, y'all would be getting at it, and you'd have to stop and go out and meet with Bobby, and then y'all would meet and confer, and you come back in, and then y'all would talk more. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Because he'd have to talk to you, give you information, and then you would come and do certain things, right?
Bobby would try to calm me down.
Sure. I mean, an example would be Ashley Pope confronts you about where's your phone? If you're innocent, can we go through your phone? And you hesitated, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you remember going out, getting the phone after talking to your attorney, and then giving them the phone so they could try to dump the contents?
I do remember us giving them my phone and them trying to dump it in some electronic box there at Bobby's, and it didn't work.
But you had left your phone in the car when you were meeting with law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Now, during these meetings, some of them were just long. They were just long meetings, right?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to listen to some of these meetings.
Some of them, yes.
You go back and try to remember as much as you can, correct?
I tried.
And they can get aggressive. Y'all can get at it. Both sides, and Pope could go at you pretty good.
I don't remember both sides getting aggressive, but yes.
Oh, that's fair. Sergeant Pope could get aggressive with you.
Correct.
But they were pushing you because they felt like you weren't telling them everything. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Uh-huh.
And you were not telling them everything, right? You were holding
Well,
back.
I didn't, yeah.
Yeah. But then at the same time, did you listen to it? Could you hear? Y'all sat around and ate candy together. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I mean, I know you don't like watermelon because you didn't want watermelon during these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So during these heated meetings and when things are getting fierce, y'all could at the next moment get together and eat candy. So it just went up and down, right? Judge, this is a good. Let's me stop here. Stay right. We'll take 10.
You can step down. I'll get them to refill it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this forward. I'm still working on some stuff because I'm a man. I gotta let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and let his testimony play out. And worst case scenario, I'll do the story in the morning. Only because I'm still getting some stuff together, even though they did the news conference, the press conference wasn't really that much. But I done found so much stuff for us to kind of like look at. I mean, it's probably like maybe about 30 minutes worth of stuff for us to look at. But I want to set up a new room for it because I don't want it to be in here. So I think I'll set up an individual stream in the morning. Maybe we'll do that before we come in here and do this. I wish it was a way that I could do this stuff on my phone and show y'all on my phone and do 10 Chronicles because this would like be perfect. But I want to show y'all the Facebook page of the young lady. I hope they don't. Maybe I'll ask their therapist to record it for me because I'm so scared that they're gonna take the Facebook stuff down. Maybe I'll ask therapist to go in here and do it. I have no clue how to do it because I am so like not mentally, I don't know how to do this stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna continue with this and I'm gonna work on this in the background. I'm just so scared that they're gonna take it away. Yeah, I'm about to get on there with you. Yeah, I'm so scared they're gonna take the Facebook away. Okay. So I don't know if I need to record it because I don't want them to take this stuff away. Yeah, she is summoned. Okay, I'm gonna put y'all back in court. I'm gonna put us back in court and I'm gonna work on this. Because if this get taken down, I'm gonna be mad that I missed it. But here we go.
The dates again are July 6, 2018. It's Friday. July 10th, 2018. July 10th, 2018 is a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
July 24th, 2018, I think is a Tuesday. August 2nd, 2018, a Thursday. June 25th, 2019, which is a Tuesday. All right, so I'm going to begin with July 6th, 2018.
Okay.
Do you remember that to be meeting, I think, was it at your house? with the TBI agents?
Daughter's house, but
Daughter's
that's where I was living, so yes.
What do you remember about them showing up?
I was there alone, upstairs in my bedroom, heard, I don't remember, doorbell, knock on the door, dogs barking, something. Came out, I can look down onto the foyer and I could see several people walking away down the sidewalk. So I ran down the stairs and around through the kitchen and out into the garage and opened up the big garage door, and because they were out in the parking area.
And did you let them in your house to talk to you?
I did.
And did y'all have how would you describe the conversation?
Pleasant, professional. It was fine.
Did you know why they were there?
Well, not initially, but they told me.
What do you remember them asking you why, or saying why they were there?
They just said that, asked me, did I know Gary and Melody Ferris? And I said I did, and that they were, I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but basically that they were investigating a murder, and that Gary had been murdered, and then there was an attempt for a cover-up, and they just wanted to talk to me about my whereabouts.
What do you remember them asking you when was the last time that you talked to Melody?
I do not remember that, but
do you remember them asking whether it was a day ago, a week ago, a month ago, or a year ago? Do you remember that phraseology?
I think it was something like that, yes.
Do you remember saying maybe a week?
Well, I listened to the tape that you gave me, so yes.
Okay. So your answer on that day was the last time you talked to her was maybe a week.
Correct.
But you do agree with me, if you look at the calendar there, is it not true that you got July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Tuesday the 3rd going into Wednesday the 4th. You agree with me that there were 3 main phone calls that you had with the defendant that night going into the next day?
I do.
Why didn't you tell them about those?
I don't know.
They asked you when was the last time you saw her in person. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
If it was last summer or last year, do you remember saying that?
I do not remember what I said. No, sir.
Let me ask you today, going back on that, they're at your house on July 6, 2018. When was the last time you physically saw the defendant?
I do not recall.
You have any idea? I know you're saying you don't recall, but do you have any idea?
No, sir. But you do, so you can tell me.
You said you listened to the recording. Do you remember after they told you Gary had been murdered and they were asking you questions about Melody? Do you remember pausing for quite some time and then saying, I don't know what I should be telling you?
I remember hearing that.
So you wouldn't dispute if you heard yourself say that you did do that?
I wouldn't dispute anything that there's a recording of.
Why did you say, I don't know what I should be telling you? Why did you hesitate to tell law enforcement about the defendant?
I'm being interviewed by the TBI for a murder that I know nothing about. You don't say nothing.
Did you do the murder?
No, sir.
Where were you in July 3rd, 4th, and 5th of 2018?
You should have a copy of that chart that I made that tells, and I have a copy of it, but I don't have it with me.
I just want you to tell the jury where
I
were
was
you
in,
at.
Tullahoma, my area.
Law enforcement got receipts and your phone records and
Yes.
showed you were not in Georgia, correct?
Correct. Even grocery receipts.
I think a video showing you getting groceries or something.
Sir,
A video showing you getting groceries?
Detective Hayes knows what my pasta salad recipe is now.
So if you didn't have anything to do with the actual murder, again, what would hesitate you to tell them what you did know?
If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut.
But we've already established that you talked to the defendant over the 3rd and 4th for 3 phone calls, right?
Yes.
One of those was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
I think approximately. I don't know exactly.
Why did you give the defendant a credit card?
Because occasionally she said Gary would cut the credit cards off, and I didn't want her to just be stranded and not be able to, get gas or something to eat.
In 2018, in July, when they talked to you, were you still in a relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Still sexual in nature?
Yes. But at that point, we had not seen each other in quite some time. This thing's echoing.
It's okay. But you were still having the affair, still ongoing.
We were still talking.
I think we argue over words. You were still in the same relationship you had been with her, right?
Just not physical.
She had your credit card?
She did.
Still talking every day, sometimes twice a day?
Yes.
And pardon me, but during those conversations, y'all would talk about sex and everything else?
That's true.
Sounds like a relationship, right?
Not arguing that. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
How much did the defendant like to clean?
A lot.
Is she a neat freak?
Yes.
Do you remember one of her friends by the name of Sherry?
Yes.
Did she spell her name differently?
Yes.
How did Sherry spell her name?
Don't know. I just remember that it was different.
It was different than normally spelled?
Yes.
Who was Sherry? Who is Sherry?
Just a friend of hers. I don't really know where Sherry came into the picture at or even where she lived.
Did Sherry go to Emily's wedding?
Yes.
How close of friends were the defendant and Sherry?
At the time, pretty close.
Do you know how they would spend their time together?
No, not really. I mean, I know they spent time together, but I don't know what all they would do.
Did you go to Jamaica with the defendant?
I did.
When was that?
September of 17,
How long did y'all go?
about a week.
Where'd y'all go? What do you remember the name of the resort?
Hito.
Excuse me?
Hito.
Hito? And do you know if the defendant has Sherry do anything with a credit card?
No, I don't know that.
What did she tell her children where she was at?
I don't know. Like I said, she could come and go as she pleased, so I don't, that was.
She could even go to Jamaica for 10 days or so and not question her whereabouts?
I'm assuming.
But you don't know what she said to her children? Again, I'm sorry. You're going to have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry. No.
I can see you, but for the record.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
No, I do not know what she said to them.
But was it a special occasion that y'all went to Jamaica?
It might have been my birthday.
Who paid for it?
I did.
July 10th, I want to move to that. So the next interview, July 10th of 2018. This is with the Sheriff's Office, Hayes and Pope for the first time.
Okay.
When they came up and you met at the office, how did it start out?
I do not recall.
Do you remember reaching out to them through your attorney that you wanted to talk?
Do I remember reaching out to my attorney that?
Did y'all initiate the conversation with law enforcement?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Who asked who to come and talk? Did y'all ask the Sheriff's Office to come and talk?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was because you wanted to correct some lies that you said or deception?
Phone number.
Tell the jury about that.
Whatever phone number I had given, one of the phone numbers that I had given was incorrect, and I called Bobby Carter, my attorney, and told him, I said, I think I've got the right phone number, and I think he actually called and gave it to the TBI agent, and then they came up at that point, and then to meet us.
And it was during this interview that you finally told them about the other phone.
I'm assuming. I don't.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary had moved out for quite some time? That they had separated and he moved out?
I think that was like years before. I don't know any details on that at all.
When it came to what you knew of,
You're asking, did Melody move out, or did
no,
Gary
did
move out?
Melody tell you that Gary had moved out of the home?
I do not remember that at all. No, sir.
When it came to the control of finances between the defendant and Gary, who controlled the finances?
According to her, Gary did.
And to what degree did he, according to her, control the finances?
100%.
But was she able to buy things or have things?
Anything she wanted.
Do you know why he controlled the money?
I do not.
Did you know about Ted Wiley?
I did.
She never said that Gary had ever abused her, physically done anything to her?
No.
Do you remember Sergeant Pope kind of giving you at one point during the interview on the 10th, he starts talking to you about goodwill and vibes, or good vibes. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember anything where Sergeant Pope kind of kicked it up a gear to try to get you to give more information?
I remember that he did that. I don't remember specifically when.
And do you know why he was doing that? What was it that you were doing that made him start pushing you more?
I have no idea.
Do you remember Elizabeth Williams from the TBI? You were asked the question, who bought the defendant's other phone? I call burner, you say other. Should they press you on, did you buy that phone? Do you remember your initial response?
I do not.
Do you remember admitting that you did buy the phone for her?
I do not.
Now, on July 10th, you haven't mentioned anything about the burn pile. Is that correct?
I don't know the time frame as to what was said when on that. I do not.
On July 10th, do you remember telling law enforcement that the last communication, not in person, but by text, that you had with the defendant was on July 5th when they were looking for Gary?
Yes.
Do you remember what that text was?
I think that's what it was. We're looking for Gary.
And respond ASAP?
You have it. I don't. I just remember it.
No reason to disagree if that was the message.
No.
So the last time that you say that you talked to her was by that text on the 5th, the morning of the 5th, right?
Yes.
So you might just have one. The second one, yeah. We'll get you the page. All right. At one point, law enforcement asked you when Gary was on the 10th, when Gary had been murdered, they asked you about a motive. And they asked you, who has the most to gain out of this? Who did you say had the most to gain out of the death of Gary?
I don't recall.
In that context, they were asked about Chad Bruce.
Mhm.
And do you remember telling law enforcement that Melody loves him to death?
I don't remember it, but you
Well, let
obviously.
me ask you independently, how does the defendant feel about Chad Bruce?
I think at the time she did.
Was Amanda's fiance at the time?
I don't know if they were engaged then or
But you know who that is, right?
Yes,
And you know who Amanda is?
I do.
And they're married now?
Yes.
And during this process, after the defendant was arrested, you met with Amanda quite some times, right?
They came up and got stuff from Martha out of the car. Yeah,
Talked to her on the phone or by text message?
I'm assuming. Yeah.
Chad also?
Yes.
You don't remember who bought the burner phone, the second phone? You don't remember whether or not you told law enforcement you did or didn't?
You've lost me.
Okay.
Starting.
The second phone that Melody had. The question was asked, who bought it? Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
Judge, may I approach the witness to refresh his recollection? If you prefer, Jeff, you can have my copy of the. So see if you can see the screen there.
What am I looking at?
Talking about the phone, you read that line there.
This was my words.
Yep.
Says, I
Just
will,
read it to yourself, now I ask you.
I will say yes.
I'm sorry, read to yourself, it's just a legal rule, just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection of what your answer was, who bought the second phone of hers?
I'm assuming that's what I said. So.
All right. The way the rule works is they show you or is that better? They either show you or play you your statement.
Yes, sir.
All right. The question is, does that refresh your recollection? Does that make it come back to you anew that that's what your conversation was? If your answer is yes, then you can say, yes, I remember, and that's what I said. If it doesn't refresh your memory as to what you said, then you say, no, that does not refresh my memory as to what was said. All right.
Here's my question again. Who bought her second phone?
I do not know.
It is 42 minutes and 27 seconds. How much money did the defendant know that Gary would have in his ATM or bank account at times, like a month?
It varied.
And how much would he have?
I mean, it could be anywhere from a few hundred to a few $1,000s.
Was there times that there would be $40,000 deposited in the account, and then the next day, most of it would be Gary would move it to something else,
That sounds familiar, yes.
and that he would have $500,000 to $600,000 a year that he would make?
Yes.
All right, I want to turn now to July 24th, 2018. Law enforcement comes back and meets with you again. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that because your attorney and you want to clarify something?
I do not recall that.
When they met with you, where did y'all meet again? Was it Bobby's office?
Yes, sir.
And that was about 2 to 3 hour meeting with them. Does that sound about right?
I do not know.
Do you remember at some point that during the meeting that you had to take a break with Bobby and go out and do some more talking?
Yes.
And that was because they were pressing you with information. Is that right?
Correct.
Pope and didn't believe that you were telling him everything, and Hayes didn't believe that you were giving him all the information about those phone calls on the 3rd or the early morning of the 4th around 2 a.m., right?
Right.
They didn't believe that you were telling them everything that was said on those phone calls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they were pushing you to give more information.
Yes.
And because of that, you had to go stop and go talk to your attorney because you did have more information that you ended up telling them, right?
I stopped to go talk to my attorney because I was flipping out.
And after talking to the attorney, you did come back in and give them more information. Is that correct?
I came back in and told them something, yes.
I mean, you walked back in, right?
I did.
You opened your mouth and you told them the words, correct?
I did.
They didn't have to pull it out of you. You actually said what was going on.
Well, that's a matter of opinion as to pull it out of me when you are threatened the way I was.
And in your presence, Bobby, you were explaining that you were loyal to the defendant, correct?
I do not remember saying that, but
But you were there when your attorney was talking. Is that true?
yes.
Right before.
Well, I think he talked to them without me, but now I could not swear to that one for
Okay.
sure. But I think they talked some without me.
At some point, though, you come back in, and it's you sitting there with your attorney, Detective Hayes is there, and Sergeant Polk's there. Is that true?
That's correct.
And now you're ready to come back and give them more information that you had not told them, right?
I'm ready to walk in and tell them something.
And you're going to tell them about a conversation that you had with the defendant on July 4th around 2 or 2:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said it was the last part of the last conversation in that night. Is that right?
That's right.
And it was about Gary being in the burn pile.
That's what I said.
Tell the jury what you said the defendant told you during that conversation on July 4th, 2018.
I said that she said that, this is not going to be word for word, but that she said that Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, don't say nothing else to me. Something like that.
Would it refresh your recollection you can't remember the exact words?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at something to see if it does?
You're welcome to show it to me.
Judge, may I approach? It's 1 hour, 31 minutes. Okay. That's up, describe it. Here's a transcript of the recording. Now, here's the rule. I'm going to hand it to you where it says R. Barton. Read it to yourself. I know. Read it to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Don't read it aloud.
Go ahead. You go ahead and read it. What is the recording from?
The recording is July 24th, 2019.
Interview?
It's an interview with the TBI and the sheriff's office.
All right, so this is a
transcript of that.
That's where I'm going. Who prepared it?
We had a contract for the office prepared.
Y'all paid someone to do it.
Yes, and just what I would also,
It is a transcription. I have called it an interpolation. It is not a transcript. It is not a court transcript. It is not done by deposition, sworn under oath, in court, anything of that nature. Correct? So when we all so I'm just saying. So when they're going to refer to it as a transcript because that's what they're used to calling things, where people take down what people say and spit it out in a written format. But it is not a transcript to the extent that it is a deposition or certified court testimony. This is what someone who was paid to listen to the recording typed out and prepared and gave to the district attorney's office. All right.
does that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Just this time, if I can have the jury step out and play it for him outside their presence.
I'll step out for a minute.
defense counsel, this is going to be from Rusty, the file that I think it says Rusty and has his interviews. This is going to be for Roy Barton 072418. I'm going to label it as Barton 1. And it is a recording.
Move the calendar forward, Megan. Yeah, it's fine.
It's 2 hours and 32 minutes and 4 seconds long. I'm going to cue it up at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 44 seconds. I'm going to start at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 13 seconds. So Judge, I tender Barton 1 into Evanston's time just as an exhibit. I'm not tendered into the case in front of the jury.
Right. All right, go ahead.
All right, sir, I'm going to play this. Let me know if you can hear it, okay?
Is that accurate,
Absolutely
sir?
not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what
I
happened?
think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
no, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
No, but I talked to her. I talked to her I talk to her every day. But again, every day was just every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel was.
Probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Okay.
And that is everything, period.
That you discussed with her?
Period.
She didn't say anything about?
Nothing before, nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary. And
did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time.
I stopped it at 1 hour, 32 minutes and 44 seconds. So having listened to your statement about the burn pile, can you tell me in your own words what you said?
I said, she said he was in the burn pile.
Can you give me the whole couple of sentences that you said?
And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, don't tell me anymore. I don't need to know.
So you can't fully remember? You
No.
can't say it verbatim?
No, sir.
Was your memory at the time that you said it to law enforcement in July 24th, 2018, was your memory the best at that time when you said it?
No, sir.
I mean, was it better then than it is now?
No, sir.
Do you agree that what you heard you say, that was you saying it?
Yes, sir.
And that was inaccurate? What you said is what you said to law enforcement.
It is what I said.
Judge, I'm going to play this statement under past recollection.
What's the discrepancy from what
Hey,
you just
can't-
testified to?
Well, he can't say everything verbatim, and also it's a prior inconsistent statement that I'll be playing later on.
What's inconsistent about it?
Well, no, when we get to this.
He's gonna get to something that he
Right,
says.
then I'm
that
gonna
said
play
that-
it then, so I was just gonna go ahead and play it now. I can wait till then.
I mean, I don't know what's inconsistent at the moment in what he's saying or why you need to introduce a statement, because he has essentially said that's what he told the cops.
Judge, there's two lines of thought here. Prior inconsistent statement under 24-6-6-13.
What's the inconsistency?
It's not there yet. The one is that,
Then.
no, Judge. The inconsistency
Is upcoming because he says it was a different conversation on a different day.
Sconiers v. State, S24A-0139, April 30th, 2024. The failure of a witness to remember making a statement, like the witness's flat denial of that statement, may provide the foundation.
He has not flatly denied making the statement. He
and I-
substantially adopted what was said in the conversation that you just played. So why is there a need to play it?
One, because when a witness says, I can't remember, that's a prior inconsistent statement.
You've
Two,
now confronted him with the statement and he has adopted it.
right, and so he has to, when the jury comes out, he's gonna have to be able to say the whole statement. He's not gonna be able to do that.
What is inconsistent with what he just said on the stand just now from what he said in the recording?
I'm not on the inconsistency, Your Honor. It's past recollection recording.
You have refreshed his memory. He knows what he said.
Right.
He just said what he said. You're saying there's 3 words different. What's the issue there?
One, precision. I think it matters that they hear the exact words. I think that's an important thing, Your Honor. I don't think a
Well,
word
you
off
can
here-
cross-examine him. Isn't it true that you said, and you can say it to him, and then he can say, yes, that's what I said, or no, that's not what I said.
You're just not gonna let me, I'm just not gonna be able to play it under this.
There's no reason to play it at this point.
Well, then I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
I'm ready.
Okay, bring him back in.
Can we pull that down?
You have him under a cross. You can ask him, isn't it true that these were your exact words?
I understand, Judge, and I will do that. The court's ruled. I'll follow the ruling. Mr. Barton, on July 24th, 2018, while meeting with your attorney who was present and Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope, after they had to take a break to get you to give more information that you did not originally give, you told them that the defendant, probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Those were your words to law enforcement in July the 24th of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you said, that is everything, period, correct?
Yes.
And you also told law enforcement, did you not, that if I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound, right?
I don't recall that, but
Would you dispute it?
no, I would not.
And you made it clear several times after telling them that she told you Gary was in the burn pile, that that's everything she said and that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she made the statement to you that you said she said on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Gary had not been reported missing yet. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, in July, when you gave this statement to law enforcement, you did mention something about taking some Advil PM or Tylenol PM. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
But you never said about being afraid or terrified that you couldn't, because you were so scared from what was going on that you couldn't say what happened. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're at. I don't know what you're saying.
In July 2018, July 24th of 2018, when you told law
During this
enforcement,
conversation?
yes,
Yes.
you never mentioned I'm scared and I need to, that wasn't right what I just said. You never said I was scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
You never told them you were scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
There's not going to be a recording of you saying I was scared and that's why I said what I said.
True.
And that night that you said about the defendant telling you that he's in the burn pile, you never came back and said, I need to recant that this night, did you? You know, in July of 2018, you never came back and said, I need to recant that. That was wrong.
Not in July of 2018.
Correct. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't do that. You actually didn't recant until your statement in June of 2019. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in June 25th of 2019, I want to turn to that one. Melody was just arrested with you in her presence in the vehicle, right?
Correct.
The week before. The
Correct.
18th, I believe.
I don't know the date, but yes.
And after she was arrested, a couple of days later, you then get in contact with law enforcement and want to tell them something. Is that true?
I don't recall if we contacted them to get them to come back or if they just came back.
But you wanted to tell them, you wanted to recant the statement you gave about Gary
I did.
being on the burn pile.
I did.
So you got with them and you want to tell them that I want to recant this,
Correct.
retract it, right?
Yes.
And when you met with them in June the 25th of 2019, your attorney was with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And Sergeant Pope was there, is that correct? Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope?
I'm going to say yes, but I couldn't. Yeah, I'll say yes.
Well,
I'm not 1,000% sure.
Was law enforcement from Cherokee County there?
They were.
And they came up to Tennessee to meet with you, right?
Yes.
And you were meeting at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And you were there for the purpose because you wanted to tell them or clarify something. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know if they came up to see me or if we requested them to come up. I do not recall who set the meeting.
So on this meeting in June of 2019, after the defendant's been arrested and you were with her and all that, what did you tell law enforcement that what was wrong with the first statement about being on the burn pile? How did you retract that? What did you say?
Well, I don't have the verbatim, and that seems to be important, but basically what I said was, what I told you was correct, but when it happened was not correct.
So what you said is she did say those words to me, but it was just a different date?
Yes.
And so what date did you say that she told you that Gary was in the burn pile?
I don't know that I set a date. I just said that I had gone to Martha's house. Martha had told me, and then while I was there, Melody had called, and then she told me it.
You remember saying it could have been July 9th?
I do not know what day it was.
Well, looking at the calendar on the floor there, July 2018, you talked to the GBI, the sheriff's office with the TBI on July 10th of 2018. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to him again on July 24th of 2018. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And on July 24th, 2018, you tell them, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. I don't want to know about, don't want to talk about it, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that at some point you got the date wrong. Would it have been before the 24th?
Yes, it was before the 24th.
Was it closer to the 9th of July or a different date?
I don't think anything transpired on the 9th of July.
So tell us, what day did this conversation happen where the defendant said Gary's in the burn pile that you said is a different date from July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I do not know the date, but I do know that it happened after Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope had been up, because after they left, I went to Martha's house, and that's when it was. So it would have been after that.
After the defendant was arrested, you had an opportunity to talk with her while she was in the jail. Is that right?
I did.
And you were able to listen to some jail calls that I had to confirm that that was you on the jail calls. Is that right?
That's right.
It was you talking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It was the defendant talking. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And they were fair and accurate recordings of your conversations with her while she had been arrested in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Being here in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, right?
I'm assuming so.
At the jail here in the county. And some of those times that she was in the jail, you talked to her about meeting and talking with Amanda and Chad. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would actually check on Melody, ask her questions, or she would tell you stuff, and then you would go and talk to Amanda and Chad about things. Is that right?
I'm assuming yes.
And one of those meetings was on June 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
That was, you talking about a phone call?
Yes, phone call with the defendant.
Okay, there was a phone call most every day.
All right, so you agree that you had a conversation with her in jail on June 24th, 2019. Is that fair to say?
If you have it down, yes.
And June 24th of 2019, that's the day before you go and actually meet with law enforcement and, quote, recant your statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant telling you that you need to explain to Amanda about the chess match
Yes.
and ask you if you've been interviewed, and you say, I'm going to be tomorrow by our two favorites? You remember
Yes.
saying that? And that's because the next day you were going to go up and meet with them and Bobby, and that's when you recanted, correct?
I'm assuming yes.
Remember the defendant talking about, well, there has been a very well-played orchestra in this?
Yes.
And tell Amanda about Chris? She would tell you to tell Amanda about things about Chris and Scott?
I remember hearing that on the recording, but I don't know what that meant.
June 26, 2019, do you remember in a jail call there that the defendant told you need to stress to Amanda that she needs to find out whatever kind of trouble Chris is in and have that dealt with?
Yes.
And that you need to explain to Amanda that there is a well-played orchestra?
Yes.
And you need to explain the chess match to her?
Yes.
And that she was supposed to meet with somebody and be interviewed? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but who was somebody? Sir.
That she was supposed to be interviewed either by an attorney or somebody in the case.
Okay. I don't know.
Now, I had you listen to in full 2 of the phone calls. Do you remember that?
You had me listen to a bunch of phone calls.
Do you remember that in July 5th of 2019, the defendant had a preliminary hearing? That was the one that was on TV that you watched. You remember that?
Yes.
You did watch it on TV, right?
Part of it, yes.
And she wanted you to watch it. Is that correct?
Yes.
You listened to that July 5th, 2019 conversation that y'all had about the prelim. Was it a fair and accurate conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
This time, Judge, I'm tendering to evidence calls 13. So July 5th, 2019 jail conversation. Go ahead.
Hold for acceptance. To remain on the line, hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored, except your call has been accepted. Hey.
But, hey,
You okay?
no,
Did you watch it?
yes, watched it live.
Okay. Did you watch it with Bobby?
No, I didn't know it was going to be on until it was already going.
Okay.
And found it, but I sent it to him to watch.
Okay.
They didn't talk much. Bobby said they wouldn't have said that. They wasn't supposed to. Because it was recanted. It was said under duress, and they wasn't supposed to use it.
Right.
But there's a whole lot they left out, but I have not seen it all.
Well, I had a minute, Michael and I talked back and forth during it, and he talked to Amanda afterwards. And, it's okay.
I know they're devastated because all of us are. How are you?
I'm okay. Oh, you do need to call Amanda, though. And
You sure?
explain, do what?
You sure she'll talk to me?
Yeah. Michael talked to her afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. And I talked to her.
What happened?
Do what?
You said explain to her what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Still a whole lot that don't make any kind of sense to me whatsoever.
Well, that's what Michael said.
I told them, I said, I've never been so afraid of anything in my entire life. I didn't know my name. And Bobby said, that happens all the time. Well, it ain't supposed to happen to me. And I should have better control of my faculties.
Well, that's what trial for.
Fear will do.
Do what?
So that's what fear will do.
True. So who watched it with you?
Nobody. I watched it by myself. I just pulled it up on the computer and I turned it on just right before they started talking about it.
Oh, so can you go back and watch the entire thing then?
I think so. I haven't tried to yet. It's on that WSB TV Facebook page, and I don't know if you're not on Facebook if you can get into it or not.
Right. We'll see if Bobby can get you into it.
Yeah. Said it was about 2 hours. So I thought it was over with, and then realized they had taken a 10-minute recess.
Correct.
Yeah. So I thought it was over with. I didn't see nothing after the recess.
Oh, okay. So you really need to watch that.
Okay. Well, I just a few minutes ago sent it to Bobby to tell him where he could find it so he could watch it.
Right. Now, I was going to say, I wish you would do that and let him talk to you.
Okay.
Michael did say that he'd be talking to you.
Okay.
Wanted to know, and I said, definitely.
Well, yeah.
I love you.
I love you too, buddy. I'm sorry you're in this.
Yeah, me too. Apparently, Chris and Scott were there. Emily was there. Emily looked horrible. See, I was told not to even look back that direction. So.
Well, and that's what they said on TV. She didn't even turn and look at her family. That's pretty.
Well, I was told not to keep my head down and do not look to the back.
Right. Don't look back and don't show any emotion.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for calling.
Did you think I wouldn't?
I was afraid.
Pinocchio was singing loud today.
Yeah. Yeah. Still the chess game.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
But please call Amanda and explain to her, because she said she had some questions for you. That she was, she said she hadn't eat, she hadn't slept, she hadn't whatever, and they had actually just left Michael just 2 minutes ago talking to him. So.
Okay. Well. Yeah, would be glad to talk to her.
Bethany, she said, I just got some questions that I want answered,
Right.
Because I said, Amanda, just remember that, what this it is. And remember what they can do at this hearing.
Right.
But yeah, you need to go back and watch the entire thing.
Okay. I will do that.
And keep it. But yeah, definitely watch it with, him.
Yeah. Well, he told me that he had just settled a big court case that he thought was going to have him tied up all month. So he was going to be a lot more accessible. Wasn't really hoping that I needed him, but obviously we do.
Well, Michael told me, he said, no, I know it sounds bad. He said, but if you go back and watch it again, he explained to me what's not, you know.
Right. Yeah. I just hope he's got the knowledge that, you know, Manny said he had.
You checked on MJ lately?
I talked to her today after all this.
How is she?
She said, I think I'm gonna need a pill. I said, yeah, me too. She said, well, come on over, I'll give you one.
I don't know how close that we are on time, but
8 minutes, 35 seconds from when it started ringing, I think.
okay,
I don't know how long you got.
15 minutes.
Okay, well, let's don't waste it. Holler back at me when you can.
Well, I mean, this phone call is 15 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna try to talk to Bobby, give him time to find that thing and see if he can watch it. I'll find it again and see if I can watch it.
I would have never not called you.
Huh?
I would have never not called you.
Thank you.
So when was did you recant?
2 weeks ago. I've been trying to ever since last year, and Bobby just said, well, you don't need to say nothing unless something happens, because if nothing happens, then it don't matter.
Right.
And I'd tell him all the time, Bobby, it's killing me that I said something wrong.
Well, even how they said it today in court, the second go around wasn't right. Well, there was nothing to tell you, so.
I know, and that's what I said. I told him that 50 times.
Well, there still is no evidence.
No, I think everything they've got can easily be explained.
Well, and I don't know that they've got anything.
Well, that's true too.
Because there is nothing to have, because I didn't do anything.
Right. Oh. Well, just remember that Michael knows how sick he was and what he was going through.
I know.
Yep.
I do know.
I know. I know, baby.
I know, and I'm not upset with you.
Thank you.
Just remember, this is all us, you know. But you need to go back and really watch it, and all of it.
I will. I will.
I'll do my best to call you back tonight
Okay.
after you've watched it. See.
Yes. I'm gonna watch it.
I love you.
I love you. Be strong.
I will.
All right.
I promise you too.
I'm telling myself that every day, ever since last year.
Breathe.
I'm trying.
I know you are. Hey, baby. I love
All
you.
right, darling. I love you.
Oh,
Oh,
take a breath.
I am. Call me when you can.
I will. Talk to Amanda. Okay?
I will.
Okay.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Okay. I love you. Bye.
This conversation with the defendant was after the preliminary hearing where they talked about the evidence in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had said that you had waited to tell law enforcement. Can you hear me?
That's better.
You said that you waited to tell law enforcement that you recanted or made a mistake or said something that wasn't true for several months. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell the defendant that you had said what she told you back in July 24th of 2018. You had not told the defendant that you told law enforcement about her saying he's in the burn pile.
No.
So what you wanted to do, is it not, you were trying to wait to see if any charges were taken out. So you didn't have to reveal to your lover that you actually told law enforcement. She did tell me on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, that he was in the burn pile. You just didn't want to have to tell her that, right?
No, that's not correct.
But you did wait until to see if she got arrested and until it came out in evidence that you actually were cooperating with law enforcement, right?
Under advisement of my attorney.
And then when you, in the prelim, when it came out that you did, when Detective Hayes testified that you told them back in July 2018 that she told you Gary's in the burn pile, when that information came out, this was the phone call afterwards. Is that correct?
Say that again.
In the preliminary hearing, when it was revealed that you did tell law enforcement that the defendant told you Gary's in the burn pile, this is the conversation that you had with the defendant after that came out in court, correct?
I would assume yes, because you've got the dates, so.
And in this conversation on the call that we just listened to, you were very concerned that she was going to be upset with you for what you told law enforcement about the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
You were concerned that she was going to stop talking to you, correct?
Correct.
And you were concerned that she was going to end the relationship with you, and you didn't want that to happen, right?
Right.
And then she tells you that Amanda is very concerned over this, right?
Yes.
Because Amanda got really upset because she did not know that you had told law enforcement that that the defendant, her mother, told you that Gary was in the burn pile. Is that right?
Right.
And so after this, you actually had to go talk to Amanda and Chad. Is that right?
They came to Tullahoma, if I'm not mistaken. They came to Tullahoma to get Melody's belongings, and that's when we had the conversation.
But you had to sit down with them and explain to them why you told law enforcement that the defendant told you that Gary was in the burn pile back in July 4th of 2018, right?
Yes.
And you're not disputing that you said those words in July 24, 2018. You said that the defendant told me Gary's in the burn pile. Yes. You said that, correct?
I did.
That happened in time. It's something you said.
It did.
But what you're telling the jury is that you were treated in such a manner that you were so scared, and that's why you said it back in July of 2018.
Yes.
That the way law enforcement was treating you, the context, the circumstances of that interview were such a degree that you lost the faculty to control what you were saying, right?
That's exactly right.
That it was, quote, duress is what you said in this phone call, correct?
Yes.
But you will agree with me back in July, the 24th of 2018, in that same conversation with law enforcement, you sat there with them for hours, right?
I don't know how long we were there, but
All right, you can't remember how long you were there, right?
no,
You can't remember all the details, is that correct?
no.
But yet you can remember in June of 2019 saying, I misspoke. She said that some other date after the event. It wasn't on July 4th.
I remember that because Bobby Carter, my attorney, and I talked about it nonstop for however many months that was. So it wasn't a, miraculous thought. It was an ongoing conversation from day one.
So what we have is, you have one statement that you gave on July 24th of 2018 that the defendant admitted to you, a statement that she knew that she put that Gary was in the burn pile. We have that statement that you made, correct?
You do.
And then there's another statement almost a year later in June 25th of 2019, where you say, I recant that. She said that some other time, right?
That's correct.
But when you're talking to them in July of 2018, the 24th, when you're talking to them and saying Gary's in the burn pile, you're able to communicate with them and use complete sentences, right? You're talking freely, correct?
I was talking freely, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't have the ability to talk?
No, I had the ability to talk. You heard the words.
And you're saying that during this time, you agreed with me at parts during this interview that you would actually, y'all would joke and have candy and were sharing candy on the 24th, right?
I'm guessing that was the same time. I don't know. Was that the strawberry one?
The watermelon?
Yeah.
And that
watermelon.
would have been after the statement about the burn pile, right?
I don't know. Was it?
You don't remember?
No, sir.
So you agree with me that the defendant was worried about you talking and saying things, right?
Yes.
And she did tell you to stop talking to law enforcement and not saying things.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
You listened to another phone call, call 16, that was on July 8th of 2019. It was a conversation between you and the defendant in my office. You remember that? The second conversation that you listened to today.
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate recording of a conversation between you and the defendant.
Yes.
Just this time I tendered evidence, call 16. Call 16. It is only 5 minutes and 5 seconds, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed. Your call has been accepted.
Darling,
Rita,
just got through unloading the machine.
right?
You all right?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, back a long time ago, I said stop talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, darling.
But somehow the other, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
I have not said anything other than the one time, and I have retracted that, and they failed to show that retraction. I haven't said anything else because there was nothing else to say. There wasn't even that to say.
Well, what about a phone?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I got another, blast. So just making sure that you understand.
I do, baby, but there's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. So there's nothing wrong with us talking.
I understand that.
And there's nothing wrong with us talking because there's nothing to talk about.
Exactly.
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. So.
But I'm asking you to, if you get a visit,
I'm trying to get an appointment with Bobby.
thank you. Y'all need to get in touch with people here.
Yes. Yeah, that was my goal. I wanted him to talk to your guy.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Got to get a handle on that.
You know, the press took the one statement that was made out of fear, and they didn't pick up on the retraction of it. So that obviously hasn't helped.
Well, Amanda is now really upset, so I'm related.
You know, I tried to call her and she didn't answer, so I wondered what was up.
Sure, talk to MJ.
I did.
She okay?
Yes.
Where was she yesterday?
I don't know. I just told her I'd come by and she wasn't there. She said, well, she didn't know where she was. She'd been out of the room. So I tried to call her after you and I talked and she didn't answer. And then she did finally call me back. And she said then she was in the bathroom. I told her I'd been by and she wasn't there.
All right. I get to go. Today's kind of an odd day, so please, if you get up with him.
Yes. I promise.
If you can get some things handled with
Yes.
my people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I love you.
Be careful.
You too.
I love you.
I love you. I'm on buzz Bobby right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, I'm almost at a stopping point. Maybe 5 more minutes, if that's all right.
All right.
Rusty, can you hear me?
Yes.
What I want to do is, there's a lot of stress in these matters, in these cases. Is that right?
Yes.
So let me do this. Let me just add a little bit more light than heat. So let me take it down just a little bit. Did you hear on this phone call on July 8th of 2019, while the defendant's in jail, she said about a minute 15, I have not said anything other, right before that, she says about a minute, roughly 7, but some type or other, let you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me. Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
And then y'all started talking about that one conversation that you retracted, right?
Right.
And that one conversation was the one that you made in your attorney's office on July 24th of 2018, right?
Right.
Are you a reasonable person? You try to be reasonable.
I would think so.
You would agree with me, would you not, that when you made this statement in July about the defendant telling you Gary's in the burn pile, when you made that statement, you and your attorney, very good attorney, Mr. Carter, had huddled up, just you two, for about 30 minutes to discuss what you were going to say, right?
We went back into Bobby's office and Bobby was trying to talk me off the ledge. I was flipping out. And he was not expecting me to say that when I came back in.
But you were with your attorney, right?
Yes,
And you were paying your attorney, correct?
I was.
And you had 30 minutes or more to sit there and discuss what you were about to go do, right?
That whole 30 minutes was not what I was about to do. It was what I was just talking, I mean, I was so distraught that I wasn't even making sense. And he was trying to get me to calm down.
And you would agree with me that you then went back out knowing law enforcement was trying to get more information from you about what y'all talked about on the phone that night of the 4th, and then you said he's in the burn pile.
That's correct.
And you agree with me that the defendant in this jail call was very concerned with you talking, right?
Yes.
And the words she used were single-handedly hang me.
Yes.
That's not what an innocent person says, is it?
That I don't know. Who? What she said or what I said?
What she said.
Well, I guess if you were locked up and somebody had said something against you, you'd probably say that too.
Because if the jury believes what you said on July 24th, that she had knowledge that he was in the burn pile, she's guilty of murder, right? If it's true.
No comment on that one.
Because you don't want to comment, do you?
No.
Judge, if we could stop here today, I'll pick back up.
Afternoon or
Recess for the day. All right, we'll, you got more questions for him in the morning, or you?
I may not, Judge.
All right, you're on
I do
double.
have some legal arguments I'd like to take over the courthouse.
All right, we'll start back at 9. Remember, tomorrow we're gonna break 11:40-ish. All right. Remember, don't look up anything, don't Google anything, don't read the newspaper, although I read what I think the newspaper article, if you get the free paper that gets mailed to you, it's just recanting what's happened in the courtroom, but let's don't look at it anyway. All right, y'all can be excused.
Gone, Rusty. Rusty like a pimp up there. Gone, pimp. Like to be some Rusty, boy. Rusty like a player up in there. They probably rode in the court together.
Oh, you're fine? All right, anything else?
Judge, I do have, want to take up that issue. I understand the court's ruling. I'm not trying to go back on the court's ruling. I just think that I asked the court to consider that we can argue before he comes, we take back up in the morning. Not the past recollection recorded, not necessarily just the prior inconsistent statement. I think it also, I need to play it for the context to show whether or not he was actually under duress and how he said it and what he said.
It's probably more appropriate now based upon the testimony that was earlier.
Okay. I plan on basically playing where he starts talking to the end of that.
All right. All right, we'll be in break till tomorrow.
All right. So we got through day 7 and 8 today, y'all. It look like tomorrow's gonna be like a half a day, if that makes sense. Marilda is up. She must gonna be late to court. You gonna be late tomorrow, Marilda? Look at this. She is. What time is it in the morning? Oh boy, it's almost time for the new day. It's already into the new day. It is. Let me see. My math is not that good. Just tell me what time it is. We're gonna give me a second. I'll be 1 second. You need me? Oh, okay. I didn't know if you need me. I don't know. It looked like she gonna be late considering. Oh, 2:30, 9 a.m. Sheesh. Girl, you is a trooper. I am not a trooper like that. Okay, so what I plan on doing is I am going to try to what time y'all want to get started tomorrow? Because we just really doing this. I do have a couple things that I do need to you say Rusty had you. I thought he got all the lady said something. No, Rusty. Shit, Rusty got horses. I want some horses too, boo. I ain't coming back up in here. SD said later, please. But what time, SD? Oh yeah, my morning is your afternoon, right? Noon? Oh no. That is way too late. You say Rusty want his woman back? I believe it. He should. Noon be too late for us. We can't do noon. Noon too late. Noon, I've been messed around and we won't do nothing. You don't be late when we start at the time we start. You be a little late, but you don't be real late. Okay, so my plan is we got a couple things to touch on tomorrow. I got so many things that I'm working on. I'm about confusing myself. Let me see. What am I working on? I'm working on the one with the Facebook thing. We getting that together. What else are we working on? Oh, I'm working on our unspent one. Oh, and we gotta touch base. We got to do something with Daisy. So I think that what we'll do is we'll start probably about, let's say about 8. That's 7 your time, SD. Go to bed. Yes, I got to do an update on Daisy. We have to read over her stuff. We have to do that. So let's do that at the top of the morning. And then we'll go into this case. Okay. And then we'll finish the day out with this case. I think for the Facebook one, since my green screen is coming, it should be here tomorrow. If it's here tomorrow, I think I may just do a recording. Put like a recording out. I'm gonna try that again. Maybe I'll try that again because then I can put the scenes behind me. We're gonna see. I don't know. If not, then I'll just come on here and do it because I kind of like free flowing. Because if I try to record it, y'all probably won't never get the video. If I try to record it, because I'm gonna be sitting up here trying to correct everything. And if I free flow it, I can just tell y'all what I want to tell y'all, and it is what it is. So we'll do Daisy in the morning. We'll start off with Daisy. I'll get that set up. Then we'll go into this trial. We are going to be on day 9. Day 9 of this trial. Because we can almost complete 2 days in a day. Wednesday, y'all know we got sentencing. That's gonna be sentencing day. That's gonna be sentencing day for Side Chick and also sentencing day for Walsh. So we'll be watching both of those on that day. That probably take up most of our day that day, unless they're very quick. Yeah. I will say that this case has even though we on day 9, like some cases once we get past day 4, I'm like I quit. But this one, they got their witnesses spread out just enough to keep you entertained. I mean, of course, they're not doing a witness for our entertainment purposes, but they kind of are entertainment purposes, so we can kind of like stay in tune. But they doing it like very strategic. They came out with the immediate family at first, right? Then they mixed in a couple DNA people, couple evidence people. Then we go to a booth thing. Then we come back to a detective or two. Then we come back to another booth thing. Like, I like it. Go on. Do it. So that's what we got here. So I think that'll be our plan. Unless I find something, unless I have to do this one on thing, I think I'm gonna try to do it on the I think I'm gonna try to do it with the green screen. Yeah, I can't do it at no. No, we gonna start early. We'll start at 8. We'll start at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Okay. Maybe my green screen will be here and I can put Patrick Swayze behind me. I'm gonna have him behind me holding on to me like this. Y'all have to find me a photo of Patrick Swayze holding on to me like this. Or get a picture of Rusty. I'm gonna put Rusty behind me. Look at as D says, she won't be wasted. She be rolling around in the bed. I'm gonna put Rusty behind me. As soon as I get my green screen, I'm gonna put Rusty right behind me. Ride on the horse. Y'all gotta get us a horse. It gotta be me, Rusty, and a horse. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, Rusty. Rusty. Hey. Y'all know I can get real silly. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate everybody hanging in with us. I am going to get ready to play our outro song. And you know that if you are on the replay team, don't forget to like, subscribe. I guess I done stopped saying no filters, no fluff, no facts. I done stopped all that stuff. We go right into the song. Y'all done got me all off my game. Let me get our song up so we can play our outro song. And yeah, everybody have on their alerts and everything, and we will get it popping tomorrow.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we'll forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. rewind and replay queen, holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Junkie the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside would take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready till he burns the fat queen. Receipts on tap, Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Just sweet Pea in the mods and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
All right, y'all. Peace.